This is the complete CATIA course designed to help you learn from basics to an advanced level in a simple and practical way. In this course, we will cover all the major workbenches in CATIA, including sketcher, part design, assembly, drafting, sheet metal, and surface design. Each topic is explained step by step, and along with that, you will also work on the example models so you can understand how to apply the concepts in a real design situations. Main focus of this course is not just to show you the tools, but to help you actually learn how to use CATIA in the real-time projects. So it is important to practice along with the video. To support your practice, we also provided a free practice book which is on our website 3dcatclick.com. You can download it, link is in the description. This course is useful for the beginners, engineering student and also for the professionals who wants to refresh or upgrade their skills in CATIA. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the comment section below. Take your time, follow the each section properly and try to complete all the modules. Before going to start from CATIA, let me explain you the complete syllabus of the CATIA. This is the complete syllabus of the CATIA which we are going to follow in this video. Okay, so we are starting with the basic introduction of the CATIA. I am going to explain the interface of the CATIA. Okay, the options available in the CATIA. Fine. How to navigate, how to select the toolbars and everything. Then we are starting with the sketcher workbench. Actually, we covered maximum workbenches related to design here. Okay, so we are starting with the sketcher workbench which is related to 2D. How to draw the 2D sketches, how to modify the 2D sketches, okay, how to apply the constraints, geometrical constraint, dimensional constraint, okay. We are going to work completely on that. That is called as sketcher workbench. Apart from that, the next workbench which is very important, that is called as part design or part modeling. I am going to explain here how to convert the 2D sketch to 3D model. Here I am going to work on creating the 3D models, modifying the 3D models and all. Apart from that, we have one more here that is called as transformation options and pattern tools. We are going to work on this also. Fine. Then we'll go for the next workbench that is called as assembly design. Whatever the 3D component we design in the part model, we are going to convert that into assembly components by applying the constraints. Okay, I'm going to explain the options as well as I'm going to give you the example how to do the assembly. Then technically very important, drafting or detailing. What is this drafting or detailing means? A graphical representation of a 3D model in 2D drawing sheet with respect to standards, that is called as drafting. Okay, so I'm going to explain how to select the sheet, how to add a different various views, how to add the dimensions, annotations, all the things, GD&T and everything. And I'm going to show you how to convert this drawing sheet into PDF, okay, or to take out the printout. Apart from that, we are going to work on one more workbench that is called as generative sheet metal. Fine. Here I'm going to work completely on how to define the parameter of the sheet metal, how to create the primary wall, secondary wall, how to perform bending operations, okay, how we are going to work on the stamping, cutting. Stamping means forming operations, die and punch operations. After explaining all the options, we are going to work on some examples regarding the sheet metal. Then one more very important workbench that is called as surface, okay, that is actually wireframe and surface design. In this, we are going to work on all the options as well as I'm going to explain you how to create the 3D model in surface designing. So this is the entire syllabus of the CATIA on which we are going to create this video. Okay, now we are going to start with the first workbench that is called as sketcher. Let's get inside the interface of CATIA. There we are going to start from the first module. So here we are going to get the CATIA V5. This is the icon of the CATIA. Just double click on this. Once you double click on this icon, we are going to get inside the interface of CATIA. So we already discussed regarding the syllabus of the CATIA. We are going to start with sketcher. Whenever we open the CATIA, make sure to close this inside window. Okay, so I'm going to close this inside window. So I want to get inside the sketcher. Go to the option here, drop down option at the left top, click on the start. Once you click on this, lots of workbenches related to CATIA is available here, like related to designing, machining, ergonomic design. Okay, lots of different workbenches are available. We need to get inside the sketcher. Go to the option here, mechanical design. In the mechanical design, we are going to get the option Sketcher. Once you click on the Sketcher, we are getting the option to name the file name. If you want, you can add the name here. Otherwise, just keep it as default. Click OK for this one. Fine. So actually, once you click on the Sketcher, sometimes you don't get inside the Sketcher directly. You just need to select the plane. Here we are going to get the planes. As of now, because we are practicing on the 2D, just click on any of these planes. Okay, so we'll discuss about these planes once we start working on the part design. For example, I'm going to select this YZ plane. Just click on this YZ plane. Here by default, I have a toolbars, profile, operation and constraints. Sometimes these toolbars are somewhere on this right side. Okay, so if it is somewhere on this right side, you can see that here, these are the toolbars. If you want to keep it at the top for our convenience, I just need to hold, drag it like this. This will be in the vertical orientation. Just hold the shift and move the cursor. Now you can see that here I am going to get the horizontal orientation. Fine. Directly I can go for these options. I can start drawing the drawings. I have one more important option. If you want to use these icons, directly go for this. You can select this. You can draw the drawings. Otherwise, we have an option here. Go to insert. Once you click on the insert, we are going to get the same options here also. Fine. Apart from this, I have one more very important toolbar. This toolbar is common in part design, sketcher, assembly, drafting and everywhere. That is called as view toolbar. In the view toolbar, we are going to use like zoom in, zoom out, isometric view like that. We are going to get multiple options. This is very important. Fine. So we'll come to this later. I just need to hold and drag. I'm going to get the options here. Before going to start from the options, let me go through the interface first. Okay. On the left side, you can see here, this is the name of the software, Catia V5. This is the particular name of the part or the drawing what we are drawing. This left side what we have, this is called as model tree, or we call it as model structure or model tree. Whatever we are going to create here, everything will be recorded under this. This is very important. Once we start doing work on part design, we'll go for these options. Fine. This blue screen start from the left top corner toward the right bottom corner. The complete area is called as graphic area. Why we call this as graphic area? Because we are going to draw within this area. That's why it is called as graphic area. So here we are going to get the origin. It's like a horizontal axis and vertical axis. Fine. We are going to take the reference of that and we are going to draw the drawings. And one more important thing, on the right top corner, we have this. This is called as compass. Once we start working on the assembly, we are going to take the help of this option. This is called as compass. Fine. So before going to start using the options to draw the drawing, first I want to show you how to set up the units. In which unit you want to draw the drawing, whether it's a meter, millimeter, centimeter, inches. Okay. Then I have an option. I can change the units. Where is the option? Go to the option here, tools. Once you click on the tools, I'm going to get the option here, options. What we are doing? We are just changing the units and we are checking the units. Once you click on the options here, we are going to get the dialog box. On the left side under this general category, we have an option parameters and measure. So select this parameter and measure. So here make sure to click on the units. For now, I want to work only with the length. Length is showing in the millimeter. For example, you don't want millimeter, you want to change the parameter here. Just open this, we are going to get the option. Whichever you want, you can select. Fine, if you want to draw it in centimeter, inches, foots, whichever required unit you want, you can select. Similarly, angle also, the angle is in degree. For example, you don't want this in degree. If you want, you can open this. We are going to get the different methods of inputting the angle. As of now, I don't want to change any units. I want to keep the default as millimeter and the angle is in degrees. That's it. Once you click OK, now we are ready to start working on the options one by one. Fine. The first toolbar, remember 3 toolbars we have, profile, operation and constraints. In the profile options, whatever the options we are going to get inside, these options is used to draw the drawings. In the second toolbar, operations, these options we are going to use to do the modification in the drawings. And the very important, that is called as constraint. What is constraint? We are going to get the option inside this to do the geometrical constraint and dimensional constraint. Fine. So let's start from the option. The first option, the first toolbar is profile. The name of the option is called as profile. Why this is called as profile means I can draw the continuous line as well as I can draw the arc also. And one more important thing here, before going to start, right click on the side, go to the option here, sketch toolbar. And if you don't have any particular toolbars, you want that toolbar, for example, constraints are not available, just right click on this. Here we are going to get the option that is called as constraint. So we are going to get the toolbar here. Fine. Again, right click on this. One more things to check. Go to the option here, sketch tools. Once you click on the sketch tools, in the sketch tools, make sure last these two options should be checked. These two options are regarding with respect to dimensional constraints and geometrical constraints. Fine. Make sure these two should be checked. These two should be checked and then close it. Fine. Directly we are going to start from the first option, profile. I'm going to select the profile. You can start from wherever you want. I'm starting from this point here. Or if you want to start from the origin, you can start. Okay. So let's start from somewhere here. Specify the first point. Just click. And for the instructions, if you select any particular option for the instruction, you can read it on the left bottom corner here. Fine. Anyway, I'm going to select this first option, profile. We are starting from here. Click the first point. You need horizontal means you can keep it exactly horizontal. If you want vertical, you can keep exactly vertical. Okay. Dimensions. As of now, we are not adding the dimensions. Just we are going to draw the drawings. In the constraint part, we are going to add the dimensions. I want to keep it horizontal. Just click. Need vertical. Click vertical. Horizontal. Just click. That's it. Just keep on click. I'm going to get the drawing like this. If it is exactly vertical, we'll get in the blue color. If exactly horizontal also, we are going to get in the blue color. If you want inclined, you can keep it. Okay. Approximately, I want to keep it like this. However you want, you can draw. If you want to stop it here itself, just use escape. You can stop it here itself. We can see that automatically whenever we draw the drawing, I'm going to get the geometrical constraints like horizontal, vertical. And by using the same profile option, I can draw the arc also. Go to the option profile. I want to start from here. Click the first point. How you want. Horizontal line means we can draw. Vertical line means normally we can draw. If you want arc from here, from this point, you need a arc. Hold the left click in the mouse. Hold the left click in the mouse. Which side you want, right or left side? Just move the mouse. Okay. Left or right. I want on the right side. Leave the left click. Now I'm going to get the arc like this. I want to stop it here. Radius and all, angle and all, we can modify later. Now we are not working with respect to constraints. Just we are working on the options one by one. Fine. Just click here. I want vertical, horizontal. If you want arc, just hold and drag. We are going to get the arc. Again, just click means you'll get the line. If you hold and drag it, we are going to get the arc. Fine. I want to stop it here. Escape for this one. We are going to get the drawing like this. This is called as profile. And if you don't want these particular drawings, you can use Ctrl Z or you can select everything, just delete. That's it. I have next set of options here. Just quickly open this, drag it here. Predefined profile. So in the predefined profile, we are going to get the predefined shapes. All these options are ready-made options. Just select it, click on the screen. Automatically, we are going to get the particular shape. The first one is rectangle. This like a 2-point rectangle or 2-corner rectangle. Go for this option. I'm going to click the first corner, move the cursor, second corner. That's it. No dimensions as of now. Okay. Definitely whenever we go for the designing, we must have to add the dimension. But as of now, no dimension. Go to the option rectangle, first corner and second corner. We are going to get the rectangle like this. Similarly, I have one more option here that is called as oriented rectangle or 3-point rectangle. So go for this option. I'm going to select this. I have to click 3 points. First point, second point, I can keep it exactly horizontal. If I keep it horizontal, I cannot able to find the difference between these options and the new option which I am creating. So don't keep it exactly horizontal. I want to keep inclined like this, second point, and I want to keep the third point. You can see that here, this is the orientation. Angle we can modify later. Again, go to the same option, 3 point. First, I want to keep the second and I want to keep the third one like this. That's it. This is called as oriented rectangle. First, second, and third like this. I have one more option here that is called as parallelogram. I'll go to parallelogram. This is also we have to specify 3 points. I'm going to select the first point. You can keep it horizontal or you can keep it inclined. However you want, you can keep the orientation. I want to keep it horizontal. Click, and the third point, however you want, you can place it. This is called as parallelogram. Fine. Again, I'm going to select everything and I want to delete this. Let's go to the option elongated hole. First point, second, don't hold and drag. Okay, just click. That's it. Only click. First point, second point, and move the cursor. I'm going to get the shape like this. Go to the same option again. However you want. First, second, and third point. We are going to get the shape. This is called as elongated hole. I have one more option, cylindrical elongated hole. Go for this option, cylindrical elongated hole. Start from the center, which is the starting point. For example, this is the starting point. Okay, I want to start from here. Where you want to end? I want to end approximately here. Click, move the cursor. I'm going to get the shape like this. That's it. Go to the option cylindrical elongated hole, center, starting point, and ending point. Okay, just move the cursor. I'm going to get the shape like this. These are called as elongated hole, linear and cylindrical. Then I have an option here that is called as keyhole profile. Go to keyhole profile. I am going to specify the first point, second point. If you want vertical or if you want inclined, you can keep it inclined. After specifying 2 points, I want width of the bottom here, this portion. Click, move the cursor, position of this circle. I want to keep it like this. Click here. That's it. Go to the option, first point, second point, width, position of the circle. I'm going to get the keyhole profile. Fine. Select this one, delete this quickly. Go to the option, hexagon. Click on the hexagon. See, first we are going to work on the options first. Afterwards, we are going to work on the 3D components and 2D drawings and everything. Fine. Let's go for the option here, hexagon. I'm going to click the point. I just want to keep it like this. That's it. I want to click here. I'm going to get the six-sided polygon that is called as hexagon. Fine. Again, select and delete this. Let's go to the option that is called as centered rectangle. Once you click on the centered rectangle, this is also called as symmetric rectangle. Go for this option, click the center point. You need horizontal or vertical. However you want, you can keep it from the center exactly same on the right and left side, vertical direction above and below the center point. Okay, so I want to keep it here. Click. That's it. Go to the same option again, center, horizontal and vertical. However you want, you can keep it. Let me repeat. Click, just move the cursor, click. I'm going to get the shape like this. This is called as centered rectangle. I have one more option that is called as centered parallelogram. If I go for the centered parallelogram, I have to select two lines as a reference. For example, I'm going to select this line as a first reference, this line as a second reference. Once I select these two, I am going to get the rectangle like this. Or let me give one more example. Go to the option here, profile, first point and second point, first point and second point. Go to the option parallelogram, that is centered parallelogram. Select the first line and second line. Two lines are parallel to one and the remaining two lines are parallel to another. I want to keep it like this. That's it. Select this one and delete this. You can see that here how we are going to get the parallelogram. Fine. All these shapes are called as predefined profiles. The shapes are directly available. Just we need to click on that and we are going to start creating the shapes. Fine. I don't want this. Select this one and delete this. The next set of options we have, just open this, drag it here. The next options are circle. Let's start from the first one. I want to go to circle. I'm going to click the center point, move the cursor. I'm going to get the circle like this. That's it. Radius, diameter, everything we can modify. That will come to that later. Go to the first option, circle. Click the center point, move the cursor. I'm going to get the circle like this. I have one more option here that is called as 3-point circle. I'm going to click the first point, second point and third point. Whatever the 3 points I mentioned, that will be on the circumference of the circle. Fine. That is it. So both are like a circles only. The methods is different. I have one more option with respect to coordinate system. Once you click on this, we have two methods here. The first method is Cartesian method. The second method is polar method. In the Cartesian method, I have to specify the horizontal and the vertical dimension. In the horizontal, I want 20 mm. In the vertical, I want 25 mm. In that location, I want a circle of radius 3 mm. Okay. Once you click OK for this, you can see that here 20 mm, 25 mm and the radius of circle 3 mm. It's very small. I want to fit to the screen. Here at the bottom, we have an option fit all in. Fit all in. Once you click on the fit all in, you can see that horizontal is 20, vertical is 25. At that location, I am getting the circle of radius 3. This is the one method. Select and delete this. I have one more option here that is called as polar. In the polar method, I have to give the radius, say for example 25 mm and the angle of say for example 65 degree. At that location, I want a circle of radius 3 mm. So here we are mentioning the length and the angle. The method is called as polar. So click on the option OK. You can see that here radius means that is the length 25, angle is 65. I am getting the circle of radius 3 mm. Okay, now I don't want this. Select and delete this one. I have one more option here and one more thing. If you want to pan the screen, pan means move the screen, hold the center wheel in the mouse. Hold the center wheel in the mouse. Press and hold. Just move the mouse. This is called as pan. You can just move the mouse like this. This is called as pan. Fine. Anyway, so let's go to the option here that is called as tritangent circle. If you want to draw a circle by using this method, we require 3 tangents. What I'm going to do is I'll draw a circle and let me draw one more circle and let me draw one of the profile like this. So let's go to the option. The option is called as tritangent circle. Click on this. Approximate. I'm selecting here 1, selecting this 1 second and selecting this 1/3. I'm going to get the circle. The relation between this circle and the remaining 3 elements are tangent, tangent and tangent. That's it. Again go to same option, select the 1, 2 and 3. I'm going to get the circle like this. This is called as tritangent or 3 tangent circle. Okay. Next we're going to get the options here related to arc. Go for the option here. 3-point arc. Select the first point, second point and I have to specify the third point. That's it. First point, that's the midpoint and the last point. We have to specify 3 points. Similarly, I have one more option here. This is also 3-point. The sequence is different. If you go for this option, first I have to define the limit, first point and the last point. This is the limit, first and last point, and move the cursor like this. I am going to get the shape here. This is again the second method of the arc. I have one more option that is called as arc. Click on this option arc here. Start from the center. I'm going to click the center point. This is the starting point and this is the ending point. I'm going to get the arc like this. So these are the set of options related to circle and the arc option. Fine. I'm going to close this, select entire thing and delete this one. The next we have an option. The next one, just open this. We are going to get the option SP-line or spline. Okay. So I'm going to click on this option spline. Click on this. Just you need to just click the point. So with respect to points, we are going to get the smooth curve. Just click the point, just click the points, keep on click the points. You're going to get the smooth curve. You want to stop it here, escape for this one, you can stop it. Again, go for the option, just click. You want to stop it here, escape for this one. You can stop. This is called as SP line or spline. I have one more option here that is called as connect option. You want to connect two SP lines. I'm going to work on this option. Click on the connect, select the point. What you want to connect, this point and this point. So with respect to orientation of first SP line and second SP line, automatically we are going to get the connect like this. Fine. This is called as spline and connect option. We don't want this, select and delete this one. Select everything and delete this. The next set of options we have here, just open this. We are going to get the option. These are called as conic. In these 4 options, one option is very much important. The option is called as ellipse option. I want to create the ellipse. Go for this one. Start from the center on the right side, or you can give the orientation also. This is like a major axis. I want to keep the major axis, and this is like a minor axis. Go for the same option. First point, second, that's the center, second point, and the third point, we are going to get the ellipse like this. Okay. Again, we don't want this. Select and delete this one. Next, I have one more option here that is called as parabola by focus. So normally these three options will use it very rarely. The first option is here. Sorry, the second option, parabola by focus. Go for this option here. Click on this. Select the first point. Just move the cursor. You can see that as I move the cursor far, we are going to get the huge shape of arc. If I come near to that, you can see that here conical shape. This is called as parabola. I want to stop it here only. Okay. First point and second point. This is called as parabola. Similarly, I have one more option that is called as hyperbola. Once I go for this hyperbola, we have to specify two limits. Go for this option. This is the first limit, for example, first point, and the last limit. I have to specify the last point. After specifying the first and last point, you can see the shape here. Okay, this is also conic only, but if you come to the end, it looks almost like a straight line, but it is not the straight line. This is a complete hyperbola. Fine, almost like a straight line, but this is not the straight line. Okay, I want to keep it till here, first point and second point. So you can see that here it looks like a very slight shape of arc. This is called as hyperbola. I have one more option here that is called as conic. In the conic, we have to draw two lines, which should be intersected lines. I'm going to select this one. Once I click on this, we are going to start from first point and second point. Click 2 points. Again, two lines we have to draw. Okay, the first line is completed. Second line, first point and second point. I'm going to get the second line. Now you can see that here how we are going to get the shape like this. This is called as conic shape. Fine. So I want to keep it in here. Click on this. We are going to get the shape like this. Parabola, hyperbola, and conic. So we use these three options very rarely, but just go for these options. Okay. So I'm going to close this one. I don't want any of this. Select everything and delete this. The next set of options we have here that is called as line option. So line, just like a 2-point line. It is not a continuous line. Go for the option line, select the first and second. If you want horizontal or vertical, we are going to get the line like this. I have one more option here that is called as infinite line. Once you click on the infinite line, by default, we are going to get the horizontal kind of infinite line. So by default, we'll get horizontal only. Fine. We have an option, we can create vertical or other orientation. We'll come back to that later. This is completely infinite. Press the center wheel and pan it. You can see it's completely infinite. There is no length of this. We can trim it afterwards, but by default, it is a infinite line. Click on this. We are going to get the infinite. I have one more option here that is called as bitangent line. Fine. So if the word tangent, that means I require the circle. First circle and second circle. I want to draw approximately here. I want to draw it like this. Go to the option bitangent line. Once you click on the bitangent, start from the top to the top. I am going to get the line like this. Go to the same option again. Bottom to the bottom. I am going to get here. Again, go to the same option here. Click on the bottom to the top. You can see here. Again, go to the same option, top to the bottom. So these are like a tangential kind of lines. Okay. We don't want this again. Select and delete this one. The next option we have bisecting line. What is bisecting line? For example, if we have two lines like this, whatever may be the angle between these two lines, go for this option, bisecting line. Once you go to bisecting line, I just have to select two lines, first line and second line. We are going to get the infinite line exactly in between these two. First line and second line, you can see that here infinite. Go for the option here, first line and second line, we are going to get the infinite. Go for the option here, first line and second line. This is like a totally infinite type of line. Fine. I don't want this. Control Z. Okay, that's a undo. I have one more option here that is called as line normal to the curve. Normal means perpendicular. For example, if we have a circle or the arc, I want to draw a line. this line must be 90 degree perpendicular to this point on this arc. On this arc, the option is called as line normal to the curve. Because if you have a straight line, it is very easy to draw the 90 degree. If you have a curve, that becomes little difficult, because whenever we change the location, it will change the orientation. Fine. For that only we require this option. Go for the option line normal to the curve. We are starting from here. Click the point. Just move the cursor like this. That's it. You can see this green color. That's a perpendicular symbol or 90 degree. Fine. Go for the option. Click here. I am going to get like this. Just go for the option. Click here. I am going to get the 90-degree line with respect to the point on the circle or the curve. Fine. I don't want this. Select and delete everything. Okay. Everything. Select everything and delete this. The next option we have axis. This is very important once we start working on the 3D modeling. Axis is only for the reference. Go for the option. And in 2D also definitely we'll use that. But this is very important in 3D modeling. So go for the option axis. First point and second point, we are going to get the reference line or the axis line like this. However you want, vertical, horizontal, or in any orientation. If you want to draw this, yeah, you can go for this option. You can draw it like this. Fine. So I don't want that. Control Z to remove this. Next set of options we have. These options are point options. For example, the first one, point. If you click only once, if you for most of the operations also, if you click only once, you can use it only once. If you want to use multiple times, double click on this, you can use it multiple times. That's it. Just click on the screen. We are going to get the point like this. Fine. The option is called as point. But I don't want this. Select and delete this one. I have one more option here. Point by using coordinate system, similar to the previous option what we used in the circle. So I am selecting this option, that is called as point using coordinate system. As we know that we have two methods, Cartesian and the polar. In the Cartesian, in the horizontal direction 20, vertical direction 15. At that location I want a point. Okay, for this 20 mm and 15 mm, I am getting the point here. That's it. Control Z. Similarly, I have one more option here, that is called as polar. I want radius of 22, that is the length is 22, angle of around 47 degree. Click on OK. You can see that 22 and the angle of 47, and here at this point you can see the very small tiny point here. This is the point. Fine. That's it. These are the methods of creating the points. I have one more option. For example, if you have a drawing line like this, go to the option equidistant points. Once you click on the equidistant points, I'm going to click on the line here. Okay. So once you click on any geometry, not only line, any geometry, once you click on the line, it is asking how many number of points you require on this. Whatever the number I'm going to mention, it will divide equally. Okay. So 10 is okay. Click on the option OK for this. So we are going to get the points here. So dimension part, we'll come to that later. So you can see that here we are going to get the equidistant point on the line. We do have one more option. Let me select and delete this. Okay. So let's go to the option. I'm going to draw the first line and second line. We have an option here that is called as intersection point. Once you click on the intersection point, select the first line and second line. We are going to get the point at this location. You can check this here. Just select. You can see that intersection point. Fine. I do have one more option here. Projection of point. So what I'm going to do, say, let me take the example, one point is here, and let me take one more example element. I want to draw a circle like this. What I required is, I want this point should project on this circle with 90 degree. I want this point project on this circle with 90 degree. The option is called as projection point. Click on the projection point, select this point and the line. You can see that here the point is projected on this circle. Fine. So these options, whatever we tried till now in the profile, these are called as drawing options. We are going to work on these options to draw the drawings. We are going to start from the next toolbar. The next toolbar is operations. In the operations, whatever the drawings we are going to draw it as a 2D, if you want to do the modifications on that, we are going to use these options. Fine. So let's start from the option. For example, I'm going to use the profile. First point, second point, and third point. This is the drawing I have. I have an option here that is called as corner. That means I want to make a fillet. I'm going to use this option corner, select the first line and second line. I'm going to get the fillet like this. Afterwards, we are going to work on the dimension part. Okay, Control Z. Again, I have an option here that is called as chamfer. So click on the chamfer, select the first line and second line. We are going to get the chamfer like this. Fine. So we are going to get the next set of options. These are called as relimitations. Open this. Here we are going to get the option. These are called as relimitations. Fine. Let me create the simple setup. I am going to draw the drawing like this. Okay. So this is the setup what I have. The first option that is called as trim option. What I want is this particular option, that is a trim option, that is a combination of extend as well as trim. That means what I want is I want this line to extend till here, as well as I don't want this extra line. So there is a combination of extend as well as trim. If you want to do only extend, we can perform only extend operation, or if you want to make a combination of extend and trim, we can do both the things. So here we are going to get the option that is called as trim option. Once I click on this, for example, I want to do only trim. Select this line, just move the cursor. You can trim it like this. If you click here, that's it done. It is a trim operation. Control Z. I have an option here. Click on the option trim. Select the line. I can extend like this. Which side you want? If you want this side, click on this line. I'm going to get this side. If you want this side here, I can click on this. Once you click, I am going to get the trim and extend operation. I have one more option. Directly go to this third operation, quick trim. Quick trim is the actual trim option. Okay. For example, I want to draw a setup like this. Okay. I want to draw something like this here. Just click once. You can perform the trim operation only once. If you double click on this, you can do it multiple times. For example, I want to trim this, whatever you don't want, you can trim it like this. Fine. So I just want to keep it like this here. I'm going to get the quick trim operation. Fine. I don't want this. Select and delete this one. I'm going to draw the single profile here. We are going to get the option that is called as break option. This is the single line. I want to break it. So click on the option here, break. So just select the particular element. Once you select where you want to break, I want to break somewhere here. Once I click on this, now you can see here, these are two separate elements. Again, if you want, again go for the same option. Select this. I want to break it somewhere here. Now totally these are like a 3 pieces. 1, 2 and 3 pieces. Fine. Again, I don't want this. Select and delete this one. We have an option close arc. For example, if you have an arc, I'm going to start from here. I want to keep it like this. I want to convert this into a circle. That means I want to close this. Here we are going to get the option close arc. Select the arc. Once I click on this, we are going to get like a close arc like this. Control Z. I have one more option here that is called as complement. What is complement means? I just want this, whatever the remaining portion I have, I want that. I don't want what is the existing one. So click on this one. Once I click, select this option. Once I click, I'm going to get the arc like this. So these set of options are called as relimitations. Fine. I'm going to close this one. I don't want this. The next set of options are called as transformation. Just hold and drag it like this. These options are transformation. Okay. So let's start. For example, I am going to draw the setup like this. This is a simple kind of drawing setup I want to draw. The first option in the transformation operation is mirror option. Here we're going to get the option mirror. For that, I'm going to select the drawing first. So here we'll get the option that is called as mirror option. Once you click on the mirror, just click on this reference. First thing, remember, first you have to select the drawing. Select the elements what you want to mirror. Go to the option here, mirror. Once you click on the mirror, I have to select the reference. So this is the reference. Once you click on this line, I'm going to get the mirror like this. That's it. Fine. Control Z. Similarly, I have one more option here that is called as symmetry, similar to the previous option. But if you go to symmetry, we are going to get only the reflection. Select the drawing. Fine. Go to the option here that is called as symmetry. Just select the reference. Once you click on the reference line, we are going to get the symmetry like this. Control Z. Again, select the drawing. The option is called as translate. Translate means move operation. I just want to move this drawing from here to other location. So go to the option. Before going to this option, select the drawing first entirely. Go to the option that is called as translate. Once you click on the translate, I have to select the reference from where you want to move this. I am going to select this point as a reference, the corner top one. Okay. Click, I can move it, I can place it wherever I want. If I place it here, because the duplicate mode is on, if I click on this, I'll get the copied object as well as original object. If I uncheck this and if I place it here, we'll get the only this copied object, will not get the original object. Fine. But I want this duplicate, and whenever we are doing the copy or the move operation, make sure to select the constraints also, because I want with the constraint always. Fine. How many copies you want? 2, 3, 4, 5 copies, whatever you want, you can specify. The space we can modify here itself. Afterwards also we'll get the dimension to modify the spacing. Okay, so I just want to keep it horizontal. Approximately I want to keep it like this. Okay, so you can see the distance, that is approximately 16.47 millimeter. I just want to keep it approximately here. Once you click on this, we are going to get the drawing like this. Fine. This is like a move as well as copy, and copy with multiple elements. Control Z. Again select the drawing. So go to the option here that is called as rotate option. Once you click on the rotate, again we are going to get the options, that is a like dialog box in the definition. Okay, so before going to proceed for these parameter, I have to select the point here, which is the axis point, rotation point. I am going to select this as a point. Okay, so here asking for the angle, I want to give the angle of around, say for example 45 degree. If I click OK, because the duplicate mode is on, I'll get the original object as well as copied one. If you uncheck this, we'll get only the copied, will not get the original one. But I want duplicate mode, as well as if you want to give the number of copies here, you can add the number of copies. If you want to show with the constraints, you can go with the constraints. Okay. Once I click OK, I'm going to get the drawing like this. Fine. So I don't want this. Control Z. Again select the object. I have one more option here that is called as scale option. What is scale? To increase or decrease the overall size of the component, we are going to use this option. Scale. In the scale, we have to mention the scaling factor. I am going to select the scale, asking here the duplicate mode and the value, but we cannot edit this directly. We have to specify one as a reference point. I can select it on the line, on the particular drawing, or the end points outside, wherever you want. I want to specify the point here. Once you click the base point, like a reference point here, now you can see that here I am getting the option to specify the value. So if the value is 1, if I give it as 1, no changes. You'll get the drawing like how it was earlier. If I give, say for example 1.5, it will increase by 1.5. If I give it 2, the drawing becomes double 2. 3 times, 4 times, keep on increasing. If you want to reduce the size, the scale factor, the value should be less than 1. That is like a 0.5, 0.4, 0.3 like that. I want to make it double. I'll give it as 2. Okay. So here we are going to get the option duplicate mode. If the duplicate mode is on, I'll get both the components. If the duplicate mode is off, I'll get only the modified one. I just want to keep only the modified one. Click on OK. Now you can see that whatever the drawing was there, now I'm getting the copy with the double size because the scaling factor was 2. This is called as scale option. Control Z. Again, select the entire drawing or the single drawing for the next option, that is called as offset. If I select the single line, I'll go to offset. I'm going to get the offset like this, right side or left side, whichever the side you want, you can place it like this. Control Z. Select the entire thing, go to the same option again, that is called as offset again. Once you click on the offset, you can see that here we are going to create the offset like this. And one more thing we can do, I can select what we want, say for example this line and this line, go to offset, we can create the offset. Afterwards we'll get the option to do the modification with dimensions. As of now, just keep the dimension as it is, whatever the default dimensions we're getting. So all these options are called as transformation options. Fine. So one more set of option we have with respect to projections. For these options, we require the 3D component here. Once we get inside the 3D, we are going to work on these options. So these are the set of options related to operation toolbar. The next option we have here, that is called as constraints. So here the very important point, two type of constraints are there. Geometrical constraint, that is called as constraint defined in dialog box. The another one is dimensional constraints. So let's first start with the dimensional constraint, then we will come back to this option. Okay, so let's go for this option, dimensional constraint. For that I required some of the drawings. I am going to draw horizontal, okay, and I want to draw like a vertical, because whenever we draw any shape or any drawings, these are the combination of the shapes what we normally get, right? So vertical, horizontal, inclined, okay, and radius or diameter, similarly angular, like this kind of drawings will what we normally get. For this I want to do the dimensions now. Here we are going to get the option constraint. If you click only once, we can do it like dimensioning only once. If you double click on this constraint, we can show the dimension multiple times. Double click on this. I want to add the dimensions here. Just click on this, select the first and second line. I am going to get the angle, whichever the dimension. Just click on that, or you can select point to point also. From this point to this point, you can show the dimension. If you want circle, click on this. You are going to get the dimension like this. Fine. So once the dimension is completed, you want to edit the dimension, just double click on this. The numbers are showing 11.7. I want 10 mm. 10, enter for this. The drawing dimension is changed to 10 mm. Double click on this, 5, enter. This becomes 5. Double click on this. I want 65 degree, enter. The angle is changed to 65 degree. Whatever the dimensions you required. Double click on the diameter. I want to give it as diameter is 15. If you want diameter or radius, if you want radius or diameter, whichever you want, you can select any dimension. Just double click on the number. I can give the numbers, whatever the dimension numbers you want, you can add this one. This is how we can modify the dimensions of the drawing. Fine. Let me give one more example. I am going to select all of this and delete this one. I want to add the dimensions for the drawing. Simply I'll go to rectangle, and whenever I go for the drawing to draw the 2D sketch, I try to keep this origin in the center. I am going to draw approximately like this. You can see that here the coordinate is in the center. It is not mandatory. Wherever you want, you can keep it. But if this coordinate system is in center, okay, so this becomes easy for us to create the 3D models. Okay, so the drawing is completed. Now we can see here we are not selecting any option. Simply I can hold, I can drag it. And if you see carefully, we can change the shape of the drawing as well as we can change the position of the drawing. What I am going to do is, I want to add the dimension. Whenever you are adding the dimension, make sure you must have to add the dimension first on the drawing. So go to the option here, constraint, double click on this. I want to add this dimension and this dimension. That's it. If you want to edit that, yes, double click on this 50 mm, enter, as well as I want to edit this 20 mm, enter for this. Now don't select any option. If I hold and drag it like this, you can see here, the shape is completely fine, intact, because we fixed with the dimension of 50 mm and 20 mm. If I move it, it is like floating kind of drawing. So what I am going to do is, I want to add the dimension with respect to this reference and this reference. These two yellow lines are references. With respect to that, in the vertical direction as well as in the horizontal direction, I want to add the dimension so that I can constrain this. So let's go to the option here. I want to add the dimension, for example, from this reference. What I want this drawing and this coordinate should be in the center to this drawing. So go to the option here, constraint, select this reference and this line. So the dimension is showing around 22.5 millimeter. You want exactly in the center. Double click on this, give it as 25, enter for this. Now the drawing is exactly with respect to horizontal in the symmetric condition. You can see that this particular origin coordinate system is in the center with respect to horizontal. Now if I select and if I try to drag, it is not possible to drag in all the direction. It is possible to drag in certain directions. That means still we need to add some more constraints. So this is called as partial constraint drawing. This is called as partial constraint drawing. That means still we need to add some more dimensions for this. So what we are going to do is, we are going to add the dimension in the vertical direction also. So we are going to select this and this line. I want to add the dimension. Double click on this because I want exactly in the center. I'll give it as 10, enter for this. And if you see this carefully, the complete drawing is in green color. The complete drawing is in green color. This is called as fully constrained drawing. If I try to hold and drag it and all, which is not at all possible, that means whatever the dimensions was like supposed to apply on the drawing, all the dimensions are applied on this. No need to add any dimension, no need to remove any dimensions on this. This is called as iso constrained or fully constrained drawing. Remember, whenever we draw the drawing, try to draw the fully constrained drawing, which is the ideal, the perfect kind of drawing. Fine. For example, if I try to add one more dimension, say for example, I'll go to constraint, I'll try to add one more dimension, you can see that the complete drawing color is changed. Right? So why? Because we know that this vertical is 20 mm, which is already there here. Still I want to add one more dimension of the same, like 20 millimeter. That's why it is showing over constrained drawing. Over constrained, that is the dimensions or the constraint which is not necessary or which is not possible, that type of constraint you added, that is called as over constraint. Fine. So if you want this as a normal drawing like how it was earlier, either I have to delete this or I have to delete this one. Select and delete this. This becomes like a normal fully constrained drawing. And remember, if the drawing is fully constrained, that is perfect. Partial constraint is also okay. If there is no constraint, is also okay. But we recommend always with the dimension. But still, remember one important thing, if the drawing is over constrained, it is not possible to convert that drawing into 3D model. Fine. So make sure drawing should not be over constrained and make sure drawing should be iso constrained or fully constrained drawing. Clear? Fine. That's it. This is with respect to the constraint part. We have some more option with respect to constraint. For example, whenever we draw the drawing, say I just want to go for one more example. Let me draw the simple setup like this. Okay. A simple randomly we have to draw, afterwards we can modify the dimension. I am going to get the drawing like this. Okay. For this, I want to add the dimensions. Okay. So go to the option here, constraint, double click on this. I want to add this vertical dimension. I want to add this horizontal dimension. Similarly, I want to add this vertical dimension. Okay. I want to add this vertical dimension. And remember, we cannot add this vertical dimension. If I try to add this, this becomes over constrained because we have this total dimension and we have these two dimensions. Of course, the remaining dimension is this one, right? So don't add the dimension for this line. Similarly, horizontal, this dimension I want to add, this dimension I want to add. No need to add the dimension for this because we have full dimension here and we have these two dimensions. Obviously, the remaining dimension is this one. Okay, that's it. The dimension part is completed. I want to edit the dimension. If you want to edit, double click on this. How much you want? Say for example, I want around 20 millimeter. 20, enter for this. If I give 20, you can see that the complete shape of the drawing is changed. So what I want is, after doing the dimension like this, we have one more option in the constraint toolbar. At last here, edit multi-constraint. What is this edit multi-constraint? That means we can edit the multiple dimensions in one go. So go for this option, click on that, the first one, which one? The topmost. How much you wanted? 20 mm. Go to the second one, you can see that here, which is the second one, this one, 20 mm. Go to the third one, which is the dimension, this one, 20 mm. Again, don't enter, okay? Just go for this, which one? This one, 20 mm. Go for the next one, which one? This is, I want as a 60 mm. The next one, which one? I want vertical 60 mm. So these are the dimensions I wanted. Click on OK. Once you click OK, fit all in. You can see that now the drawing is exactly with the dimensions what I wanted. Now what I want to make it as a fully constrained. Okay. So go to dimension. One dimension is with respect to reference because I want this drawing in the center. That means the origin coordinate should be in the center. In the vertical direction, the dimension must be 30. Similarly, horizontal, from this line to this reference, the dimension, double click on this, give it as 30, enter for this. Once I give 30, enter, because the total dimension was 60 here. Now we can see that the complete drawing is fully constrained or iso constrained drawing. The option was called as edit constraint. In the edit multi constraint, we can edit the multiple constraints, multiple dimensions in one go. Fine. So this is what we call it as edit multi-constraint option. Clear? Fine. So anyway, so let's go for the next option. The next option, I want to go back to the first one, that is called as constraint define in dialog box. That is geometrical constraint, because whenever we draw any drawings, make sure we have to make a combination of geometrical constraints as well as dimensional constraints. Fine. So let's go to the option here. Before going to start, you can see that here this particular icon is deactivated. Fine. So anyway, I'm going to draw the drawing. First line, I'm going to draw one more. Second one, go to the option circle here. Okay. And I want to draw one more circle here, right? Just I want to keep it like this. Fine. You can see here, I cannot click on this icon directly. First, you have to select the drawing on which you want to apply the geometrical constraint. I want to apply the geometrical constraint on this point. So select the point first, then only you can able to click on this icon. I want to apply geometrical constraint on this point. Select it, a single point, just a single point. Go for this option. Once I click on this, what are the possible constraints I can apply it on this particular point that get activated here? I can only fix this. If I fix this point and click OK, this point is completely fixed here. We cannot move this point. We cannot do anything with this point because this point is completely fixed. Control Z, Control Z. Okay. Again, instead of selecting the single point, hold Control. Hold Control in the keyboard and select this point. These 2 points are selected. Go for the same option, constraint define in dialog box. Here we have your option fee. Because I selected 2 points, this time I'm getting the fix as well as I'm getting the option to coincide and the distance. If you want to show the distance, you can show it, or you want to make it coincide, you can coincide. Okay for this. Those 2 points are now coincided. Control Z, select the single line. Click on this option. What are the things I can show? I can convert the drawing into horizontal, vertical. I can show the length of that. I can make it fixed. Whichever required for you, you can select. I want to make it horizontal or vertical. Select it and OK. That's it. The drawing becomes vertical. Instead of the single line, I'm going to select 1 and 2. Select these two. Go to the option here. You can check that what are the reference, what are the constraints, what are the constraints are activated. I can make it parallel, perpendicular. I can show the angle also. Whatever the constraints you want, you can apply. For example, I want perpendicular. Okay, for this one, these two becomes perpendicular. Okay, so select the circle and circle. So that means whenever we go for the geometrical constraint, whatever the drawings we are selecting, with respect to that only I am getting the options activated. I can make it concentricity or I can go for the tangency. Click on OK. We are going to get the drawing like this. Fine. I am going to select this point and line. The next option is with respect to symmetric. This is the reference line. Whatever the distance on the left side, it should equal on the right side. Go for the same option. If you want symmetric, you can select the symmetric. Fine. But I don't want this. Click on the option cancel. I'm going to select the point and the line. Just a point and the line. Go for the option. The midpoint is activated. What is midpoint? This point is going to coincide with the midpoint of this line. Okay, so that means whenever we select any drawing, whatever the set of drawings we are going to select that, the option get activated. Click on this. What are the possible geometrical constraints we can apply it on this particular drawing that get activated? Okay, you just need to select it and click OK. We are going to get the options to edit it also with respect to dimension. Fine. So this is called as geometrical constraints. So whenever we make a drawings, okay, whatever the drawings, we have to make a combination of 2D drawing as well as we have to make a combination of dimensional constraint and geometrical constraint to get the proper drawing. Fine. So we have one more option inside this. Okay, that is called as contact constraint. So this, once we go to 3D modeling, we'll work a little more on this one. And let's go for one more option here. So the one more option we have is fix together. What is this fix together? For example, I'm going to select this one drawing. I can just hold and drag it. It's like an independent, right? I can select together. I can move it like this, like a group. So instead of selecting like all of these drawings every time, we have an option here that is called as fix together. It's like a pin. Go to the option fix together. I want these two as well as I want these two. All should be like a single group. All should be like a single group. Click OK. You can see this icon here. Fine. This is like a group now. I can hold and drag it a single line. Just hold and drag it all together as like a single group. Wherever you want, you can place it. Once it is done, I can select this and delete the constraint. Now you can see that here all these are like a separate entities. This is called as fixed together. This is called as fixed together. Inside this also we have one more option that is called as auto constraint. This option also, once we start working on the 3D modeling, we'll go for that option. Fine. We have last one more option here that is called as animate constraint. We want to do the animation. Let me give the example. Okay, so let's go for circle. The option is called as animate constraint. That means dimension. So I'll go to constraint. I want to add the constraint here. So I can do the animation for a single constraint. So go for this option. I have to select the constraint. This is the constraint. Select it. I am getting the option here. What is the first value? You can give whatever you want. This is only for the animation purpose. At last, where you want to stop it till 50, for example, in how many steps it should like move? I want in 20 steps. So click on the option here, play. You can see that here it's starting from 0 to 20 steps. So what is the dimension? Starting from 0 till 50. How many steps? 0 to 20. I want to increase the steps because I want smooth. 50 steps. Click on the play. You can see that here 50 steps. Again, you want even more smoother. I want to go for 100. Click on this. You can see here. I'm going to get the animation like this. So we have like a music player. We have some 4 options here. The first option was one shot or only single time. I have one more option, reverse. If the reverse is on, click on the play. You can see that it goes again, come back to the initial position. Stop. That's it. Like a single cycle. I have one more option here, that is loop. Click on the loop, click on the play option. You can see that here it's repeatedly going to work the same thing until I stop it manually. I have one more option here, stop it, go for this option, repeat. Click on the repeat option, click on the play. Once I click on the play, you can check that here. Again, it comes to the initial position. Again, it starts from the initial position. If you want to hide the constraint, you can hide the constraint. That's it. Once you click on cancel, you will get the drawing like how it was earlier. Fine. So this is the example with respect to animate constraint. Let me create one setup of piston cylinder so that I can explain better. Let me draw a simple circle. I want to draw it like this. Okay. So let me go for rectangle. I just want to create the cylinder. Okay, fine. Let's go to the option here, trim option. So open this, double click on this. I just want to trim this one and I want to create the piston and the connecting rod and all. Go to rectangle. I want to create like this. Fine. Go to profile. So here I want to keep it like this. So now add all the possible dimensions to this drawing. Make sure no over constraint. Find all the possible dimensions. All the possible dimensions. Select one, all the dimensions. Whatever the dimensions are showing here. So make sure to add all the dimensions. At last, add one vertical dimension with reference and one horizontal dimension with reference. Now you can see, don't select this dimension, uncheck this, you can see the setup. The complete drawing is in green color except this rectangle and these lines. We'll come to that also. Don't select any option, just hold this point. You can drag it like this. Can you see this is the moment what I wanted? I want this to be like a rotation and this should be reciprocate. That means we have to give the angle here. Okay. Go to the option constraint, select the first and second. I'm going to get the angular like this. I have to make an animation for this one. So go to the option here that is called as animate constraint. Select this number, the angle. Once you click on this, from where you want to start, I want to start from 0 degree. I want to go till what? 360 degree. 360. Click on the option play. You can see that here how I'm going to get like this. So you don't want 100 step. I want, say, for example, 35 steps. I have an option here, repeat, because I want this to repeat. Once you click on repeat, see here what's going to happen. I'm going to get like a continuous motion like this. If you want to hide the constraint, just click on the hide constraint. We can see that how the motion is going to show in the animate constraint option. That's it. And once you click on cancel, Once you click on cancel, no difference. Again, you'll get the drawing like how it was earlier. This is some details regarding the graphical output from the animate constraint. Clear? Fine. So this the complete set of options what I explained. Okay, this is related to 2D sketches like Sketcher to draw the 2D sketches. Remember Catia, in the Catia we are going to create a complete 3D modeling, whether it's a part design, assembly, sheet metal, surface modeling. For all of that, this 2D is very much important because without this 2D we cannot able to create any kind of 3D. If you want to create even the simple kind of a 3D component, you must have to create the 2D drawing first. If you create the 2D drawing with proper constraint, dimensional and geometrical, then only we can go for 3D models. This is the entire content regarding the sketcher part in Catia. Fine. The previous video, we worked with the sketch part, that is a 2D part of the Catia where we used to draw the 2D sketches. Okay. So for this now we are going to start with the part design, part modeling. So here we are going to get again, I just want to get inside the Catia once again. Just double click on this. Fine. If you double click, again we are going to get inside the Catia interface. This time I am going to work on, that is a part design. So once you double click on this, this is the interface what we are going to get. Just close this inside window. Okay, so just close the inside window. Normally whenever we get inside the Catia, we'll get the different type of workbenches here. Fine. So we are going to close that. Just close this one. We are going to start with the second workbench, that is a part design or part modeling. So first we completed the sketcher part, that is a 2D. Now we are going to work on the 3D, that is a part design. Why we want 2D here is, if you want to create anything as a 3D, first we should know the 2D part, that is a sketcher part. Okay, that's very important. Without 2D, we cannot able to create the 3D. Fine. So just go back to that video and check that whatever the portion we completed as a 2D part. Fine. Let's go to the option here, start. We are starting with the part design. Click on the mechanical design. Here we are going to get the option that is called as part design. Once you click on the part design, it is asking for the name of the part. You can add the name here itself or you can keep it default. Okay, I just want to keep it default. Click OK. Once I click OK, we are going to get inside the interface like this. Fine. So the very important option we have, okay, the toolbars, sketch based features. These options we required to create the 3D models. Sketch based features means we are going to use 2D sketches to work on these operations. Then we are going to use the option dress up features. What is dress up features? For example, if you already created the 3D model, I want to do the modification on that, then we are going to use the option dress up features. I have one more option that is called as transformation features. What is this transformation features? Whatever the 3D models or the components we create, if you want to move that, rotate, pattern, whatever the operations, we require transformation features. And one more important option we have, that is called as reference elements. Fine. This is the another advanced toolbar, reference elements. In this we are going to get some 3 options. To create the reference elements like point, line and plane, we are going to use this particular toolbar that is called as reference element. You can use the options from this toolbar, or if you go to the option here insert, you can see that here we are going to get the same set of options. If you want to choose the options from here, you can choose the options from here also. Fine. And make sure these toolbars should be here. If these toolbars are not there, for example, sketch based features, it will be somewhere on the right side, vertical or wherever, whatever the position of that particular toolbar. Search it, hold and drag, hold shift and keep it in the horizontal orientation. If this toolbar is not available here, for example, just right click on the right side, just right click, you can see that I am going to get the set of toolbars. Okay, so select the toolbar from here. For example, I wanted sketch based features. If you scroll to the bottom, you can see the small arrow here. Here I am going to get the option sketch based feature. Okay, so make sure the check, automatically we are going to get the toolbars here. Fine. So before going to start from the option, let me explain some interface of this particular part design. Okay, very important here. You can see that the name of the part, we kept it default, that is a part 1. we are going to get the three planes XY, YZ, ZX. In the part design, that is a 3D modeling. This is very much important. And here XY, YZ, ZX, what is this? These are the planes. We can see that here these are the three planes what we have. And I'm going to get the part body. Below that, we are going to get all the operations, whatever we are going to perform on the graphic area. Fine. So as we know that this is the compass, right? Once we start working on the assembly, we are going to take the help of this option. And here we are going to work on one more very important option. We can see that on the right side, this is called as sketch. We are going to use this icon to draw the 2D sketch on the planes. Fine. And as usual, we are going to get the common toolbar here at the bottom. This is called as view toolbar. Like zoom in, zoom out, rotate, fit, all those options are available here. Okay. So let's start from the option one by one. The first option, that is called as pad option. So normally in other softwares, we heard about the extrusion. Similarly, we are going to get the option here, pad. So before going to start from this option, first I need to draw the 2D sketch. This is the simplest method I'm explaining. I have to select the plane to draw the 2D sketch first, then go to the option here, pad, pocket, whatever the operation. Then we can convert that into 3D. Fine. So if you want to draw the sketch on the right side, here we are going to get the toolbar. This is the sketch. Okay. So click on this icon. The option name is also sketch. Once I click on the sketch, once I click on this, now we have to select the plane on which plane you want to draw the sketch. For example, I am going to select this plane. You can see that here on the left side, XY plane is highlighting. Select the plane. Once you click on the plane, we'll back to the normal interface of the sketcher. We already done this one, right? So go to the sketch, whatever the sketch you want, we can draw. For example, I'll go to centered rectangle. I want to draw the sketch like this. I want to add the dimensions. Okay. I just want to double click on this, give it as 150 mm, enter, double click on this 100 mm, enter for this. This is the rectangle. Exit workbench. I'm going to get the sketch, right? So I want to convert this into 3D. If you see, this sketch is already selected. If it is already selected, it's fine. You can directly click on the pad or click on the screen. And remember, as I said, we must require the 2D sketch to create the 3D components. If you don't have 2D sketch, we cannot create the 3D. Fine. Now we can see here, click on the screen, sketch is not selected. Click on the option here, pad. Once I click on the pad, I'm going to get the dialog box. It is asking for the profile. So where is the profile? There is a sketch. I'm going to select the sketch. You can see that here, no selection. I'm going to click on the sketch. Once I click on the sketch, in the vertical above direction, it is adding the height of around 20 millimeter. And if you go to the types, we have various methods here. We'll come to these options one by one. You can see the length is 20. I don't want 20, I want 50. If you give 50, so just move the cursor, just click on the screen here. Just click on the screen, you can see the preview. If you want proper preview, click on the preview here. You can see actually as a solid component. Fine. How much ever you want. I want 75 mm. Just click on the screen. You can see that here's 75 mm. Click on the preview. You can see the height. If you want to modify the dimension here, double click on this. I want 35, enter. Click on the preview. If I click OK, that's it. I'm going to get this as a 3D solid. Other than this, I have one more option here that is called as mirror extend. Mirror extend, what will happen once I click on this, whatever the dimension above the sketch was there, the same dimension would be below the sketch. Click on the preview, you can see that above is 35. Automatically the below is also 35. The total dimension becomes 70 millimeter. Fine. I don't want this mirror extend. Uncheck this, click on the preview. I have one more option here that is called as reverse direction. Click on this reverse direction or click on this arrow here. Once I click on the arrow, we can change the direction. Whichever the direction you want, you can keep it. Otherwise, click on here, click on the preview. You can see that whether you want below or click on preview. Other if you want like in the above direction, you can keep it like this. Fine. And one more option we have here that is called as more. Once you click on the more, on the right side, you can see that second limit. The first limit is 35 millimeter. In the second limit, I want to add the depth of around, say, for example, 10 millimeter. That is below the sketch is 10 millimeter. Just click here. Now we can see that 10 millimeter, above is 35 millimeter. Click on the preview. I'm going to get like this. If you want uniform above the sketch and below the sketch, make sure to click on the mirror extend. Or just go to the option here, second limit. If you don't want uniform, I want 75 and 35. click on the preview. The below is 75, above is 35. And if you want to modify the dimension here also, just you can double click on this number. I can modify, for example, 50 mm, enter, click on the preview, you can see the change in dimension. Fine. I don't want second limit. I just want to go for this here. Keep it as 0. So this is 35, which is above the sketch. Click on the preview. You can see that here. How does it looks like? I have one more option here that is called as thickness. If I click OK, this is the solid model. I don't want this as a solid model. I want it as like a thickness. Okay, that's like a hollow component. Click on the thick. Once I click on the thick, we have two options here. Thickness 1 and thickness 2. Thickness 1 from the sketch inside, thickness 2 from the sketch outside. What I want to give inside 1 millimeter, outside 1 millimeter, total thickness is 2 millimeter. Click on the preview, you can see that how does it looks like. If you want to zoom in and zoom out, you can go for this option. Can you see that at the bottom? Just click on this, zoom in, zoom out. Okay, apart from this, we have one more option here that is called as rotate option. Click on this rotate, click on this, hold the left click, move the mouse. Just hold the left click, select the option, hold the left click and move the mouse. This is called as rotate option. Then if you want to do the pan, here pan means moving the screen. Go to pan, hold the left click, move the mouse. This is called as pan. We can move the screen like this. Leave the left click, automatically we'll get the pop-up dialog box like this. You want like normal how it was earlier. Click on this here, isometric view at the bottom. Click on the isometric view. Click on this yellow icon, fit all in. Now we can see here how it looks like. I want little bit zoom in. I want to keep here. And one more thing, we added the thickness. Can you see that here? Let me zoom in a little more. You can see this dotted line is actual sketch. Inside is 1 mm, outside is 1 mm. Total is 2 mm thickness. Fine. That's it. If I click OK, this is the final component, but I don't want like this. So what I'm going to do, uncheck this one, uncheck, click on the preview. OK for this, you can see that here how I'm going to get the solid component like this. And one more thing on the left side, if you see this here, the component is saved. The operation is saved. Whatever you want to do the modification, what you want to modify, for example, sketch, double click on the sketch. You can do the modification. I don't want 150. I want 200. Enter, exit workbench. You can see the modification of the component. This is called as pad option. Pad. Fine. And Control Z, just Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Just we are going step back. This is the single sketch you have. If you want to edit this sketch, you can double click on this sketch here. This is the part body, right? Open this, double click on this one, or you can double click on this sketch. Now again, we can edit this. What I'm going to do, I'm trying to add the multiple sketches. Okay, so let's go to circle, and whenever we are drawing the multiple sketches, don't overlap it. Okay, so I just want to keep it like this. Fine. I just want to keep it somewhere like this. Okay, so go to the option here. I'm just creating the multiple sketches inside this. So totally how many sketches? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. If you want to add the dimensions for this, you can add the dimension. Exit workbench. Once I click on the exit workbench, again we'll back to the normal part design. Once you go to pad, if I select the sketch, give the height how much ever you want. Once I click OK, you can see that here how we are going to get the 3D component. And normally we know about the zoom in, zoom out and rotate, orbit options and all, right? Otherwise, in the mouse, just hold the center wheel, press and hold the center wheel of the mouse and move the mouse. This is called as pan. Center wheel, move the mouse, pan. Hold the center wheel as well as hold the right click of the mouse. Center wheel as well as right click of the mouse, move the mouse. This is called as rotate option. Both center wheel and right click. Hold both and move the mouse. This is called as orbit or rotate option. Just click on the isometric, fit all in. Normally we'll get the standard orientation. If you want zoom in and zoom out, just hold the center wheel of the mouse. Hold the center wheel of the mouse and keep it like that only. Right click, just click and leave it. Center wheel, hold and keep it. Right click, just click and leave it. Click and leave it. Just move the mouse forward and backward. Zoom in, zoom out. Zoom in, zoom out. Center wheel hold. Right click, just click and leave it. Zoom in, zoom out. Zoom in, zoom out. Just we have to move the cursor. That is move the mouse. So you can see that here how we are going to get the zoom in, zoom out. So this is how we are going to get the output if I draw the multiple sketches. Again, Control Z. Inside this, we have one more option. The second option I'll tell you, this is the combination of three operations. Next, we have your option multiple pad or multipad. If you have a multiple sketches like this, I want to convert that into 3D. Click on the option multipad, select the sketch. Once I click on the sketch, select the first one, this one. How much is the height you want? Around 10 mm. Go for the second sketch, click on this, how much you want? 20 mm. Third one, the overall 3 mm. The fourth one, I want to go for, say for example, 5 mm. Click on the option preview. Okay, for this, we can see that here we can add the thickness or the height with the various dimension. That is called as multi-pad option. Pad and multi-pad. Okay, so I don't want that. Control Z. Fine. So this is the sketch we have. I want to add the material for this. Go back to the operation pad. I'm going to select this. I want to add the dimension of, say for example, 50 mm. Enter. This is the block I have. Now the next option we are going to get here, that is called as pocket option. Pocket means I want to remove the material. That is called as pocket. So go to the option here, pocket, exactly same like pad, but in the pocket we are going to remove the material. So before going to start from this, I want a 2D sketch. Simply go to the option sketch icon where you want to draw the sketch. You can select the plane to draw the sketch, as well as you can select the flat surface. You can select the flat surface to draw the sketch. I want to draw it on this surface. Select the surface what you want to draw. For example, I want to draw a circle. Start from the center, draw the circle. I want to add the diameter of 35 mm. Enter for this. Exit workbench. Okay, so the sketch is completed. Exit workbench. Whatever the operations we are done in the pad, the same thing we are going to do in the pocket also. So click on the option pocket. Sketch is already selected. Depth is in downward direction, upward and downward. I want downward, but I don't want 50 mm. I want to go for 35 mm. Click on the option preview. You can see that here. How does it looks like? Fine. If you want to rotate and check this, how it looks like. Fine. And as usual, we know about the mirror extent. Whatever the dimension below, we'll get the same dimension above also, but above this we don't have a material, but so there is no use of this above. I don't want that. Similarly, go to the option more. If you go for the second limit, I want to go for 25 second limit. Click on the preview. Above is 25, below is 35. There is no use of above, but still we can give the parameters here. Fine. Give it as 0. Go to the option here, reverse direction. We can give the reverse direction like this. Above or below. Above there is no material, below is the material, right? And one more thing I want with respect to thickness. So click on the thickness. So I want 1 mm, which is inside the sketch. Click on the preview. The 1 mm is inside the sketch. Go to again, thickness 2 also 1 mm. Total is like a 2 mm, 1 mm and 1 mm. How much is the depth of this one? Depth is around 35 mm. But I don't want thickness. If I click OK, the work is completed. But I have one more arrow here. This arrow is below and above. And this arrow is showing inside the circle. I'm going to click on this arrow. It is going to show outside the circle. Click on the preview. This is this particular arrow. If you want to reverse the sides, you can see that here reverse side. I can click on this one, or you can click on this arrow inside preview, outside preview. You are going to get the shape. Fine. But I want inside. Click on the option OK. Now you can see that how we are going to get the operation. This is called as pocket. Pad adding material, pocket removing material. Fine. Again, Control Z, Control Z. Okay, you can see the sketch here. Double click on the sketch so that we can edit the sketch. If you double click, we can edit the sketch. I am drawing the multiple sketches. First, second, like just draw multiple. Fine. So make sure no overlap. No overlap. Fine. I want to draw it like this. If you want to add the dimensions for this, you can add it. Exit from the workbench. So open this here. We are going to get one more option that is called as multi-pocket. Multi-pocket option. If you go to multi-pocket, select the sketch here. Once I click on this, which is the first one, that one. How much is the depth you want? Around 25. The second one, the entire one, go to 5. Go to the third one, give it as 15. Go to the next one. How much you want? Around, say, for example, 12.5. You can give 12.5. Click on the option OK. Once I click OK, now you can see that here with the various depth, I can remove the material. That is called as multi-pocket option. pad, multi-pad, pocket and multi-pocket. Fine. Again, Control Z. I don't want this one. I just want to go for the option again, sketch. I removed everything. Go to sketch again. Select the surface to draw the sketch. I am going to draw the rectangle random. If you want to add the dimensions for this, you can add it. Exit workbench. So here pad option, we already know that. If you open here, we are going to get the option drafted, filleted, pad. This is the combination of draft, that is a taper, fillet, the corners are smooth, and pad, we can add the height also. Anyway, so go for this option. Now it is asking to select the sketch. I'm going to click on the sketch. Once I click on the sketch, I'm going to get the yellow box here. The first thing it is asking second limit. I have to select the second limit. This is the second limit. The reference where the sketch is, that is a second limit. Just click on this one. Now the first parameter is a draft. How much is the taper you want? I want to give the taper of 10 degree from first limit. From the top downwards is 10 degrees. Asking for the fillet. Depth length is already added here, 50 millimeter. And here we have three fillets: lateral, first limit fillet and second limit. First limit means top, second limit means bottom, lateral means these joint edges are lateral radius. How much you want lateral? For example, 1 mm. How much you want first limit? I want example 2 mm. How much you want second limit? 5 mm. So click on the option preview. Now you can see that here how we are going to get like this: 1 mm radius, here 2 mm radius, here 5 mm radius. Angle is from the top in the bottom direction around how much? 10 degrees. If you want from second limit, you can change the second limit also. I want to keep the first limit. Okay, for this one, you can see that how we are going to get the combination of three operations: pad, draft and fillet. Control Z. Again, I want to use the same sketch. Inside this, we have the option drafted, filleted, pocket. Select the sketch. After selecting the sketch, same step. It is asking to select the second limit. Select the same reference, select it, and things are same. I want depth is 25. Angle, I want to keep it 10 degree. And here, if you want to change the radius, you can change the radius. I want to keep it default. Okay, for this one, you can see that how we are going to get the combination of three operations: drafted, filleted, pocket. Clear? So these are the options related to pad and pocket operations. Let's go for the next option. For that, I'm going to select all of these operations. Okay, I can select all of this and delete, or select everything from the component here. 3D model, just press delete button, click on OK, we can delete. Let's go to the next option, that is called as shaft. Go to the option sketch here, select the plane. I'm going to select this plane. I want to draw a sketch. What is shaft means? I want to add the material in the revolving form. I am going to draw the sketch. For example, this is the first line. Okay, whatever the profile you want, you can draw, but try to draw it like a close profile. Fine. Try to draw it like a close profile. I want to draw the profile like this. Okay, I want to revolve this profile with respect to this as a axis, or with respect to this as a axis, or if you want other, you can draw the axis like this. Anyway, exit workbench. This is the sketch I have. Very simple. Click on the option that is called as shaft. Once I click on the shaft, asking for the profile, obviously, which is the profile. This is the profile. Profile is selected. You can see the exclamatory mark here asking for the axis. I can select this as an axis, this as an axis, whichever the edge you want, you can select. I'm going to select this vertical reference. Once you select the reference, here asking for the first angle and second angle. First angle is showing 360 degree. Addition of these two should not be more than 360. What I'm going to do is I want to give it 180. Click on the preview. I'm going to get the 180 like this. And we have one more option here. You can see the direction. In this direction, it is 180. If you want, you can click on this. Click on the preview. In this direction, 180. Whichever the direction you want, you can keep it. Click on the preview. I have one more option, thick profile. If I go to thick profile, how much thickness you want? Inside and outside, I want 3 mm inside. Outside, no, I don't want outside. Click on the preview. You can see the shape here, how we are going to get the shape like this. Clear? If you don't want this thickness, uncheck this one. Click on the preview. For example, I want 270 degree. Enter. I am going to get the block of 270 degree. This is called as shaft operation. In the same way, I want to remove the material, that is called as groove operation. Fine. So let's start. Go to the option sketch, because without sketch it is not possible. click on the sketch, select the reference. For example, I am going to select this surface. Once you click on this surface, I want to draw a sketch. You can draw the multiple sketches or the single sketch. And whenever we are selecting the reference, make sure the reference must be flat. You cannot select the circular references to draw the sketch. So go to the option here, circle. I want to draw a circle. I want to draw, say for example, one of the rectangle like this. Okay, you can draw multiple sketches. Okay, I want to draw a circle here. 3 sketches. Exit from the workbench. You can see how I'm going to get like this. Now what I want to revolve this sketch with respect to axis, but I want to remove the material. Sketch is already selected. The option is called as groove option. So I'm going to click on the groove. Once I click on the groove, sketch is already selected, asking for the axis. So this is the axis. So you can see the angle is 270, but it is showing in this direction. Just click on this arrow. It will be in the opposite direction. That's it. And thickness and all, I don't want thickness as of now. Click on the preview. You can see that how it's going to remove the material. If you want thickness, you can add the thickness. Click on the preview. Thickness is 3 millimeter. You can see the thickness is 3 millimeter. We don't want thickness. Just click on OK. Now you can see that here how it's going to remove the material. So these are the two options. One is a shaft to add the material and groove is to remove the material. Let's continue from the next option. The next option here is that is called as hole option. If you want to create the hole, what I'm going to do is delete everything. Go to the option sketch, select the plane. I want to draw a sketch. For example, I'm just creating the block so that we can remove the material. I just want like a small rectangle. Exit from the workbench, go to the option here, pad. I want a height of around 50 mm, enter. Click on the isometric, fit all in. You can see the block here, right? So here I'm going to get the option that is called as hole. It's very simple. Click on the hole, click on the surface. But if you want in the exact location, what I'm going to do is click on the sketch. Select the reference where you want to create the hole. I want a hole at this surface. Select this one. Now we have to create the point. I want a hole at this location. If you select it, I'm going to get the point. I have to add the dimension so that I can create the hole in exact location, horizontal dimension and vertical dimension. What I want is 35 vertical, 40 horizontal. Exit workbench. You can see that here how I'm going to get the point like this. Now go to the option here that is called as hole. Once you click on the hole where you want to create the hole at this point, select the point and select the surface. Select the point and surface. Now I'm getting the options to do the modifications. All the parameters given, just modify. How much is the diameter? 10 mm. How much is the depth you want? Around, say for example 20 mm. Click on the preview. I am going to get the hole. At the bottom you can see bottom is flat. If you want bottom is V bottom, click on the preview. The bottom is V bottom. If you want flat bottom, keep it flat. Click on the preview. I have type of holes here. Once I click on the type what we are creating, there is a simple type. I'm going to open this. If you want tapered, once I click on the taper, we are going to get the taper type of hole. Whatever the dimension angle you want, you can modify. Click on the preview. Similarly, we are going to get the option counter bore here. Click on the preview. Counter bore, we can see that small yellow line. There is a horizontal dimension and the depth of this top bore. Fine. Diameter is 15 mm and the depth is 5 mm. Other than that, we have an option here counter sunk. Counter sunk, you can see the taper here. I'm going to get the taper like this. If you want to modify the depth and angle, or if you want to modify the depth, diameter, the angle and diameter, whichever you want, you can select from this. Click on the preview. I am going to get the taper like this. I have one more option, counter drill. Counter drill is a combination of counter bore and counter sunk. Counter bore and counter sunk. Modify the dimensions if you want. Whichever the type of hole you want, you can select from this one. For example, I want counter bore. Click on the option preview. You can see that how I am going to get the particular hole. And we have one more option here that is called as thread definition. Once I click on the thread definition, we can create the cosmetic thread. Okay, that cosmetic threading means we can able to see this type of threads in the drafting. When we do the proper drafting of this component, we can able to see the threading that is called as cosmetic threading. Anyway, if you want to apply the threading, just we have to click here threaded part and we have to modify the parameters. Otherwise, we have a separate option here, threading or tapping. We can go for this option also to add the thread separately. Anyway, if you want it, just click on this one. We are going to get the options here to do the modification. How much is a thread depth, thread diameter, pitch and all, just modify it. If you click OK, we are going to get the thread operation. That's it. But it is not visible here because this is the cosmetic threading. That is only possible to see it in the drafting part. Okay. But as of now, I just want to keep it default. Click on the option. Here also we have some standards also. If you want to use the standards, you can use it. Click on OK. I am going to get the threading here. But if you see this carefully, no changes because that is called as cosmetic threading. If you want to properly show it like a graphically the proper thread, for that we have a different option. But using this default option what we tried, that is called as cosmetic threading. And if we see it here on the left side, the operation is created. That is a thread. Can you see that here? If you see the icon, we can see the thread symbol inside that. Fine. If you want double click on this, you can check the parameters, whatever the thread parameters. So this is how we are going to create the hole with the thread. Let's start from the next option. Let me select this and delete. Here we are going to get the next option here, that is called as rib option. For the rib, we have to draw two sketches. One is the path, okay, whatever the shape of the path, and one is a cross section. The cross section is going to follow the path, that is called as rib option. Fine. In the same way, we are going to remove the material, that is called as slot option. This is rib and this is slot. Let's go to the option here, click on the option sketch. Once I click on the sketch, select the plane. For example, I'm going to select YZ plane. I want to draw a sketch. For example, the cross section is circle. I want to draw a circle with the diameter of, say, for example, 25 mm. 25, enter for this. Exit from the workbench. I have to select the perpendicular plane. Select the perpendicular plane, click on the sketch. I am going to create the path. However you want, you can draw the path. I'll go to the polyline. That is a profile operation. Okay. So I'm going to select this profile. Let me start from this point. Okay. I want to keep it horizontal. This is horizontal. I want to keep it vertical. Again, I want to keep this horizontal or inclined. I'm going to get the shape like this. Exit workbench. Now you can see that here we have two things. One is circle and one is path. Let's go to the option that is called as rib operation. Once I click on the rib, we are going to get the option to select the profile and the path. Click on the option rib here, asking for the profile. What is the profile? This is the profile. Here asking for the curve. This is the curve. Okay. So if I click on the option preview, this is the solid component what we are going to get. If you don't want this as a solid object, we have an option here, thick profile. Click on the thick profile. Okay, for this one, I want to give 1 mm inside, 1 mm outside. Total thickness is 2 mm. So this becomes like a hollow object. The total thickness is 2 mm. If you want with thickness, you can keep it with thickness. Otherwise, uncheck this. Okay, isometric view. You can see that here how I am going to get the component like this. This is called as rib option. In the same way, I want to remove the material. The option is called as slot operation. For the slot, what I am going to do, because the operation is remove the material, I am going to create the material first. Okay, so let me create a block like this. Fine, I just want to create the simple block. This is the rectangle. Exit workbench, go to pad, add the dimension. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to start from the option that is called as slot. For the slot, I have to create the path and the cross section. Condition remains same. It should be perpendicular to each other. Go to the option sketch. Select the reference where you want to draw the sketch. For example, I want to draw it like, say, for example, again profile. I want to draw the sketch like this. Fine. I want to keep it like this. Exit from the workbench. So which is the perpendicular reference for this line? This is the perpendicular. Select that, go to the option sketch option. You can see the point here, point. This is the point as a center reference. I want to draw a circle. Okay. I want to add the dimension for this. The diameter is 8 mm. Enter. Make sure this point, hold control this point. Select both these points. Go to the option geometrical constraint, click on the option coincide OK. Exit workbench. You can see that here how I am going to get the circle which is perpendicular to the path. So let's go to the option here slot, click on the slot, select the circle and the path. That's it. Click on the option OK. You can see that here how it's removing the material on the solid component. Fine. These options are this is the option that is called as rib option and slot operation. Let's continue from the next option. Let me select this and delete this one. We have two options in the next set. If I open that, here we are going to get two options. Let's start from the first option, solid combine. So we are going to draw two sketches which is on the perpendicular plane, and we are going to combine that and create the solid that is called as solid combine. So let's go to the option, a simple example. Click on the sketch, select the plane. I want to draw a sketch. Go to the option here, profile. Let me start from here. I want to draw it like a rectangle. Sorry, triangle. I am drawing the triangle. Okay, I want to add the dimension for this one. So I'm going to select this line and I want to add this two dimensions as well as this dimension. Fine. I want to give the dimension of around 15 mm. Enter. And I want to give the angle of 60 degree. Enter. Fine. I want to give this length of around 15. Enter for this. Fine. Now go to the option again, dimension from here to here. I want to give it around, say for example 5 mm. Enter. Fine. Now what I want is I have to draw another sketch. I have to draw another sketch on the perpendicular plane. Exit workbench, select the plane, go to the option sketch. Fine. So let's try to draw the drawing with the same dimension. I am going to draw it like this, first line, second line and third line. I want to add the dimension for this one. I am going to select this line and angle between these two. Double click on this 15 mm, enter. Double click 15 mm, enter and modify the angle with 60. Okay, this is like a equilateral triangle. Okay, I am going to select the reference here. I want to add 5. Exit workbench. So these are the two triangles we have. I just want to combine these two. The option is here. Just open this. Go to the option solid combine. So click on the solid combine. Select the first sketch and second sketch. That's it. Select the first and the second. Okay, for this one, you can see the shape of the component, how we are going to get. You can draw any drawings you want. One drawing is on one plane. Another drawing is on the perpendicular plane. The option is called as solid combine. Let's go for the next option. Let me select all of this again, delete this one. So just open this. Here we are going to get the option that is called as stiffener. Stiffener, I can do it in two methods. One is from the side, one is from the top. Quickly go to the option sketch. Okay, I want to draw the sketch. For example, I'm going to start from the rectangle here. Fine. Again, go to, for example, one more rectangle. I'm going to draw it like this. Now let's go to the option here, trim option. I just don't want this. Okay, so I just want to trim it like this. Now, and one more thing, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to convert this into 3D. Go to the option here. I just want to give the dimension of around 10 mm. Click on the mirror extend. Okay, for this, you can see the shape here, how I'm going to get like this. Now let's start from the option here, stiffener. For this, I have to draw the one 2D sketch. Fine. Where we are going to draw? We are going to draw it on the center plane. You can see that center plane, and we can do it on the side surface also. We can do it on the side surface also. Condition for the stiffener is that the area must be close. What is the meaning of that? I am going to select the center plane, for example. Go to the option sketch option. Fine, let me zoom in. We can draw any profile you want. For example, I am going to use SP line. I am going to draw the shape like this. And I'm going to select this point, hold control this point. Make sure to join this. Make sure to coincide. Okay. Similarly, select this, hold control, select this one, go to the option here, coincidence, okay for this. Fine. Now let's see how does it looks like. Whatever the shape, however you want, you can keep it, but make sure the inside area must be close. Now I want to fill it with the solid. Click on the exit workbench, go to the option, just open this. Here we are going to get the option stiffener. Click on the stiffener. I'm going to select this particular path, that is a sketch, right? Select that, that's it. You can see the thickness here, how much you want. 3 mm thickness, and here it is showing from side. We created the sketch from the side. Okay, the another option we have from the top. We'll come to that later. Whatever the thickness we have added, 3 millimeter, that is divided equally half. Half thickness on the right side, half thickness on the left side. Right now we can see that here neutral fiber is on. I am going to uncheck this, so whatever the thickness is either on the right side or on the left side. But I want to keep it as neutral fiber. Okay, for this one I am going to get the shape like this. Clear? This is the one method. Again, Control Z, select the same sketch. I just want to modify the previous sketch. Okay, I am going to draw the rectangle. I am going to start from here. I want to keep it equal like this. Fine. Now go to the option trim. I just want to trim this. Fine. I'm just trying to create some irregular shape. Okay. So go to SP line. I'm going to draw something like this. I'm going to draw it like this. Make sure it should be properly closed. Exit from the workbench. Now you can see the 3D component, right? From the top, the second method we have in the stiffener, that is from the top. So what I have to do, select the top reference. I'm going to select this reference. Click on the option sketch. You can draw a line. For example, you can draw inclined or straight line. I'm going to draw the straight line like this. Make sure this point and this line must be coincide, right? Select this point, hold control and select this edge. Make sure it should be coincide. Okay. Exit workbench. You can see that here. How does it looks like? Fine. Let's go to the option here, stiffener. Once I click on the stiffener, you can see that from top. Just click on the from top. Just click on this. Once I click, you can see that here the material is filling from the top. How much thickness you want? 2 mm. Okay, for this, I'm going to get the block like this. Fine. So this is called as stiffener. Let's continue from the next option. I'm going to select and delete this. Fine. I just want to keep it properly in the isometric fit all. We have an option here, two options. One is multi-section solid, adding material. Another one is removing material, multi-section solid. So if you want to combine multiple cross sections, we are going to use this option. For that, we have to create the multiple planes. Okay. So let's go to the option here. Go to the option plane. We'll explain these options in detail once again. Go to the option here plane. Select this plane. Okay. How much is the offset you want? Approximately around 100 mm. Enter for this. Fine. Click on the option fit all. So you can see that here we have two planes. This is the one plane. Another parallel plane is this one. If you want more number of planes, you can create. Okay. What we are going to do is on this plane, we are going to create one shape. On this plane, we are going to create the another shape, and we are going to combine these two and creating the solid. But we have a condition. The number of vertices on this plane sketch should be equal to number of vertices on this plane sketch. Fine. So we are going to continue from the option here. I am going to draw the sketch. Let's go to the option sketch. I am going to select this plane. You can draw whatever you want. For example, let's keep it simple. I am going to draw the centered rectangle. I just want to draw it like this. Exit from the workbench. So how many vertices we have on this particular sketch? 4. Select the plane, go to the option sketch. I am going to draw the sketch. For example, go to rectangle. I want to draw a smaller rectangle. The number of vertices are completely equal. Exit from the workbench. You can see that here I am going to get the option that is called as multi-section solid, adding material. Click on this, select the first plane and the second plane. You can see that here. How does it looks like? Click on the preview. Okay, for this, I am going to get the solid body like this. Fine. This is the one method. I have one more option. I can add the reference lines. So what I have to do is Control Z. Select the perpendicular plane to these two sketches. First sketch and second sketch. Select the perpendicular plane. Go to the option sketch. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create the path. For example, click on the option spline. I want to draw the sketch like this. This is like a guideline. Okay. Zoom in properly. Select this point and this point. Make sure it should be coincide. Okay. Then zoom in here. Select this point. Hold control this point. Should be coincide. Afterwards, if you want to change the shape of the SP line, you can do the modification. Exit from the workbench. If you want to keep only one guideline, you can keep it. For example, if you want one more, we can draw. If you want to add two more, you can create the multiple guidelines on different planes. So one is enough. Click on the option here that is called as multi-section solid, asking for the profile section. I'm going to select this as a first section and this as a second section, right? Just click on the preview. Automatically we are going to get the shape like this. So here we have your option guides. I'm going to select here, which is the guide. I want to select this line as a guideline. Click on the option preview. Once I click OK, you can see the shape, how we are going to get the shape like this. So this is called as multi-section solid. We have a various methods in this, fine. So we'll go for that in the later sessions. Let's go for the one more option, that is removing the material, that is remove multi-section solid. So I just want to keep this profile same, Control Z. Okay. So just go for Control Z. You can see that here, these are the two profiles and this path. Let it be like this only. Surrounding this, I'm going to select this plane, click on the option sketch. I'm going to draw a sketch. I'll go to rectangle. I want to keep it like this. Exit from the workbench, click on the option pad. I can add the dimension here, or we have an option up to plane. Once you click on the up to plane, up to where? Up to this plane at the top. I can select this plane here. You can see that if I select the plane, the particular sketch is convert into 3D up to this plane. Once I click OK, you can see that here, this is the solid block. From that, I want to remove the material with respect to previous sketches. Go to this option here. Click on this, asking for the guide. I'm going to select the first one and the second one. That's it. Click on the option preview. If you rotate and check that, you can see that here how the material is removed. Similarly, if you want to go for, let's click on the option guideline. I want to select this guideline. Click on the preview. Okay, for this one, you can see that here how material is removed from inside this block. Fine. So this is how we are going to add the material in the option that is called as multi-section solid and remove the material by using the option removed multi-section solid option. Let's continue from the next set of options. The next toolbar here that is called as dress up features. What is these options? Whatever the 3D model we create, if you want to do the modifications on that, we are going to use this option. Fine. So let's go to the option here, sketch. I'm going to select the plane. For example, I'm going to use the rectangle. I just want to draw a rectangle like this. I want to add the dimension for this one, horizontal and the vertical dimensions. I want to keep it as 100 mm. I want to keep this as 50 mm. Enter. Exit workbench. So go to the option here, pad. I want to add the height of around 50 mm. Enter for this. This is the block I have. Let's go to the option dress up features. If I open this, we are going to get the setup options here. Fine. The option is fillet option. The first one, edge fillet. I can go to edge fillet. You can select the individual edge, or you can hold control. You can select the multiple edges, modify the radius, how much ever the radius you required. Click on OK. I'm going to get the fillet like this. Control Z. We have one more option, variable radius fillet. I'm going to select the edge. Here you can see that we are going to get the two dimensions on same edge. One side is 5 mm, other side is also 5 mm. I can double click on this. I want to give it as 15 mm. Enter for this. This side is 15, this side is 5. Click on the option preview. I'm going to get the variable like this. We do have an option to add the reference point in between also. Here I'm going to get the small icon. This is the points. Click on this where you want to add. Say for example, I want to add the point here. I want to add the point at this location. Double click on this radius, give it as 6, enter for this. Click on the option preview. You can see that. Click OK. I'm going to get the variable fillet like this. Fine. Control Z. I have one more option here. Whatever the previous option we tried, the input is radius. The next option what we have, caudal length. Once you click on the caudal length, this is also same like a normal previous option, but here instead of the radius, we are going to give the caudal length. I want to keep it as around 15 mm. Click on the option preview. You can see that here the distance from this point to this point is 15 mm. I am going to get the fillet only. The input dimension is caudal length. Click on OK. I am going to get the shape like this. Control Z. We have one more option here. Go to this option, face fillet. Once you click on the face fillet, select the first face and second face. select these two faces, you can see that whatever the intersection edge that get filleted with the radius, for example, I want around 15 mm, click on the option OK, I'm going to get the fillet like this. Control Z. We do have one more option that is called as tritangent fillet. Here we're going to get the option tritangent fillet. Asking for faces to fillet, we have to select two surfaces which should be parallel to each other. For example, I'm going to select this as a first surface. We must have to select the parallel surface. This is the parallel. Asking face to remove, the face to remove should be between first surface and second surface. I can select this or I can select this, whichever in between these two we can select. I want to select this, click on OK, you're going to get the fillet like this. These are the various 5 methods of creating the fillet. Control Z. Okay, I am going to get the next set of option that is called as chamfer option. It's very simple. Click on the chamfer. We have a various modes here. That is a methods. If I open this, we have a length and angle method, or we have a length and length method. If I go to length and angle, we have to give the length and angle. If I go to length and length, we have to give the length 1 and length 2. For example, length 1 I want 15 mm, length 2 I want 25 mm. Where you want to apply? On this edge I want to apply. You can see that here this side is 15 mm, this side is 25 mm. You can click on this arrow, you can just flip the direction. Apart from that, we have an angle also. I want 15 mm and the angle is, say, for example, 60 degree. Click on the preview, you can see the distance here 15 and the angle is 60 degree. Okay, so if you want this chamfer, click on OK. We are going to get the chamfer like this. So this is how we are going to work on fillet and chamfer options. Control Z. We have the option here. Just go to the next option that is called as draft option. Open this, go to the option here. This is called as draft. The first one, click on the option draft angle. Once I click on this, asking face to draft. Which face you want to make a draft? Draft means taper. I want to make a draft of this surface and I want to make a draft of this surface. These two surfaces I want to make a taper. But whenever we are giving the angle, we have to select the reference. With which reference you want to add the angle, asking for the neutral element here. Click on this. I am going to select this surface. Once I click on this surface with respect to this reference, I want to add the angle for these two surfaces. How much is the angle? Around 15 degree. Click on the preview. You can see the preview here. Click on OK. I'm going to get the taper like this. I do have one more option here. The last one. Go to this last option, variable angle fillet. Once you click on this option, asking to face, which face you want to make a taper, this face. This time asking for the reference, I am going to click here. I want to select this as a reference. So automatically, like a same previously, like the option was variable radius fillet. This is the variable angle. I can double click on this. I want to give 15 degree and 5 degree. Click on the preview. We can see the shape. If you want to add the multiple points in between, we have an option here. We can click, we can add the multiple points, but I'll just click OK. You can see that how we are going to get the like taper, that is a draft actually. We do have one more option here. Fine. So for that, what I'm going to do is I want to add the fillet first. Go to the option here, fillet. I want to add the fillet on this edge around, say, for example, 15 mm. Enter for this. Okay. We do we have one more draft here. Go to the option that is called as draft reflect line. Once you click on this option asking face to draft, here we have to select this fillet surface. Once I click on the fillet surface, you can see that we are going to get this particular edge. How much is the angle you want? I want to get the angle of 15 degree. Click on OK. I am going to get the draft like this. So this is how we are going to create the draft operation. Fine. Let's continue from the next option. The next option we have here that is called as shell. What is shell means? Converting this object into hollow. We are going to get the option here that is called as shell option. Once you click on the option shell here, after converting this component into hollow, what should be the wall thickness here? It is showing inside from the face inside thickness is 1 mm. Outside thickness also I want to give it as 1 mm. Total thickness becomes 2 mm. I have an option here face to remove. If you want to see this as a hollow, at least you have to remove one face. I am going to select this face to remove. Once you click on OK, that's it. You can see that here this surface would be removed and wall thickness becomes 2 mm. Once you click on OK, that's it. But I'm going to click OK because I have one more option here. For now, click OK for this. You can see that the wall thickness is 2 millimeter and entirely the inside of the object is completely hollow. Control Z, go to the same option again, go to the option shell, select the surface. For example, I'm going to select this surface. Once I select the surface, now what is the thickness here now? 1 mm. 1 mm is the thickness after converting this into hollow. I want the whole object should be 1 mm thickness, but I'm going to get the option other thickness faces. I'm going to click on this. For example, I want on this surface. This surface I don't want with the thickness of 1 millimeter. I want this surface with a total thickness of, say for example, 10 millimeter. Inside I want to keep 1 millimeter, outside I want to keep 9 millimeter. Once you select this surface as other thickness faces, I'm getting the option. Just zoom in here. You can see that 1 and 0. 1 is inside. Double click on this 0, 9 mm, enter. You can see that 9 mm and 1 mm, total is 10 mm. Click on OK. Now you can see the thickness of this particular surface. Thickness is 10 millimeter and the remaining is of 9 millimeter. Fine. This option is called as shell option. Control Z. Fine. I do have one more option here that is called as thickness. I want to add the thickness, that is already we have a 3D model. I want to add the thickness for this more. Go to the option thickness, select the surface, how much you want to add, say for example 15 mm, enter. I am going to get the thickness. Just select the particular option thickness. Just select the particular option thickness, select the surface here, how much thickness you want, around 20 mm, enter. I am going to get the thickness of 20 mm. So this option, this is how we are going to add the thickness. Let's continue from the next option here, that is called as thread or tapping. If you want to create the thread or tapping, let me create the simple setup quickly. Go to sketch, select the plane. I want to draw a circle. Okay, I am going to give the dimensions, say for example around 25 mm, enter for this. Go to the option here, exit, click on the pad. I want to keep the height of around say 100 mm, enter for this. Okay, now on this surface I want to add, say for example hexagon head I want. Okay, so I'll go to the option here, hexagon. I am going to draw the hexagon like this. Exit workbench, go to the option pad. I want to give the height, say for example around 15 mm, enter for this. Okay, now I want to create the thread on this surface. We have both the operations here, threading or tapping. If it is tapping, we are going to do it on the hole. If it is threading, we are going to do it on the outer surface of the cylinder. Fine. There is the only difference. Let's go to the option here. Once you click on this option, threading or tapping, lateral face. So because a thread, I am going to select the outside surface. If it is tapping, select this lateral surface as a whole inside surface. Other than that, all the parameters are same. Click on the option thread. Lateral surface is which one? This one. Asking for limit face. From which face you want to start the thread. I am not starting from here because this is the head I have. I am going to rotate this, zoom in. I want to select this surface. Now I am getting the option here. We can modify all these parameters. If you want some standards, we have standards here. Okay. Apart from that, if you want to modify the dimensions, say for example, I want thread depth of 75 millimeter. Yes. If you want to modify the pitch, you can change the pitch. And we have an option here, right hand thread or the left hand, whichever you want, you can select. If you click on the preview, you can check this, how we are going to get the thread here. This is just an indication of thread. This is the actual cosmetic thread. Okay. Once I click OK, you can see that here no changes. But if you open the operations, we can see that here I am going to get the thread. At any point of time you want to do the modification of any of these parameters, just double click on this. You can do the modifications. Fine. This is how we are going to create the thread in CATIA part design. Let's continue directly from the new set of options here, that is called as transformation features. Fine. So I'm going to select and delete this. I don't want this one. I'm going to create the simple 3D model. Okay. Say for example, I want to go to rectangle. For example, I just want to draw the simple rectangle like this. Exit from the workbench. Here we are going to get the option transformation features. You can see that we cannot click on any of these options. Fine. Let's select this one. First, I want to convert this into 3D. So what is the height you want? Say for example 25 mm. Enter. I'm going to get the height of 25 mm. Now you can see that options are activated. Let's start from the option transformation features. If we open this, we are going to get the set of options. These are called as transformations. So here let's start from the first option, translation. Translation means moving this object from one place to another place. It's very simple. Select the component, just go for this option that is called as translation. Once you click on the translation, I'm getting the dialog box that the component is going to change the location. Do you want to proceed? Yes, I want to proceed. Now here we have a various methods, whichever the method you want, you can select. I just want to go for the direction. If you want to select any edge as a reference, you can select, or you can right click on this. You can select x-axis, y-axis or z-axis. Which is x, y, z. You can see the compass here, x, y and z. Okay. So for example, I'm going to along this edge, select the edge. You can give the distance, how much ever the distance you want, you can specify. Otherwise, we can hold this here. We can drag it like this. We can hold and drag it. Otherwise, you can double click on this -100, enter, click on OK. I'm going to get the shape like this. Okay, this is just like a moving the component from one place to another place. Control Z. We have various methods. Check it out once. Okay, so go to the option that is called as rotation. If you want to do the rotation, select the component first. Go to the option rotation. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Here also we have multiple methods, very simple methods. Try out once. Asking for the axis, simply I'll right click X, Y, Z. From the origin, X, Y, Z axis, say for example Z axis, at what angle you want to rotate? Yes, we can give the angle, click on OK. I'm going to get the rotation of the component. Control Z. I do have one more option here that is called as symmetry. Symmetry is similar to the mirror operation, but anyway, I am going to select the component, go to the option symmetry. Once you click on the symmetry, do you want to proceed? Yes. I have to select the reference plane. I'm going to rotate it. I'm going to select this plane as a reference plane. Once you select the plane, with respect to the plane, I'm going to get the symmetry object here. No options of dimension. Once I click OK, I'm going to get the exact symmetric like this. For example, you don't want symmetry. That means you don't want just like a one object. You want both the components like a mirror operation. We have a separate option here, mirror. One more option we have, axis to axis. So we'll come back to this option once we start working on the like assembly components and all. Anyway, Control Z. So just close this one. I want to do the mirror. Here we are going to get the option mirror. I'm going to select this feature. Select it, go to the option that is called as mirror. Once you click on the mirror, same like previous, I need to select the mirroring element. So I want to select the same plane. If I click OK, I'm going to get both the components like this. This is called as mirror option. We have one of the very important option here. These options are called as patterns option. We have three methods of pattern: rectangular, circular and user defined pattern. Let's start from the first one. Let me create the simple setup. I'm going to delete this, click OK, fine. So I just want to keep it in the isometric view, click on the sketch. Okay, I just want to create the simple setup, fine, because I want to explain you the options. I am going to add the dimensions for this, horizontal and vertical dimension. This I want to keep it 100, enter, fine. I want to go for this one. I'm going to double click on this, give it as 500, enter for this. So this is the component. This is just like a first rectangle. Exit from the workbench, go to the option pad. I want to give the height, that is a thickness of around 5 mm. This is only for the reference. Okay, on this surface I'm going to create one more operation. Say for example, I want to start with a simple rectangle like this. Okay, that means I'm just creating the another feature. One feature was pad 6. I'm creating the another feature. Exit from the workbench. You can see that here. Go to the option pad. I want to add the height of around 25 mm. Enter for this. Now you can see that here. How does it looks like, right? So here, whenever we go to pattern, we are going to select the feature. Which feature you want, select that feature and we are going to do the pattern. What is pattern? The same operation I want multiple times. whether it's a pad, pocket, hole, whatever the features. These are the features, okay? Whatever the features are there, I want the same feature multiple time. We are going to use the option that is called as pattern option. Either select the particular feature in the beginning only or go to the direct option. Afterwards also we can select the feature. Anyway, so I'm not selecting anything as of now. Directly go to the option rectangular pattern. In the rectangular pattern, we are going to get in the rows and columns. So click on this option. Once I go for this, start from the bottom, object to pattern. If you're not selecting anything, it will consider the whole object as a single body. But I don't want that. I'm going to select this one. You can see that here object. Only this is the actual feature I want as a pattern. I'm going to click on this. Once I select, asking for the reference direction. Because it is a rectangular pattern, we have to select two direction. In that, this is the first one. Click on this, right click, you can select XYZ direction, or you can select along the edge. For example, I'm going to select this edge. Once I click on this, I'm going to get the edge. It is showing it on the right side. If you want on opposite side, click on the reverse, it will be on the opposite side. Fine. Whichever the side you want, you can keep it. Go to instance, and we have a multiple options here in the parameters. But before that, I want, say for example, 3 copies. That is an instance. The spacing I want to give it as around 50 mm. You can see that here, because the method is instances and spacing, I have to give the number of copies and the spacing. We have an option here, instances and length. How many number of copies I want? 4. What is the total length? The total length is of around 500. Now you can see that here how I am going to get like this. The spacing is, it will divide equally. I have one more option here, spacing and length. If I modify the spacing and the total length, automatically we are going to get the number of copies. Fine. So other than that, we have one more option. Fine. As of now, I just go for this one. Click on this. This is unequal spacing. I can double click on any of this dimension. I can double click on this. I want to give it as 100, enter. I want to give it as 75, enter. You can just modify these dimensions. 85, enter. You are going to get the unequal spacing. Whichever the method you want, you can use. For example, I'll go to instances and spacing. I want to give the spacing of 100. You can see that here. Click on the preview. This is the one direction. I'll go to the option second direction. Fine. So here again start from the bottom. In the second direction, already object is selected. Now just we have to select the reference. Which is the reference? This edge is the reference. And we have options here to select the parameter. Whichever the parameters you want, you can select the parameters from here. Again, I want to keep the same. How many instances you want? 2 instances. What is the spacing you want? Around, say for example, 75. I'm just giving the random dimension. So it is going a little bit out of this. I want to reduce this one. I'll give it as 60. 60, click on the option preview. Once I click OK, I'm going to get the rectangular pattern. At any point of time you want to edit, double click on this. I want 5. Click on the preview. OK for this one. You can do the modification of the pattern. This is called as rectangular pattern. Let's go for the next option, that is called as circular pattern. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create the simple setup. Fine, go to the option here, sketch. I just want to keep it in the isometric view. Select the plane. Again, I want to create the simple object. This is the simple component. Exit workbench. Fine, go to the option pad. I want to give the height of around 100 mm. Now go to this option, circular pattern. It's very simple. Select this, start from the bottom. What you want to do the pattern? This one. So what is the direction? Because the option is circular, the direction reference what we are going to select, that is like an axis. I can select the edge as a reference, okay, or I can select right click, go to the option here, Z axis. Now here I'm going to get the various methods, right? Same like a previous option, whichever the method you want, you can select. For example, instances and angular spacing. I want, say for example, 5 copies. The angle between each object is 45 degree. Fine. Apart from that, for example, if you want angular spacing and total angle, we can modify the angular spacing and the total angle. Fine. I want, say for example, unequal angular spacing, you can modify unequal. I want 35 degree. I want to give 60 degree. Whatever the angles you want, you can modify. Apart from that, I'm going to get the option complete crown. How many copies you want? 8 copies. Click on the preview. You can see that here how I'm going to get like this. Fine. Similarly, we have an option crown definition, that is number of circles. Whichever the method you want, you can select from this one. Fine. I want, say for example, 3 circles. The spacing I want to keep it as around 85. Enter. Now you can see that here how I am going to get the circle. Okay, for this I am going to get the circular pattern. I am going to get circular pattern, the second method in the pattern option. The next option we have here, that is called as user pattern. Control Z. What is user pattern means? First we have to go to sketch, select the same plane. We need to create the points. We need to create the points where and all we require that operation, that feature. Okay. I am going to create the random points like this. Exit from the workbench. Go to the option here, user pattern. Go to the option object. Which object you want to make a pattern? This object. What are the positions? These points are the positions. Select it. Okay, for this one, I am going to get the pattern like this. So this is how we are going to use the rectangular pattern, circular pattern, and user pattern. Let's continue from the next option. Let me close this, Control Z. Okay. Again, I want like an individual component. This is the individual component. Fine. So let's continue from the next option. Just hold and drag it. We are going to get the option here, scaling and affinity. Scaling and affinity. So it's very simple. Click on the option scaling, asking for the reference. So what I'm going to do is I have to select the point as a reference. If I select the surface, it behaves differently. I'm going to select the point as a reference, asking for the scaling ratio. If I keep the scaling ratio as 2, the object becomes double in size. 3, it will increase by 3 times. 4, it will increase by 5 times. If you want to give it in decimal 5.5, 5.4, 6.2, you can add that. If you want to reduce the size of the component, you can give it like, say for example, 0.5, 0.2, 0.3 like that. Now I want to make it double, give it as 2. If I click OK, the overall size of the object is going to increase by 2 times. Click on OK. Now this becomes double in size. Control Z. Similar to this, I have one more option here. Go to the option affinity. Once I click on the affinity, we have to mention the origin. This point is the origin, any corner point. I am going to select the what is the difference between affinity and scaling is scaling, it will apply on the overall object. If I go to the option affinity in X, Y, Z directions separately, I can control. For example, in the X direction, I want to make it double 3 times, 4 times, only in the X direction. Y directions double, Z I don't want to change. Click on OK. Now we can see that here how we can modify the scale with respect to direction. So this is how we are going to work with scale and affinity. Let's continue from the next option. I'm going to close this. Here we are going to get the bit important option, reference elements. Actually we have 3 components here, point, line and the plane. Let's start from the point. If you want to create the point, just go for this one. We have a various methods. Try out once. Okay. The first method, for example, from the origin, X direction, Y direction, Z direction. Just you have to select the option. That's it. Just go to the option point. Automatically, I'm getting the point at the origin. In the X direction, how much you want, you can modify the numbers here. I want like 25 or I want like 100, whatever the dimension in X axis, whatever the dimension you want in Y axis. In the Z axis, I want to keep it 15. If I click OK, that's it. Work is done. We are going to get the point like this. Fine. If you double click on this, again, we can modify the dimension, but I don't want. Again, go to the option point. For example, if you want, you can select the methods from here or directly you can select the reference. For example, I want a point on the plane. Once you click on the plane, I'm going to get the point on that particular plane. Okay, I just want to keep it like this. Similarly, go to the option point. I want it on this surface. Select it. I'm going to get the point on the surface. Again, go to the option point. I want to add the point on the edge. Once I click on this edge, wherever you want, you can add. So if I click OK, we are going to get the point like this. We have a various methods actually. Try out all the methods. Fine. Similarly, we have an option here that is called as line. If you want to create this line, here again we are going to get the 4-5 methods. Try out this. Okay. For example, the first method is point to point. I have to select the point, first point, and we can select this corner also as a point. Select these 2 points and we have an option here. We can give it infinite completely. It becomes totally infinite. Or if you want infinite only in one end, that is at the starting point. Only at the starting point infinite, infinite at ending point, or you want to keep it like a length. Fine. Otherwise, manually we can hold and drag it like this. Fine. Click OK. We are going to get the line. Go to the option again, line. We have various methods. Try out. Okay. For example, if you want whichever, for example, I want, say, for example, a point and direction. I'm going to go for this one. Asking for the point, which is the point. This is the point. Asking for the direction, I want, say, for example, Z axis. You can give whatever the length you want or manually hold and drag it like this. We can give the direction here. I don't want X direction. If you want, sorry, I don't want Z direction. I want X direction. Click OK. I'm going to get the line like this. Fine. So this is how we are going to create the line. Apart from this, I have one more option here. Click on this option, plane. What is plane? This is a bit more important. By default, we are going to get the three planes here: XY, YZ, and ZX plane. Okay. So apart from this, we are going to get the option apart from these three planes. If you want to create the planes separately, we have an option here that is called as plane. Once you click on the plane, I'm going to get the options here. Various methods we have. Let me go for this one. So I'm going to get the option here, offset method. So asking for the reference from this surface or this plane, whatever the reference you want, you can select. I'm going to select this one. From this particular surface, I want to offset 100 mm. Click on the preview. From this surface, I am getting the new plane with the distance of 100 mm. We can reverse the direction. Whichever the side you want, you can keep it. If you want, repeat the object after OK. You want multiple more copies. I'll click on this OK. Once I click OK, I'm getting the option here. How many instances you want? I want 3. OK for this one. If I click OK, you can see that how I'm going to get the more copies like that. Control Z, I don't want this. Again, go to the option plane here. The next method, parallel through point. I'm going to select, for example, what I want is, I want this plane, select the plane at this point, select the point, plane and point. That's it. We are going to get this particular reference at this point. Okay, that's it. We are going to get the plane. Control Z. Again, go to the option here, normal. Normal means I can give the perpendicular or angle. Asking for the axis. For example, I want to select this as axis. Asking for the reference. This is the reference. At what angle you want to tilt? Whatever the angle you want, you can keep it. You can see that here, 45 degree. Give it as 45. Okay. I'm going to get the plane at the angle of 45 degree. Fine. You can select it. You can go to sketch option. Fine. I can draw the sketch so that you'll understand easily how does it looks like. I'm going to draw a circle, exit from the workbench, go to the option pad. I want to keep it as mirror extend. Okay for this. You can see that here. How does it looks like? This is what we wanted. Fine. Anyway, control Z. I don't want this. Try out all the methods. Okay. So go to the, it's very simple. Through 3 points. I just have to select the 3 points. For example, I'm going to select the first point here, select the second point here, select the third point. With respect to orientation of these 3 points, I'm going to get the plane. You can see that here, plane orienting with these 3 points. Okay, that's it. Control Z. Fine. I have an option here. For example, I'll go to through 3 points, done. Through 2 lines, I'm going to select the 2 lines. For example, I want to select first line and second line, right? So I'm going to get like a diagonal kind of plane. Once I click OK, that's it. Control Z, again go to the same option, fine, whichever. For example, I'll go to normal to curve. Normal means perpendicular, okay? Normal to curve. Which curve? I am going to select this one. Once I click, automatically this becomes perpendicular to the selected curve. Fine. Automatically what is happening is in the plane is getting in the center because the point is default in the middle. Okay. I want at the starting. I'm going to select at the starting, click on OK. You can see that here how we are going to get the plane. Fine. Just like a different various methods we have to create the point, line and the planes. Just try out how to create this one. Fine. These are the options regarding the reference elements. So these are the complete set of options with respect to the part design in CATIA. Fine. Now we are going to work on creating the 3D components. Some of the examples we have to create the 3D models. Okay, just watch these videos and practice the same. In this video, I am going to explain how to design this 3D component in the CATIA using part design. Okay, so I'm going to start from the right side. We are starting from this face. Okay, so we are going to start from the outer circle first and we are going to add the material in this direction. with respect to dimensions. Okay. Then after that, we are going to select the middle plane and we are going to draw this shape, the complete close profile, and we are going to pad it in this direction. The first part is completed, the second part is completed. And the third one here, we are going to draw the small rectangle and we are going to pad it till the last. Fine. This is a third piece, third part. Fine. And the fourth one is we are going to draw the stiffener in the center. Just draw a single line and use the stiffener. We are going to add the material. That's the fourth portion. The last one, we are going to draw the circle in the center and we are going to remove the material here. Fine. That's the fifth portion. Fine. So this is how we are going to design this component. Let's get inside the interface of part design. There I'm going to explain how to design this component. This is the interface of Catia. Let's get inside the part design. Go to start mechanical design. Here we're going to get the part design. So click on this part design. Okay. So I just want to keep the default name here. Click OK. Now we are ready to start designing. Okay. So I'm starting from this side plane, that is Z and X plane. Select this plane. Go to the option here, sketch. Once I click on the sketch, we are getting the option to draw the sketch. I am drawing the circle. The dimension of the circle is diameter 50 millimeter. Exit workbench. Go to the option here, pad. Okay. The total pad is 60 millimeter. I'll keep it as 30 and I'll use mirror extend. So click OK for this one. I'm going to get something like this. Okay. Now select the front plane, that is YZ plane. YZ plane, go to sketch. Fine. So let's go to rectangle. Let's start from here, first point and second point. Now I want to add the dimension for this. This vertical line 110, enter for this. Okay. And one more dimension, this line. This line is 50 millimeter, 50, enter. The bottom cylinder total length is 60 and this width is 50. The remaining is 10 millimeter. Right side is 5 millimeter, left side is 5 millimeter. I'm going to select this edge to this line. This is 5 millimeter, 5, enter. Okay. So let's go to circle. I'm going to draw the circle here. This is what I. Let's go to the option trim. I just want to trim this. Okay. Trim this also. Go to the option circle. I'm going to draw a circle. I want to add the diameter here for the inside circle 25 mm. Okay. So let's go to dimension again. I want to add the dimension for this also. Okay. So exit. Now there is a thickness for this of around 18 millimeter. Go to pad, but not in this direction, in the opposite direction. In the opposite direction, 18 millimeter, 18, enter for this. So select the side surface. Okay, because we have one more extra piece on this right side. Select this surface. Go to the option sketch. Okay, so let's go to the option rectangle. I'm going to start from here, first corner and second corner. So let's go to dimension. From this edge to this line, the dimension is 48 millimeter, enter. Okay, and here we can apply the geometrical constraint or select this line and this line. I want to give it a 0, enter for this. Okay, and this dimension is 24, 24, enter, and this dimension is 18, 18, enter for this. Fine. Exit. Click on the option here, exit. Now go to the option pad, not in this direction, in the opposite direction for 50 millimeter, 50, enter. We can see that here what we are going to do. Fine. Now I want to remove the material here. Before that, in the center, I have a stiffener. Select the center plane, mid plane, go to the option, sketch option. Fine. Let's go to the option line, approximately start from here, first point and second point. So there is a dimension from this center to this point. The dimension is 30 millimeter, 30, enter. And I'm going to select this line, hold control, this circle and this line, it should be tangency. Circle and the line should be tangency. Okay, exit, go to the option here that is called as stiffener. Open this. Here we are going to get the option. Open this, we'll get the option here, stiffener. Sketch was already selected. Now how much is the thickness of this? 12 mm is the thickness. Click on the preview. Okay, I'm going to get the shape like this. The last one, I'm going to select this surface because I want to remove the material. The shape of is like circle. I am going to draw a circle. How much the dimension? 30 mm is the diameter of this. Exit. Go to the option pocket. Fine. So I want to pocket till the last. So go to the option up to last. Okay. Now we can see that here. This is our final 3D component we designed in the part design. Okay. In the CATIA. So let's start. We are going to start with the next workbench in CATIA. Fine. We already completed the sketcher and we completed the part design, that is 2D and 3D. Now we are going to work on assembly workbench. Fine. First we are going to go through the options available in this one. Fine. Then we are going to start working with the assemblies. So what I am going to do before going to start from the assembly, for the examples, I am going to create two simple components. I am going to design that just to explain you the options in the assembly. So what I'm going to do is go to start mechanical, go to the option part design first. So I want to give the name of the part. I want to keep it as, say, for example, plate. Plate, click on OK. Go to the option sketch, select the plane. I want to draw a sketch. For example, I am going to draw it like a rectangle. Go to the option here, dimension. I want to add the dimension. This is 100 mm. Fine. This is 50 mm. Enter. Exit workbench. So go to the option here, pad. I want to add the thickness of around 15 mm. Enter for this. On this surface, I am going to create the hole. Go to the option circle. Okay, go to dimension. I want to add the dimension with the diameter of 10 mm. Fine. Now go to the option here again, dimension. From this point to this particular point, edge to point, I want to keep the dimension of 10. Enter. Similarly, from this edge to this point, I want to add the dimension of 10. Enter for this. Okay. Or if you want like 15, 15 also fine, but this is okay for me. Click on the option exit. Go to the option here, pocket. I just want to go full depth 15 mm. Okay. So you can see here how does it looks like. I'm going to select the same feature, that is a pocket feature. So I hope you remember the option, that is a pattern. I'll go to rectangular pattern. So I'm going to select the reference. This is the reference. I want to reverse the direction. You can see here how it looks like. Fine. I want to add, say, for example, 30 mm. Click on the option preview. Now in another direction, go to second direction. Select the reference here. I want to select this. So I want to go for, say, for example, 4 copies. Okay, keep it 20, or 4 or 5 copies. Otherwise 25 mm distance is fine. Click on preview. Okay, this is the first part, that is a plate I wanted. I want to save this on the desktop. Click on the file, click on the option save here, go to desktop. Fine. The name of the part is plate. Click on the save. I'm going to close this one. Go to the option start mechanical design. Click on the part design. I want to give the name as bolt. Okay, click OK for this one. Go to the option here, sketch. Click on the sketch, select the plane. In that particular plate, we created the hole with the diameter of 10 millimeter, right? Here also I want to give the same 10 mm diameter. Exit workbench. Go to pad. I want to keep the length of around 35 mm. 35. Enter. Fine. On the top surface, I am going to create the hexagon head. I'm going to open this, go to the option hexagon. I just want to keep it like this. Exit workbench, go to the option pad. I want to give it like, say, for example, 8 mm. 8 mm is too much. I want to give it as 6 mm. So this is the part what I wanted. Let me save this one. These are the two parts just to explain you how the assembly is going to work. So keep the name as bold, click on the close. Close this one directly. Go to the option start, because we are starting with the assembly workbench. Start mechanical design. We are going to get the assembly design. Once you click on the assembly design, fine. So let's start from the options here. Very simple method I'm going to explain how to create the assembly. So as of now, I am not going to use all of this. Okay. So these options and all, once we start working on the actual assemblies, you'll get the idea. Fine. I'm going to close this anyway. So this toolbar is very much important. One is called as constraint. One is called as update and constraint. We can see that we cannot click on any of these options. So here I want to insert the first component. The first component is like a parent part. Okay, so right click on this product. The simplest method to get the component, just right click on this product, go to the option component. Here we get the existing component. Click on the existing component, which is the first one. This plate is the first one, that is a parent object. Select this, click on the option open for this. So this is the first part. Click on the fit all in isometric view. This is what we are going to get. Whenever we insert the first component, the first component should be fixed component. This should be fixed here only, so that I can add all other components on this. Go to the option fixed component, just click on this one. That's it. You can see the constraint here. If you open the constraint, you can see that I'm going to get the fixed constraint on this particular part. Fine. That's it. The first part, only fixed component work is completed. Now right click on this, go to the option component, click on the existing component. Once you click on the existing component, I'm going to get the option to select the part. I'm going to select the bolt here. Once you click on the bolt, click on open. Fine, I'm going to get the part here. What I want is, I want this bolt should be inside this hole. So what I'm going to do is, can you see this red dot in the center? Just hold, drag it on the surface of this. Just you need to hold this red dot, drag it on the surface of this. Fine. Now with respect to linear directions and circular directions, I can move the component in whichever the direction you want. You can see that here, you just need to hold and drag it, as well as hold and drag to rotate also. If you want to change the orientation, you can hold and drag and change the orientation. By using this option, what I'm going to do is approximately, not exactly, approximately I'm trying to place it near to the location where I want. I just need to hold and drag it. So this is what I wanted. Now because this is the cylindrical shape, I want to align these two. We have an option here that is called as coincide constraint. I want to apply the constraint that is called as coincide. Click the coincide constraint. Whenever you click on the constraints, you will get the dialog box. Don't worry, otherwise you can close this, no issues. Anyways, select this option that is called as coincide constraint. Move the cursor near to the cylinder, automatically we'll get the axis like this. Click on the axis, move the cursor, click on the axis to axis. That's it. Click on the option update. Because the constraint is applied, you can see the color of the constraint. It looks like a black. It should be in green color. The constraints are applied. You want to see the result, you need to click on update. Once you click on the update, it is updated. That's it. This is called as coincide constraint. For this example, I did the coincide for axis to axis. Depending on your application, you can do the coincide for edge to edge also. That examples will come to know once we start working on the actual assemblies. Fine. The next option we have quickly contact constraint. What I want in contact constraint is the bottom surface of this part. This should properly connect to this surface with zero gap. The option is called as contact constraint. Select the first surface, rotate this one, zoom in. I am going to select this as a second surface. That's it. Select the constraints. Fine. Apply it on the particular object. If you want to see the result, click on the update. You can see that how I am going to get the contact constraint. There is no gap between these two parts. For example, you want a gap. You want to give the gap of around, say, for example, 5 millimeter. Control Z, go to the next option that is called as offset constraint. Click on offset constraint. I am going to select this surface. Once I click on the surface, first surface and second surface, once I select these two surfaces, I am getting the option here. For example, how much is the gap I wanted? 5 mm. Okay, if you want to see the result, click on update. For example, if you don't want anything, just double click on this, like you don't want any gap, 0, enter, click on the update. This is similar to the previous option, contact constraint. One more option we have that is called as angle constraint. Wherever the word angle, that is called as rotation. Fine. So I can select any reference from first object, any reference from second object. Go to this option here that is called as angle constraint. What I want is, I want to rotate this object. That means I want this surface should be exactly parallel to this surface. You can see the orientation of this one. It is not exactly flat to this surface. Go to the option here, angle constraint, select the first surface and second surface. How much is the angle you want? I want to give the angle of around 0 degree, enter. If you want to see the result, click on the update. Now this surface and this surface is 0 degree. That means exactly parallel. Fine. Now again, I don't want this one, Control Z. Okay, again Control Z. I don't want any constraint between these two parts. Completely Control Z. You can see that in the constraints, we have only one constraint. Anyway, so the next options, we have two more options here, fixed together and flexible and rigid subassembly. These two options we are working once we start working on the actual assemblies. I have one more option here that is called as quick constraint. What is quick constraint? It is also called as auto constraint. For example, we have a two parts like this. You don't know which type of constraint to apply. If you go for this option that is called as quick constraint, select the first reference from one object, second reference from second object. Once you select the two references, once you select the two references, which is the most suitable constraint between the selected reference, click on update, automatically it will consider. Again, go to the same option, select the surface, zoom in, select the surface. So I'm going to click on update, whichever the most suitable, automatically it consider. For example, you don't want it contact, you wanted the offset, then you must have to go to particular type of constraint. If I go to the option that is called as quick constraint work with the which is most suitable kind of constraint applied on the selected reference. Okay, now I'm going to use Control Z to remove that. We do have one of the constraint between these two parts. We can see that here, that is called as coincide. Right, I do have an option here that is called as change constraint. What I want is, I already have a constraint here, I want to change it. So go to the option change constraint. I'm going to click on this. Once I select with respect to the reference, that was axis and axis, right? For with respect to those two references, whatever the possible constraints I can apply between these two, I'm getting the options here. Whichever you want, you can select. For example, I am selecting the angle, click OK. I'm going to get the angle like this. Double click on this one. How much is the angle you want? 30 degree, enter. Click on update. I'm going to get the 30 degree like this. Again, you want to change, go to the option change constraint. Which one? This one. What you want? I want coincide like how it was earlier. Okay, click on update. I'm going to get the part like this. Fine, let's go to the option here, contact constraint again. Select this face, zoom in. I'm going to select this face. Okay, go to the option update, isometric view. Okay, so this is the setup I have. Now what I want is, I want the same part. There is a bolt in all these holes. So how many times we have to import the component? 8 times we have to import the component. Or if these holes are created by using the option pattern, if these holes are created by using the option pattern, then I have an option here that is called as reuse pattern. That is called as reuse pattern. So click on the option reuse pattern. I have to select the bolt, which one you want to make a pattern. Select that and select the reference of pattern. Just move the cursor. You can see that here the pattern get highlighted. Just click on this. And whenever we are doing the pattern, that is a reuse pattern, make sure generated constraint should be checked, so that we are going to get the constraint between all these parts. Click on the option OK. Once I click OK, you can see that here complete set of constraints what we applied on this particular kind of assembly. Fine. Click on the fit all isometric. You can see that here how we are going to do the reuse pattern operation. Fine. So all these options are related to assembly. We have examples of assembly, how we are going to do the assembly and all. Fine. So there I'm going to explain all these options once again, so that you'll get the idea how we are going to create the actual assemblies. Let's go for one of the assembly example. Okay. Let's go to start. So click on the option here, mechanical design. We are going to click on assembly design. Okay. This is the normal interface of the assembly, right? We already know about the maximum options here. Let me create a simple assembly example. You'll get the idea how we are going to do the assembly. Fine. So here we are going to get the product. I want to import the first component. The easiest method, right click on this. Here we are going to get the components. So click on the option here, existing component. So we have set of components which is already designed in the part design. So click on existing component. Here we're going to get the set of components what I wanted for the assembly. Okay. So here make sure check this show preview so that we can click on these parts. Okay. We can able to see the preview of that. So I'm going to select the first part, that is a base support. I'm going to select it. Click on the option open. Once I click on open, we are going to get the part on the graphic area. Fine. And whenever we import the first component, so we have to go for the option here, that is the geometrical constraint, fix component. I'm going to select the fix component. What you want to fix? I want to fix this object. Once I click on this, that's it. The work is completed. You can see that here, this is the first component, okay, which we fixed. And here it is showing with the color, with the material. You don't want to show that with material. At the bottom, we have an option here, different visual styles. If I open that, we are going to get the various methods. Here we are going to select the second method, shading with edges. Once you click on the shading with edges, we are going to get the default visual style. Again, right click on the product, go to component, click on the existing component. Next, I am going to select the next part. Click on the bracket, click on the option open. I'm going to get the part here. Fine. I'm going to take the help of this compass to make a proper orientation. So here we can see this red dot. We can hold and drag it on the surface of this part. Otherwise, right click on this. We have an option, snap automatically to selected object. I'm going to click on this. You can see that here, this must be checked. Fine. Just click on the object. That's it. Once you click on the object, we are going to get the compass on the part. I'm going to rotate this one. Find like approximate orientation how you want to place. Fine. I just want vertical here. I just want to move and place it like this. Hold and leave it. Automatically the compass goes to its original position. Now go to the option here, coincide. I want to do the coincide. What? Coincide between this axis and this axis. You can now only you can click on update, or what I will do, I'll go to coincide again. Just move the cursor this axis. Select, rotate this axis. Now also I can click on the update. We can able to see the result, but we have one more option, contact constraint. Once I click on the contact constraint, I am going to rotate, select this base. I am going to keep it like this. Select this one, that's it. Now we applied totally 3 constraints between these two parts. Click on the update. Once I click, now we can see that here how we are going to get the assembly of the component. Fine. Now again, I want the same part on the right side here. What I am going to do is, we have one more toolbar in the assembly feature. We have one of the option, symmetry option. Once I click on the symmetry, we are getting the option here, select symmetry plane. I am going to select the plane, which is the center plane first, asking for which product. So this is the one I am going to select. Click on the finish. Once I click on the finish, close for this one. The second part is properly mirrored with respect to center plane. This is what we wanted. Fine. Next, right click on the product, go to the option component. I am going to select the existing component. The next option, the next part what I want is, there is a shaft. I am going to select the shaft, click on the option open. We are going to get the shaft here. Fine. You remember this option, right? Snap automatically to selected object. It is already checked. I can click on this part or I can click here. Both are same. Once I click, compass will be on that particular part. I can hold and drag it like this. I just want to hold and rotate. Fine. Hold this red dot and leave it here outside. Automatically it goes to its original position. Now go to the option here, coincide. I want to coincide this axis and this axis. Similarly, go to the option here, contact constraint. What I want is, I want this surface. Select the surface, rotate, and this surface should be contact. Select these two surfaces. Click on the option update. Now we can see that here. How does it looks like? Keep it in the standard isometric view. Clear? Now go to the option product. Click on the component again. Go to the option existing component. Once I click on the existing component, let's go to the next particular component, that is called as roller. Fine, I'm going to select it. We can able to see the preview of the part. Click open for this. I'm going to get here, right? Again, you can hold and drag. That also would be fine. Hold and drag it on the particular part. I just want to hold and drag and keep it outside. Hold and keep it here. Automatically it goes to its original position. Fine. Let's go to the option here. Inside, I'm going to select this center axis, okay, and this axis. You can click on update or go to the option here, offset constraint. In the offset constraint, I want to give the distance between this face, okay, and rotate to this face. I am going to select these two faces. How much is the distance? 5. 5. Click on OK. Click on update. Once I click on the update, we can see that here how I am going to get like this. In between this wheel and the shaft, there is a small bush on both the side. Okay. So what I'm going to do, go to the option, right click, component, click on the existing component. Here we have a bushing. Select that, click on the option open. I'm going to get the bush somewhere here. So if you remember this again, snap automatically. Just click on the part. Automatically we are going to get the compass on the part. Fine. I just want to hold and drag it like this. Fine. I just want to rotate approximate orientation. Fine. Just hold and leave it. It goes to its original position. Let's start from the option coincide constraint. Click on the coincide constraint. I am going to select the center axis to the center axis here. Select the axis to axis. Don't click on the update now only. Fine. Let's complete all the constraints so it becomes easy for us. Click on the option here, contact. I am going to select this face. Select the face, rotate this one and select this face. I am going to select this. Click on the option update. Once you click on update, we can see that. Now I just want to do the mirror because I want same part on the right side also. So let's go to the option here that is called as symmetry. Click on the option symmetry, asking for the symmetry plane. I am going to select the center plane. This is the plane. Asking for the part. This is the part. That's it. Click on the option finish. Once you click on the finish, click on the close. Now we can see that here how we are going to get the complete assembly like this. Fine. And I don't want to show these constraints, multiple green color, whatever the elements we have. Those are the constraints I don't want to show that. Go to the option constraints. Right click on this. Here we are going to get the option hide or show. Similarly, I don't want to show the plane of this particular part. I'm going to select this here. But what I want, the assembly is completed, right? So I don't want this option anymore. Just uncheck this one. I'm going to select this plane, this plane, this plane. Select all the three, right click, hide or show. So we already know that some of the parts are having the material already. I want to show this component with material. We are going to get the option here. Go to visual style. From the bottom, third option, that is shading with material. Once you click on the shading with material, you can see that here how does it looks like. Now I just want to add the material for two more components. So here we have an option that is called as apply material. Once you click on the apply material, I'll go to paint. I just want to go for this material, hold and drag it on this. Fine. Click on the option here, apply material. Similarly, this one, hold and drag it on this part. Fine. Click on the option OK. That's it. Now we can see that here how we are going to get the final assembly like this. Okay, this is one of the simple example I wanted to explain. Okay, how we are going to do the assembly in the CATIA. Let's continue with the next workbench that is called as drafting or detailing. Previously, we have completed the sketcher where we used to draw the 2D sketches. We completed the 3D modeling, that is a part design, and we completed the assembly options. There we are going to do the assembly of the components. Now we are going to start with drafting or detailing. Fine. So let's get inside the CATIA. Here we are going to get the CATIA. Double click on this. Particularly for the drafting, we created one of the part here. Okay, so whenever we are starting with the drafting, first thing, whenever we get inside this CATIA interface, close the inside window. Okay, so go to the option start. Here we are going to get the mechanical design. We are going to get the option here that is called as drafting. But before going to start from the drafting or detailing of the part, on which part you want to do the detailing, whether it's a 3D model or the assembly or the sheet metal or the surface design, first you have to open that part here first. Fine. So go to the option here, file, click on the open. First we have to open that particular component. Click on open. I do have a component here. I am going to select the part. This is just a one random example part. I am going to select this, click on the option open. Once I click on the open, you can see that here this is the part what we are going to use for the drafting purpose. Fine. We can see that here we have a multiple operations on this component. We intentionally created some of the operations to explain the options in the drafting. Let's go to the option now. I want to get inside the drafting. Click on the option start, mechanical design. Here we are going to get the option that is called as drafting. I'm going to click on the drafting. Once you click on this, I'm going to get the dialog box here. So we are going to get some standard specifications. The first one is empty sheet. If I select the empty sheet, we are going to add all the views and details manually. We are going to get the option all views. If I select all views, we can add all the views in single shot. We have an option for three views: front view, bottom view, right view. You can select that. Apart from this, we have one more option: front view, top view or left view. But these three options, again, we are going to get inside the interface of drafting. But as of now, I want to select the empty sheet. So here I'm going to get some standard specification again. Click on the option modify. Here I'm going to get the sheet style. I'm going to get the different size of the papers here. Whichever you want, you can select. I want to keep it as A3 size. How you want to orientation, landscape or portrait? I want to keep the landscape. Click OK for this one. That's it. Once I click OK, that's it. Work is completed. Once I click OK now we are going to get inside the actual interface of drafting. Fine. So here we have some of the toolbars. Okay, so we'll come to these toolbars one by one. The very important toolbar here, we can see that at the left top, this is called as views toolbar. If this toolbar is not available, just somewhere on the right side, right click, we are going to get the option here. Okay, scroll to the bottom, we are going to get the views toolbar. Major work on the drafting is with respect to this view toolbar. Fine. Let's start from the option. We already opened the part, right? Where is that part? Click on the option window. Here I'm going to get that particular drafting part, right? Click on this one. Now we can see that here, this is the drafting actual part. Again, you want to go to drafting, click on the draft, click on this drawing. Okay. That is a drawing. Click on this. Now we can see that this is the interface of drafting. Fine. So you can see here, this outline, what we have, that is your actual paper. We are going to draw, or we are going to add all the views and technical details within this drawing sheet only. Fine. Let's start. So we are going to get the option here. So here in the views toolbar, the first option, if you open this, I'm going to get the set of options here. So let's start from the option that is called as projections. So here I'm going to get the option that is called as front view. Click on the front view. Once you click on the front view, if you want to add the front view directly, it is not possible. We need to go to this window, click on this part here. Once I click on the part, we just need to move the cursor on the surface. Which face you want it as a front view. If you want this face, you can select this as a front view. If you want this side, you can select, or if you want any plane as a reference, on the right bottom corner, you can see the oriented preview. That will show the preview how I am going to get the output. Fine. If you want this as a front view, I want this face as a front view. We can select this or we can select this. Just you need to click. That's it. Once you click, I'm going to get the view directly on the graphic area. Once you get the view, we have an option here. If you want to change the orientation, you can change the orientation however you want. You can keep it. I want to keep like how it look now. Just click on the screen. I'm going to get the particular view, that is a front view. This text automatically we are going to get with the view. Fine. Again, that's it. This is how we are going to add the front view. We have two more options here. For one option, we require the sheet metal component. For one option, we require the annotations. We'll come to this. Next, we are going to get the option projection view. I want to add the projection on this. Fine. I want to keep it like this. Let's go to the option here that is called as projection view. Once I click on the projection view, just move the cursor right side. Just no need to click. Just click on the projection. Just we need to move the cursor where you want to place the view. Whichever the side you want, you can keep it. I want to keep it here. Once I click on this, we are going to get the top view. And if you see these two views carefully, the first one is with the outline of red outline. The second one is with the outline of blue color. The red outline, what we have, that is a parent object. The blue color, whatever the view we have, this is completely depending on the first parent object. Fine. Whatever the operations we are going to do, whatever the remaining options also we have, if you want to perform that, that is only possible on the parent view. Fine. Let's go to the option again, projection. Click on the projection. Just move the cursor whichever the side you want to keep it. I want to keep it on this side. Once I click on this, we are going to get the left view like this. That's it. This is how we are going to get the view. For example, if you want to change the size of the view, at a time we can modify the size of a single view. Select the view, right click on this, we are going to get the option here, properties. Once you click on the property, here I am getting the option for the scale. If I want to reduce the size of the object, you can give the scale as 1:2, 1:5, 1:10 like that. If you want to increase the size, you can give it 2:1, 5:1, 10:1 like that. As well as we have an option here if you want to show the hidden lines, axis line, center line, thread line. Click on the option apply. Now we can see that here we are going to get all the visible edges here. Now we can see with respect to hidden lines, fine. Otherwise you can just uncheck this, click on the apply, click OK. You'll get like how it was earlier, fine. Let me show you one more option here. After the projection view, directly go to this option isometric. I want to add the isometric view. Click, just move the cursor here. I'm not getting any view. If you want a proper isometric view, click on the window, go to the option draft. Fine. Just click on any surface, but before that, make sure click on the isometric view. If the orientation is other than isometric, you will get the same view on the drawing sheet. So that first you have to click on the isometric view, select the face here. Once I click, now you can see here we are going to get the proper standard isometric view. Still we have an option, we can change it, fine. But I don't want to change. Click on the screen, I'm going to get the view, fine. Whatever the drawing views we are going to add, make sure all that should be within this outline. I want to keep it here, fine. I want to keep this one here, okay. I want to keep approximately like this. Just hold and drag and keep it here. Now we are going to get the isometric view at the location. For example, if you don't want any of these views, I'm going to select this one. I don't want this. Select this also and select this also. Just hit delete button. You can delete that. Fine. Apart from this, I'm going to get one more option here that is called as auxiliary view. What is auxiliary view means? We already know about the right view, left view, top view, bottom view, right? What I want, especially when we have the chamfer like this, I want to see the component how it looks like from this view. That is a slant view. The option is called as auxiliary view. Let's go to the option here, auxiliary view. It's very simple. Click on the auxiliary. Just you need to click on this edge here. That's it. Once I click on the edge, just click somewhere near to that. Then afterwards we can place it from the bottom, from the top, from the bottom, from the top. I want to place it here. Once I click on this, I'm going to get the auxiliary view. And let me tell you one important thing. Can you see this here dashed line? Whatever the red color and blue color line, that will not be there in the drawing sheet when we take it as a printout or PDF. Fine. So this is what we call it as auxiliary view. If I see this component from this angle, you can see that here reference A. So there is auxiliary view A. You can see that how we are going to get the view. This is called as auxiliary view. Control Z. I don't want that. I have one more option here that is called as advanced front view. So before going to start, we already know about the parent view that is in the red color outline, right? So whatever the operations here or whatever the operations here, we are going to get like a section view, detail view, clipping, whatever you want to do, that is only possible in the parent view. This is the parent view. Now I already have a parent view. I want to add one more as a parent view or one more as a active view. The option is here that is called as advanced front view. Once you click on the advanced front view, asking to change the name because you already have it the same name. If you want to change the name, you can change it. Otherwise, keep it default. Click on OK. Now I want to add the active view. Go to the option window, select the part. This time what I want is, just to explain you, I want this side view as a front view or the active view or the parent view. Once I click on this, we are going to get that view on the screen. If you click on the screen, now you can see that here, this is my actual parent object. Now, this is now normal, like a normal view, like a child view. Whatever the operations we are going to perform, that is only possible in this view now. Fine. This is the one option we have that is called as advanced front view. Or what we can do, no, you don't want this as a front view or the active view. Just double click on this. If you double click on this, now this becomes again like a active view. Fine. Whichever you want, you can keep it. Clear? So let me do one more thing. I want to add one projection view here. I'm going to place the projection view like this. Fine. And if you want to make this as a parent view, double click on this. Now this becomes parent. If you don't want this one, for example, select this and delete this. Select and delete this one. That's it. Clear? So now I want a top view because we are going to work on the next set of options. Let's start from the next set of options. Just open this. Here we are going to get the option that is called as section view. Let's start from the option here one by one. The first option, offset section view. Fine. The first option is offset section view. Let's start from this one. It's very simple. How you want to create the section view? I want to cut horizontally. Okay. So go for this option here, offset section view. We are starting. If you want to cut vertical, horizontal, however you want, you can cut. I am starting from here, first point. I want to end it like this, horizontal. Just you need to double click. That's it. If you double click, I'm going to get the view. Which side you want to keep? You want to keep it this side or this side? Whichever the side you want, you can keep it. I want to keep it on this side, for example, above. Once I place it, you can see that here how I am going to get the section view. Clear? So this is called as offset section view. I have one more option here, Control Z. I don't want this. Otherwise, you can keep it, no issues. Just keep it. Okay. So let me go back to the same option once again. Let me create it. First point, double click to finish this one. I want to add the view like this. Fine. For example, if you want to cut incline, go to the same option here. Approximately, I want to start from here. I want to end it like this. Fine. However you want, double click on this. You can place the view, whichever the side you want, you can keep it. Fine. This is called as offset section view. I do have one more option here that is called as offset section cut. So what I'm going to do, select this one. Let me zoom in. I want to cut here, for example, with respect to these two holes. So let me start from here. First point, I want to end it like this. Okay. If you want exactly in the center, yes, we can do that. Go to the option here. We are starting with the reference. You can see here, click. If you want to finish, double click. Fine. Whichever the side you want, you can keep it. I want to keep it at the top only. Now we can see that here, this is called as offset section cut. What is the meaning of cut? You can see that here, this is the cut. Wherever the material is cutting, we are going to get only that much portion. That is called as section cut. Let me go back to the first option. I'm going to overlap on the same so that you'll get the idea. So I want to start from here, click the first point. You want to finish here, double click. So here this is called as offset section view. In the view, I am going to get the complete view. You can see that here, this is the cutting line. I am going to get the complete view like this, as well as section is showing in the hatching. But if you come to section cut, it will show only the cutting portion. That is the difference between section view and section cut. In the offset method, the first option was offset, right? The second option was, the third option is also the offset. So we are going to draw only straight lines. But I have an option here that is called as aligned section view. In the aligned section view, however you want, you can cut. Let me start from here. For example, first point, I want to stop it here. Otherwise, you can keep it exactly if you want. If you want exactly in the center, let's start from here. I want to start first point. I want to end here, this point, and I want to draw it like this. You can see that how we are going to get the view. Fine. So just double click where you want to place. I want to place it above only. You can see that this is the view actually. So this is the one hole. This is the second hole. We can see that there is no material inside this. There is no material inside this. I have one more option, align section cut. If I go to align section cut, let me try to overlap on the same. Start from here. I want to stop, click. I want to end it. Double click on this. Let's see what we are going to get. I want to keep it here. Once I click on this, it will show only the cutting portion. It will not show the view here. If you go to section cut, it will not show the view. It will show only the cutting portion. But in the view, it will cut as well as we are going to get the complete view. That is the difference between cut and the view option. Fine. So this is how we are going to perform offset section view, offset section cut, aligned section view, aligned section cut. Let's continue from the next option. I don't want this, close this, Control Z. Okay. So I just want to remove all of this. I want to keep the single view like this. Okay. I'm going to keep it like this. Let's continue from the next option. Open this. Here we are going to get the option. This is called as detail view. What is detail view means? For example, if you want a small portion of the component separately to place it beside by magnifying that. That is called as detail view. Here also we are going to get the four options. Let's start from the first one, detail view. Once you click on the detail view where you want to create, approximately I want to create here, click, I am going to draw the circle like this. Fine. So if you want like smaller one, you can keep it smaller. If you want to create huge, you can create huge. Go to the same option, detail view. I want to start from here. I want to keep it a little bit outside. Click where you want to place the view. I want to place the view here so that you can see we are going to get only that much portion. Whatever the circle was there, only that much portion will get it as a separate magnifying view. Detail A, right? So similarly, we have one more option, quick detail view. The first option was detail view. The third option is quick detail view. What is the difference between these two options? If I go to the option quick detail view, I'm going to start approximately from here. I'm trying to draw it like a same like previous circle. Draw the circle where you want to place the view. I want to place the view beside this here, right? Once I click, I'm going to get the view. So the first one was detail A. The second one is detail B. What is the difference is if I come to the first one, if you see this carefully, wherever the material is there, in that location only I'm going to get this circle. Outside we don't have a material, the circle is not available. Similarly, when it comes to the second one, here I'm going to get the option quick detail view. In the quick detail view, when we draw the circle, whether you have a material or not, you are going to get the complete circle. This is the difference between first option and third option. I have one more option here, the second one, detail view profile. I have to create the profile, go for this option. Let me zoom in. I want to create like this. First point, second, you can draw it like however you want. If you want to finish, double click on this where you want to place the view. I want to place it here. Fine. So you can see here, this is called as detail view profile. Detail view profile. I just want to hold and drag and keep it like this. Similarly, we are going to get one more option here, quick detail view profile. I'm going to select this one. Fine. So let's start. I'm going to draw the profile here. Okay. Double click to finish whether you have a material completely or not. I'm going to get the complete profile, full profile here. If I go to the previous option, wherever the material is there, there only I'm going to get the boundary line. That is the difference between second option and fourth option. The complete set of options are detail view. Fine. That's it. So let's continue from the next option. I don't want any of this. Control Z to remove all of this one. The next option we are going to get here, that is called as clipping view. There is a very small difference between clipping view and the previous option, detail view. Let's start from the option clipping view. What is this clipping view is? For example, if you have a huge part or you have a huge assembly, you don't want to show the complete assembly or complete part. You just want a small portion of that. You just want a small portion of the part or the assembly. Then we are going to use the option that is called as clipping view. That is called as clipping view. Let's start here. We are going to start from the first option that is called as clipping view. Once I click on the clipping view, I am going to draw the 2D sketch. Okay, we have to draw the 2D sketch. I am going to draw it like this. Whatever the portion inside this circle will get that much only. Outside portion will be removed from there. Fine. I am going to select here. Once I click, you can see that here I am getting only this much portion. And one more thing, if you see the boundary line, wherever the material is there, there only I am going to get the boundary line. Control Z. We have one more option here that is called as quick clipping view. If I go to quick clipping view, similar to the previous option, but here if I draw the profile, I'm going to keep it like this. You can see that whether you have a material or not, I'm going to get the complete circle, whatever the portion outside the circle which is completely hidden now. Fine. Both are with respect to circle. Control Z. We have an option here that is called as clipping view profile. If I go to clipping view profile, I can draw it like however you want. I want to keep it. If you want to stop, double click. Fine. We can see that here outside, it's not possible to get the boundary. I am going to get the profile clipping view. Control Z. We do have one more option here that is called as quick clipping view profile. Okay. So I just want to draw it here. Draw. I want to stop. Double click on this one. Whether you have a material or not, you are going to get the complete boundary line. The option is called as clipping view. This is the 2D clipping. This is the 2D clipping. Fine, all these options are 2D clipping. That means we are drawing the 2D sketch on 2D view. Fine. We have one more option, Control Z. So let's continue from one more option here. Just open this. We are going to get some set of options here. Okay, so first I'm going to start from this last option, add 3D clipping. I want to add the 3D clipping on this one. What we tried before, that was a 2D clipping. Let's go to the option here. Here we have different methods. Try out whichever you want. I want to start with the box. So click on the option box here. I'm going to get the virtual box. The component is surrounded by a virtual box. Okay, how much portion you want to show it on the drawing sheet? Keep that much only inside the box. You can see that here I just want to keep it half of this, approximately half of this I want to keep it. You can see that here how does it looks like. Fine, I want only this portion. Click on the option create. Once I click on the create, you can see that here I am going to get the clipping view like this. And we know that this is what? This is the jog, right? This is exact shape is jog. Jog represents a continuous material here. If I do it in the 3D clipping, then only we are going to get this. Fine. Next. Fine. Control Z. Let's continue from the next option. Here, after completing this option, add 3D clipping, I want to start from the option broken view. This is very important. What is broken view means? For that, I required the shaft with the same cross section. But to explain the option, I am going to use it on the same view. What is this broken view means? For example, just a second, the option is called as broken view. For that, what I'm going to do, for example, if you have a shaft like this, if the cross section is same with respect to entire length, what we normally do is we don't keep it complete length of profile. We are going to cut this, whatever the position we are going to cut, and we are going to compress this one, and we'll remove this center portion. The option is called as broken view. Dimension remains same. Just we are going to compress the view. That is called as broken view. Normally we'll do it for like same cross section profiles, but I don't have anything with the same cross section profile. I want to do it on the same. So let's go to this option here. Click on the option broken view. Once I click on the broken view, I just have to click the point on the particular view. I'm going to click here. If you click like this, if I'm going to get the line vertically, that means we are going to compress in the horizontal direction. If the line is horizontal, we are going to compress vertical. I want to keep it like this. This is the first line. Then I have to mention the second line where you want. I want to mention the second line. If I mention the second line here, whatever the in between these two green lines, that's going to compress. I want to place it here. Once I click in between. Just click here. Once you click, I'm going to get the view like this. This is called as broken view or compress view. Fine. Let's continue from the next option. What I'm going to do is, here we are going to get the option breakout view. Here we are going to get the option breakout view. What we are going to do is go to the option here, projection. I want to keep a projection like this and double click on this one. So this becomes active view. I want to delete this. I want to keep it here. Fine. Let me zoom in. Here I am going to get the option that is called as breakout view. What is breakout view means? This is called as partial section view. What I want is, I don't want to cut the entire view or entire model. What I want, I just want to cut the small portion of this, and I want to see what is there inside. If there is a material, I am going to get the hatching. If there is no material, I am going to get the complete empty space. Fine. Let's go to the option here that is called as breakout view. Click on the breakout view. I want to draw the profile here. First point, second, just create the profile. Okay. Double click to finish. Where you are cutting in the center. Click on the option OK. Once I click on the OK, you can see that here, if there is a material, we are going to get in the hatching. If there is no material, we are going to get the empty space. Okay. So I'm going to double click on the hatching here. Once you double click on the hatching, we can reduce the spacing. Go to the option pitch. I want to go for 2 mm. Okay, for this, we are going to get the pitch like this. This is called as breakout view option. Fine. Let's continue with the next set of option. Let's select this and delete this. I don't want this also. Fine. So I'm going to delete this one, close this. Here, open this one. We are going to get the option. These options are exactly similar to the options what we get in the beginning of the drafting. Normally, when you go to the drafting, we are going to get the 4 options like empty sheet, all views, right? So 3 views and 3 views. The same options are available here. If I go to this option, all views. If I go to this option here, we are going to get the 3 views, front view, bottom view, and right view. If I go to this, we are going to get the front view, top view, and the left view. Whichever you want, you can select from this. These three method is same. I want to go for all views. Select all view, go to Windows, select the window of the part. I want to select this as a main view. That is a front view. Once I click on this, we are going to get the view like this. Fine. Still, we have an option. We can change the orientation, but I just want to keep it default. Okay, just click on the screen. You can see that we are going to get all the views in a one go. Fine. An important thing what you have to do is you have to reduce the size of the component and keep all the views within the drawing sheet. Apart from this, I have one more option here, the first one, that is called as View Creation Wizard. If I go to the option View Creation Wizard, click on this one. So here again, I'm going to get the options to add the set of views whichever required for you. I'm going to go for this option. If I select the last one, we are going to get all the possible views. Click on the option next. Again, I'm getting all the views here, but still I'm getting to add the option like to add any particular view you want. I'll go to the option here, isometric. Already we have isometric view here. Click on this. I want to add the isometric view here. Rear view is already here. I want to add one more rear view. Click on this. I want to add this. If you don't want this one, right click on this, delete this. Fine. I want to add one more view, say for example, bottom view. I want to add it here. If you don't want, right click and delete that. I want these views. Click on the option finish. If you want to add the views on the drawing sheet, click on the option window. Go to the option drafting. Just click here. Fine. Once you click on the face, we are going to get all the views in a single go. Click on the screen. I'm going to get all the views in a one go actually. This is called as wizard. By using the wizard, we can add all the views in one single shot. Let's continue from the next set of options. The next set of options we are going to start, that is with the dimensions. Okay, so let me go to the option here, front view. I am going to select the view here. Okay, so this is the front view what I wanted. Click on the screen. I am going to get the view. Right click on this. What I am going to do is go to properties. I want to increase the size 2:1, that is double. Click on OK. Now we can see the size. If you want to add the dimension for this, we have two methods. One method is manual method. Same like Sketcher, how we used to add the dimensions, we can add the dimension. But before that, if you want to show that dotted line, dashed line, axis line, hidden line, okay, whatever the type of lines you want to add, right click on this, go to properties. This time I want to add all of this. Okay, so click on OK. You can see the thread and all those things. If you want to add the dimensions, here in the first set, we are going to get the set of options, same like a drafting, whichever you want, you can select. For example, if you want a length, I am going to select this one. Manually, if you want to add the dimension, you can add it like this. Fine. Whatever the dimension you want, just open this. We are going to get the option. For example, if you want to show the angle, select the first line and second line. I can show the angle like this. Particularly for the threading and chamfer, we have an option. Click on the chamfer. Select this. I am going to get the chamfer dimension. Similarly, if you want to show the dimension for the thread here, if you want to show, just zoom in, you have to click on the thread. Once I click on the thread, I am going to get the diameter and the depth of the thread. So these are like a manual dimensions. Go to these options to add the dimensions which is required for you. Apart from that, if you want to go to the option to add the dimension automatically, we are going to get the toolbar here, the one option that is called as generate dimension. This is creating the dimension automatically. Fine. I don't want these manual dimension. Delete that. Okay. So let's go to the option. So let's go to the option here, generate dimension. Once you click on the generate dimension, just you need to select the view. Click OK. That's it. Once I click OK, you can see the green color dimensions. So this 120 was earlier, the manual dimension. If you don't want, you can select and delete that. Okay. So these are the dimensions. Okay. So you can see that here, what are the possible dimensions applicable on this view? I'm going to get all the possible dimensions. Whichever the dimension you want to show here, you can see that here all the dimensions are available. Whichever you don't want, you can select and you can delete that. If you don't want the dimensions, you can select the dimensions and you can delete this. For this view, which and all the dimensions are possible to show, I am going to get all those dimensions. The one method is manual dimension, one method is automatic generation of the dimension. Fine, that's it. This is how we are going to add the dimension. Apart from that, if you want to add the GD&T symbols, so we know about the GD&T, right? We are going to get approximately like 14 type of symbols and some of the material conditions. With that, we are going to add the GD&T, geometrical dimensioning and tolerance. In that, I want to add the tolerance now. The toolbar is there here. There is the tolerance. Fine. So here I'm going to get the option geometrical tolerance. For some of the tolerances, we need to add the datum. For some of the tolerances, datums are not required, right? Let me give both the example. Let's click on this option. Once I click on this, where you want to show that particular frame, I want to show it here. Once I click on this, I'm getting the option. If you want straight line, hold shift. Otherwise, you can keep it wherever you want. I want to keep it like this. Click. Here I'm getting the options here to select the particular symbol. For example, I want to go for without datum reference. What I want for the machining, I want to keep it like, say, for example, straightness or flatness. I'm going to select the flatness with the tolerance value. Click on OK. I'm going to get with the tolerance value. This is without datum reference. For example, if you want to show with the datum reference, let me create one example. Go to the option datum reference. I want to call this as reference A. Okay, you can change the name if you want. Click OK. Now let's go to the same option here. I want to show the datum frame here. Hold shift. I want to keep it like this. Fine. Now what I want is I want to go for this one. Say for example perpendicular with the tolerance. It is asking for the reference here. Click and select the datum. Okay. So click on OK. You can see that here I can add the tolerance with the datum and I can add the tolerance without datum. So this is how we are going to add the GD&T, that is tolerance symbols. Fine. Let's continue with the next option. I want to continue with here. The next option is in the annotation toolbar. The option is called as text option. Once I click on the text option where you want to write, I want to write it here. Whatever the text you want, you can write down. Okay. I want to write it like 3D CAD click. Okay. I want to write 3D CAD click. This is the text I want to write. Once I click OK, that's it. The text is completed. If you want to change any properties on the text, double click on this one. So the text is already selected. Here I'm getting the options in the top. We can do the modification. Style we can modify. I want to change the size. I want to give it an 8. If you want bold, italic, whatever you want, you can select. Apart from this, if you want to change the color, you can select the color. Click on OK. Once I click OK, I'm going to get the text like this. Again, apart from this, I have one more option. If you open this, which we use normally, that is called as text with leader. That is text with showing the arrow. Click on this, what you want, where you want. I want to show it here. Okay, click. I am getting the option to write the text by showing the arrow. Whatever you want, you can write down. I just want to go for a slope of, I'm just randomly writing. Okay, 1:10. I'm just giving the slope. I am going to select the text. I want to increase it by 5. Okay, for this one, I'm going to get the text like this. Apart from this, I have one more option, what we normally use regularly in the annotation, that is called as table. I want to add the table. I'm going to keep the entire thing on the side. Here I want to add the table. We have one more option to create the bill of material. Okay, there automatically for the assembly it generates the table, but now I want to create manually. We have an option here that is called as table option. Click on the table, number of columns, how many columns you want, 4 columns I want. How many rows, 8 rows is fine. Click OK. Where you want to place the table, here I want to place. Once I click on that, automatically we are going to get the table. First thing, if you want to change the size of the table, double click on the table. If you double click on this, now you can do the modification. Okay, whatever the size, width, height, anything you want, you can do the modifications. You want to write the text inside the particular cell, double click on this, what you want. I want to write like serial number, whatever the text. Manually, if you want to write, you can go to the option here, double click on this, name, serial number, quantity. Manually, if you are writing, we have an option in the bill of material that will be taking care automatically. Okay, click OK. This is how we can create the table, and we can double click on this. We can modify the properties and we can write the text inside that. So this is how we are going to add the annotations on the view. Let me go for one more example. I'll go to the one complete drafting. I'm going to add the multiple views as well as I'm going to add the title block first. I'm going to add the title block and I'll add all the views and I'm going to extract this as a PDF or printout. Okay. So I'm going to select this one, delete this. The first thing I want to show how to add the template that is called as sheet background. Let's start from that. Where is the option? Click on the option here, edit. We are going to get the option sheet background. Once you click on the sheet background, on the right side, we are going to get the option that is called as frame and title block. Once you click on the frame and title block, from the Catia, we have some of the samples, whichever required for you, you can select from here. Okay, I want to go to sample 2, click on the option OK, that's it. Once you click OK, automatically we are going to get the template like this. If you want to modify this one, you can do the modification. But as of now, I just want to keep it default like how it looks like. If you want to do any modification, double click on this. I just want to write it. Okay. Whatever the text you want, you can write down. This is the text I have. Click OK. Now what I required is I want to add the different views inside that. Once the title block work is completed, go to the option edit, click on the option working views. Once you back to working views, I want to add the possible views here. So we already know about the multiple options. Let's go to front view. I want to add one of the front view here. Select this. Okay, I'm going to get the view. Click on the screen. We'll get the view like this. Fine. I just want to hold and drag it like this. Now go to the option projection view. I'll click on the projection. I want to add the projection view like this. Fine. Similarly, go to the option projection view. I want to add the projection like this. Similarly, if you want to create the one section view, I'm just trying to add all the possible views. First point, finish it, double click here. Okay, where you want to place the section view, I want to place the section view here. Fine, just place it like that. Okay, just hold and drag and properly adjust it in the locations. Now double click on this view. This view, I want to double click. Fine. Let's go to the option here that is called as, again, if you want section view, you can create. I want to go for detail view, third option. Click on this. I'm going to select here. I want to draw it like this. Okay. So I want to place the view where I want to place it like this. You can see that here, just a smaller one. I just want to keep it, just hold and drag and keep it near to this. Apart from that, I want to add a small isometric view. Open this, go to the option isometric. Okay. So we know that how to add the isometric. Click on the face. I am going to get the like complete full scale component 1:1. I want to reduce the size of this. Right click, properties. I want to keep it 1:2. I want to keep 1:2. Okay. I want to add it here. Just hold and drag and place it like this. Apart from that, if you want to add the dimensions and all, if you want to add the text, if you want to add the table, whatever required for you, you can add it on this. Fine. So this looks perfect for me. I don't want to do any modification as of now. Okay. This is okay for me. Now I want to convert this into PDF. If you want to take the printout, we have a direct option here that is called as print option. But I don't want this as a print. I want to convert this drawing sheet into PDF. It's a very simple save as. In the PDF, we are going to get very clear kind of output. Click on the save as. On the desktop, I want to save, give the name, otherwise keep the default name. Here I'm getting the option, open this, select the PDF. I want to select the PDF format. Click on the option save. That's it. Once you click on the save, we are going to get the PDF file saved on the desktop. Okay, so let me see how we are going to get that. Just let me minimize this one. So here just refresh once. Okay, I'm going to get the drafting PDF file. Double click on this. Once you double click, you can see that here how we are going to get the views. It's a very clear. You can see that how does it looks like. You can see the difference between how we are going to get the output in the PDF, how we are going to get default in the Catia. That was a complete draw. If I convert that into PDF, we are going to get the crystal clear output. If you want, you can zoom in, you can see that how the quality of the PDF file. It is very clear actually. So we can see that here how we are going to get the PDF. This is how we are going to create the PDF file from the drafting sheet. Fine. So these are the set of options related to detailing or drafting in the Catia. If you want to learn in detail on the Catia for each and every module clearly, we have a separate in detail course which is available on our website www.3dcadclick.com. Just log in and check it once. Okay, so we are going to get the complete syllabus and all those things. And one more thing, for the practice purpose, for the 3D components and 2D drawings and all, we have a simple ebook which is the collection of 3D models and 2D drawings, which is available on our website, which is free of cost. We can go there, you can download that particular ebook. Going to continue with the next workbench, that is called as Sheetmetal. Okay, so previously we already worked on sketcher part, that is a 2D workbench. Then we completed the part design or part modeling, that's a 3D modeling. We completed the assembly design, we completed the drafting or detailing. Now we are going to start from Sheetmetal. Okay, so here we are going to get the Catia. Just double click on this. Once you double click on this, we are going to get inside the interface of Catia. Whenever we get inside the Catia interface, always we are going to close the inside window. So here we are going to get the inside window, close that. So we are going to start from the Sheetmetal, go to the option here Start, click on the option here Mechanical Design. We are going to get the option that is called as Generative Sheetmetal Design. So click on this Generative Sheetmetal Design. Once you go for this, it is asking for the name of the part. You can specify the name now itself. Otherwise, afterwards also we'll get the option to rename this. I just want to keep it as default. Click on the option OK for this. Okay. So here we are going to start from the option one by one. Fine. So before going to start, the toolbars are very much important. Let me close this. So here we are going to get the walls. In the walls, we are going to get two types, like a primary wall and the secondary wall. Anyway, we'll come to that one by one. Then we are going to get the option that is called as bending operations. We are going to get the cutting and stamping operations, and similar to the part design, here we are going to get two more toolbars. One is called as references, one is called as transformations. Fine. For these two, particularly for these two, refer that part design portion. Okay, exactly same options, whatever we created there, point, line, plane, and the transformation options completely fine. Just try that. Anyway, so let's start from the option one by one, and if you want to go for these options directly, you can go from here. Otherwise, if you go to insert, we are going to get the same set of options. If you click on that, we are going to get the set of options here. Fine. If any one of these toolbar is not available here, just right click. For example, I want walls. Wall toolbar is not available. Just right click on here. Just right click. We are going to get the option here to select the toolbar. Scroll to the bottom. We are going to get this particular one. Just click. That's it. Fine. Anyway, so we cannot click on any of these options until we specify or mention what is the Sheetmetal parameters. Okay. So here we are going to get the first option, that is Sheetmetal parameter. So before going to start, briefly I'll explain what is Sheetmetal. Okay. So depending on type of material, the thickness should be less than 9 mm. We call it as sheet. If it is more than that, we call it as plate. One more property of the sheet metal is that when we are creating the sheet metal component, whole over the object thickness remains same and constant. For example, some particular operations like bending operations, cutting operations, stamping operations, that is only possible in the sheet metal workbench. Anyway, so we are going to click on this, that is called the sheet metal parameters. Once you click on this, we are going to get the dialog box here. Here asking for what should be the thickness of the sheet. You can specify how much ever you want because this is the software. Okay, so I just want to go for, say, for example, 2 mm. Similarly, it is asking for default bend radius. For example, if you have a flat sheet or by using any other operation, I want to bend the sheet. Okay, what should be the radius at the bend? So it is showing here default is 4 mm. I want to go for 2 mm. Here we have an option bend extremities. For example, whenever we bend the sheet, there is a stress concentration in the sheet metal. Okay, to reduce the stress concentration, we have to remove the material from the corner, as well as for the ace of bending, we are going to remove the corner materials. So it is asking in which shape you want to remove the material. Whichever you want, you can select. I am going to select this method. Click on this option, minimum width round relief. You can click on this one. You can modify this dimension, length 1 and length 2. I just want to keep it as 1 mm. Fine. One more parameter here, there is a K factor. As of now, I just want to keep it default. Click on the option OK. Once I click on OK, now we can see that here we can work on all these options. Fine. Let's start from the first option here. The first option is wall. So before going to start from this option, I require 2D sketch. Here we'll get the option that is a wall. Go to the option sketch option here. Once I click on the sketch, I should have to draw the 2D sketch. Select whichever plane you want. I want to select this plane, that is X and Y plane. I'm selecting this plane. Once I select the plane, I'm getting the options to draw the sketch. Okay, so let me go for the option here. For example, I want to draw a rectangle. I'm going to draw the rectangle like this. Go to the option dimension. If you want to add the dimensions, say for example 100 millimeter, enter. Okay, I want vertical dimension. I want to keep it, say for example 50 millimeter, enter for this. Okay, so exit workbench. That's it. This is what I wanted. Before exit, if you want to create any opening also, we can create the opening. For example, I want to create the opening somewhere like this approximately. Okay, this is the opening what I want. Exit from the workbench. I am going to get the normal 2D sketch. I want to convert this into a wall. There is a primary wall. Click on the wall, select this sketch. Once I click on this, that's it. Thickness is already defined in the sheet metal parameters. Okay. Now asking for the height here. The height means in which direction you want. Whichever the direction, the 2 mm is the thickness, right? I do have one more option here, that is sketch at mid portion. Once I click on this, half thickness is above the sketch, half thickness is below the sketch. That's it. Click on the option OK. Either side you can keep it above or below, or you can click on this, it will divide equally. Click on OK. I'm going to get the sheet like this. That's it. Fine. Next option we have here, that is called as wall on edge. Once you go for this option, wall on edge, I have to select the edge of this particular wall. I'm going to click on this option. Once you click on wall on edge, I'm getting the option here to select the edge. For example, I'm going to click on this edge. Once I click on the edge, you can see that here how we are going to get the bend like this. And here we are going to get the options to do the modification. I want, like, say for example 50 is okay, and angle also we can modify. Directly we can give the number here, or we can hold and drag it like this. Height also as well as angle also, just modify that. Fine. Apart from that, we have two more options here. Reverse position, above or below, you can keep it however you want. I want to go for 90° only. Whichever the side you want, you can keep it. I do have one more option, invert material side. Let me zoom in. So I just want to go for this option, invert material side. You can see the bend. You want the bend inside or outside. You can keep it however you want. Okay, you can see that here how I am going to get the wall on edge. Click on OK. I am going to get the wall like this. Again, you want to continue, same option. Select this. I am going to get the same parameters. You can modify. Apart from this, we have two more parameters, right and left. It is showing 0, 0 depending on the length of this. Okay, I can hold, I can drag it inside or I can drag it outside. I want to drag it outside here, and this one I want to drag inside. Okay, so click on the preview. Okay, for this one, I'm going to get the sheet like this. This is what we are going to get. Fine. This is called as wall on edge. I do have one more option here. Let's go for the next option. The next option is that is called as extrude option. Fine. If you want to do that extrusion, click on the option here, sketch. I'm going to select the plane. Fine. I'm going to draw a simple sketch. Let me start from here. First point, I want to keep it here. I want to go for horizontal line like this. This is the shape I have. I want to convert this into a wall. Click on the exit workbench. Go to the option extrusion. Once I click on the extrusion, I'm going to get the extrusion like this. I don't want 100. I want to keep it 50. Click on the option preview. You can see that here how we are going to get the output. Fine. I do have one more option here. I can go to the option mirrored extend. Once I click on the mirror extend, I'm going to get something like this. The total length becomes 100 millimeter. Or we do have an option here. Just uncheck the mirror extend. This is one side is 50 mm. Other side I want 25 mm. Click on the option preview. Now you can see that here 50 mm and 25 mm. Fine. Just modify whatever the dimension you want. You want to add the thickness inside or outside. You can click on this arrow here, inside or outside. We do have one more option here. If you click on this, the sketch would be in the center. Thickness is divided. Half is inside, half is outside. Okay. So I want to keep it like this only. Click on the OK. I'm going to get the extrusion like this. Fine. Let's go for the next set of options. Before going to start from the next options, click on the sketch. I'm going to select the plane. Okay. So I'm going to draw the sketch. For example, I'll go to rectangle. Let me start from here. I want to keep it like this. Okay. Simple one. I just want to keep it like this. Exit from the workbench. Go to the option here, wall. Click OK. I'm going to get something like this. Yeah, this is the wall I have. Right. I do have one more set of options here that is called as swept wall. In that, three options are ready made. One option is user defined. Fine. Let's go to the option, the first one that is called as flange. These options are almost similar to the option wall on edge. Let's go for this option. The advantage of these option is that I'm going to get the preview here, right? As well as we're getting the option which and all dimensions we can modify. For example, I'm going to click on the edge. Once I click on the edge, I'm going to get the bend like this. You can modify the length, how much ever the length you want, you can modify, how much ever the radius, especially the bend radius, which is not possible directly to modify in the wall on edge, we can modify in this particular option. You want in opposite direction, you can click on the reverse or reverse direction, whichever the side you want, you can keep it. Click on OK. I'm going to get something like this. This is what we wanted. This is called as swept wall. In that, the first option was flange option. Again, you want to continue same option. Select the edge. Again, modify the length. Say, for example, I want to increase it. Okay, how much ever you want. Click on OK for this one. Once I click OK, and before that, we have an option for the reverse direction also. Okay, so click OK for this. I'm going to get the flange like this. Control Z, Control Z. Okay, I do have one more option, hem operation. I can able to see the preview here. This is what we are going to get. Select the edge. You can see that here hem. If you want reverse direction, you can keep the reverse direction. You can modify the length here, how much ever you want. You can modify the radius, how much ever you want. Click OK. I'm going to get the shape. The option is called as hem operation. I do have one more option that is called as teardrop. Go to teardrop. I'm going to select the edge here. Once I click on the edge, I'm going to get the teardrop like this. How much ever you increase the radius, how much ever you increase the length, that edge is always in contact on face. Okay, just modify the length, how much ever you want, modify the radius of this one, click OK. I'm going to get the shape like this. Okay, so these three are like a ready-made shapes. The last one is user flange. In the user defined flange, we should have to draw the 2D sketch. But we have some conditions here. Let's start from this option. The option is called as user flange. In the user flange, we have to create the profile. Okay, first we have to decide where you want to create the wall. For example, I want to create the wall on this edge. If you're creating the wall on this edge, I should have to select the perpendicular plane or perpendicular surface to draw the 2D sketch. Okay, so for this edge, which is the perpendicular plane, either I can select this plane or we can select this surface. I am selecting this plane, click on the option sketch. I am going to draw the path. Path means that is a profile for the wall actually. Okay, so you can draw whatever you want. Say for example, I'll go to SP line because it's a irregular shape. Let's start from here approximately. Okay, I just want to draw it like this. The first condition is that make sure this point and this point must be what? It should be coincide. Okay, for this, the second condition is that the complete sketch and the particular edge and this particular profile must be tangency. After tangency, whatever the modifications you want, we can do the modifications. Here it is showing the constraint, geometrical constraint. Let me select and delete so that I can keep it wherever I want and however you want. Just a moment. Let me keep it as simple as possible. Okay. So you can see this now. Just a second. Let me hold and try to keep it like a normal. Fine. Otherwise, if you want to draw other shapes, you can draw whatever the shape you want. Fine. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. Fine. So I just need to hold and drag it. Just need to hold and drag it. Exit from the workbench. You can see that here how we are going to get the profile. Now very simple. Click on the option user flange. Now we have to select the edge. Just click on the edge and the profile. That's it. Click on the profile. Click on OK. I am going to get the wall like this. This is called as user defined flange. Let's continue from the next set of options. Fine. Let me close this one. I'm going to delete everything. Okay. I don't want this one. Delete. Okay. So click on OK. Let me go to the option here, isometric view. I want to keep it like this. Let's go to the option bending. In that, the first option, let's start from the option here, bends option. So I'm going to give the very basic example in the bends. We can perform multiple operations in this. Okay. I'm just giving the basic example. Go to the option sketch. I'm going to select the plane to draw the sketch. Okay. The first sketch, I'm drawing the first sketch like this. Okay. Exit from the workbench. So select the wall and convert this into wall, and thickness is 2 mm. What I am going to do is I want to increase the size of this particular profile. Okay. So I want to keep it like this. Exit from the workbench. Now select the perpendicular plane. Select perpendicular plane, I'm going to create approximately similar profile. Go to rectangle. I want to draw it like this. Exit workbench, go to the option here, wall, click OK for this. I'm going to get something like this. This is the setup. This is one basic example I'm explaining. We have multiple operations in this. Let's go to the option that is called as bend option. Once you click on the bend, I'm going to get the dialog box to select the support 1 and support 2. That is a wall 1 and wall 2. So I'm going to select this as a wall 1, whichever you want you can select, and the remaining as a wall 2. Once you select these two walls, we don't have any option to modify the dimensions here. So you can see that this is the left side and this is the right side. Here we have to play with the arrows. Whichever the direction arrow is showing, in that direction we are going to get the material. Opposite side, the material will be removed. Fine. You can keep it whichever the direction you required. Fine. Just select this. I just want to change the direction, this side or that side. So you can see above, I'm going to get the material. Right side, I'm going to get the material. This portion, no material. Opposite portion, no material. Let me show you. Click on the preview. OK for this one. Once I click OK, you can see that here how we are going to get like this. If you want to edit that, double click on this. I'm going to change the direction below. Click OK. Now you can see that here how we are going to get the operation. That is the first option, that is called as bend option. Similar to this, we have one more option, conical bend. In the conical bend, I can modify this bend radius. So go to the option here, conical bend, select first and second, asking for the left radius and right radius. Right side and left side I can modify. Left side is 1 mm is okay. Right side I want 5 mm. Just click on the option preview. You can see that how we are going to get the conical radius. If you want uniform, give the same values here. And one more thing, if you want to play with these arrows, you can play with that. Okay, for this one, I'm going to get the conical bend like this. This is how we are going to use the operation that is called as bend options. Okay. Now I don't want this. Let's go to the next option. Fine. The next option, we are going to get the option that is called as bend from flat. The option is called as bend from flat. Let's continue with the bend from flat. Okay. So let's go to the option. I have a flat surface, that is a sheet. Click on the option sketch, select the surface. I want to draw a sketch, for example, and whenever you are drawing, make sure it should be straight line. If you want, you can draw incline, or if you want, you can draw exactly vertical, but it should be straight line. Okay. Exit from the workbench. I am going to get the set up something like this. So let's go to the option here that is called as bend from flat. This is the flat. It's very simple. Go to the option bend from flat. Click on this. Okay. Asking for the profile, just you need to select the profile. That's it. Once you click on the profile, automatically what is happening is you can see that this side becomes fixed point, right? If this is fixed point, this side is going to be fixed. This is going to bend above or below. You can keep it above or you can keep it below, and you can modify the angle also. There is an angle of bend. Fine. And for example, click on the preview. You can see that how does it looks like. For example, you don't want this. What you want is you don't want to fix this side. You want to fix this side. Nothing to do. Just can you see that here fixed point is already selected this side. I just need to move the cursor and I'm going to select this side. Click on the option preview. Just a second. I'm going to select. Just click cancel. I'll do it once again. Select this one. So this side is a fixed point, right? I don't want this side is a fixed point. I want this side is a fixed point. Click on the option preview. You can bend it like this. Fine. So I just want to cancel this one because I want to go like how it was earlier. So this side only I want as a fixed point. Click on OK. I'm going to get the bend like this. This is called as bend from flat. I do have one more option here. Beside that, just open that. Here I'm going to get the first option, unfolding and folding. It is already folded, right? You just want to open that. If you have a sheet metal which is already bent, you want to open it, we are going to use the option that is called as unfolding. Click on the option unfolding, select the flat surface first, select, zoom in, select the curved surface. Select this one, click on the option OK. Once I click OK, I am going to get something like this. There is a bend is there only, just we unfolded it. You want to fold it like how it was earlier. We have an option here that is called as folding. Select that. I'm going to select this one. Let me zoom in. I'm going to select the curve. Click on this, click on OK. Once I click OK, I'm going to get the again folding. This is how we are going to use the option folding and unfolding. Let's continue from the next option. Let me close this. I have one more option that is called as point or curve mapping. That is for the analysis purpose. For example, what I want is I want to open this. right? By using the option like whatever the other options I want to open, but before opening this, that is before unfolding this, I want to check where will be the projection of these edges. So go for this option here, click on the point or curve mapping. I'm just going to click on these edges. That's it. Just click on that edges. You can see that here. If I open, this would be the projection. Click on the OK. Now you can see that here how I'm going to get like this. Fine. This is called as point or curve mapping. The complete set of options are called as bending operations. Let's continue from the next set of options. Fine. So the next option here we are going to get cutting or stamping operation. So let's start from the option. The first one, that is called as cutout. Cutout is very simple. We need to go to sketch, select the surface where you want to draw the sketch. Whatever the close profile you want, you can draw. I want to draw something like this. Okay. Any shape, any profile is fine. I want to draw the sketch like this. Exit from the workbench, go to the option here. We are going to get the option cutout. Just we need to select the sketch. That's it. Just select the sketch, click OK. Now we can see that here we are going to get the complete cutout like that. We do have one more option here, that is called as hole option. That is similar to the part design option. Here we are going to get the hole. If you want to create the hole at exact location, first you have to create the point, or no issues. Directly go to the option hole where you want. For example, here I want to create the hole. Just click on the surface. That's it. We are getting the option here. I want 5 mm depth. The remaining parameters, if you want, you can modify. Click OK. Once I click OK, I'm going to get the hole like this. Inside this, we have one more operation that is called as circular cutout. Once I click on the circular cutout, I'm going to select the surface again. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I want to create it on this curvature. Once I click on this, modify the dimension 5 mm, click on OK. Once I click OK, I'm going to get the hole like this. Okay, that is called as circular cutout. One more option that is very, very important, corner relief. Once I start creating the component, there I'll explain what is corner relief. Fine. Let's go to the option corner and chamfer. The next option is corner option. Corner means fillet. Why the name corner? Because I can do the fillet only to the corners. Go to the option fillet here. So here I can do fillet only to this edge. If I try to select this one, which is not possible, I am going to click on this edge, that is a corner, modify the radius. If you want for the multiple edges, hold Control to select the multiple edges. OK for this, I am going to get the output like this. This is called as corner or fillet. Control Z. I do have one more option here, that is called as chamfer. Once I go to chamfer option, once I click on the chamfer, here I can select whatever you want. If you want to select this edge also, or if you want to select this corner is also fine. So here we are going to get two methods, length and length. We can modify length 1 and length 2 separately, or length and angle. You can modify length and angle also. Fine. I want to go for length and length. I am going to select the edge here. I want, say for example 5 mm. I want, say for example 10 mm. Okay. So click on the option preview. You can see that here this side is 5 mm, this side is 10 mm. If you want to reverse, you can reverse it. Click OK for this one. I'm going to get the chamfer. For chamfer, you can select whichever the edge you want, but for the fillet, we have to select only the corners. Fine. These options are called as cutting operations. Fine. One more important set of options we have. Let me remove all the other operations. I just want flat sheet like this. Okay. The next important options we are going to get here. If I open, that is called as stamping operations, which is very, very important in the sheet metal. The options are called as stamping operations or forming operations, or generally we know about the die and punch operations. Okay. So let's go for these options one by one. Let's go for the first option, that is called as surface stamping. And remember, before going to start from these options, for some of the options we require 2D sketch. For some of the options, no need of any reference sketches. Fine. So what I'm going to do, select the sketch, select the surface to draw the sketch. For example, I'll go to this rectangle. I'm going to draw the rectangle. This is the first rectangle. There is a close profile. Exit workbench. Click on the screen. Okay, I can directly go to operation. I can perform. Because we are going to work on almost all the options, I want multiple sketches. Make sure all the sketches should be separate. The one sketch is completed. You can see here. Separately, I have to go to sketch. Separately, I'm going to click on the surface. I want to draw a second close profile. This is the second close profile. Exit workbench. You can see that here. There should be like a two separate sketches. Both are close sketches. Again, select this. Go to the option sketch. I want to create, say for example, I want to go for not rectangle this time. I want to draw a open profile. Say for example, this is the one open profile. Exit from the workbench, select the surface, go to the option sketch. Okay, I'm going to create the another open profile. Totally I created 4 profiles. Okay, 2 is closed, 2 is open. You can see that here we are going to get the setup like this. Let's start from the option. In the stamping, the first option is called as surface stamping. The first option is surface stamping. Once you click on the surface stamping, the advantage of almost all the option is that here we are going to get the preview. Okay, so I'm going to start selecting, say for example, I'm going to select the open sketch. If I select the open sketch and click OK, it will show the error that this particular operation, whatever the sketch I have selected, the sketch is not authorized for this particular operation. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to select the close. Select the close. You can keep it below or above, whatever the dimension you can modify here, that is height, angle, radius, you can modify. I want, say for example, 8 mm, angle let it be, and I don't want radius 2 mm, I want 1 mm and 1 mm. Click on the option preview. Once I click on the preview, you can see that here how we are going to get like this. If you want to reduce the fillet, that is the radius, again you can reduce that. Click OK. Once I click OK, you can see that here how I am going to get the shape like this. Fine. That is the first option, that is called as surface stamping. The next option we are going to get, that is called as bead option. Once I click on the bead, you can see the preview here. We must have to select the open profile. For example, if I select the closed profile, you can see that the sketch is closed, not possible. I am going to select the open sketch. Fine. You can see that here just we are going to get the press like this. Radius, radius 1, radius 2 and the height. Click on preview. Okay, for this one, you can see that here how I am going to get the shape. Any open profile, any shape of open profile is okay. That is called as bead option. The next option we have curve stamping. For the curve stamping, you can select the open profile or close profile. You can see that here how we are going to get the shape. Whatever the profile I am going to select, this shape, whatever this U shape is going to follow that profile. Okay, so let me select this rectangle for example. Once I select, I am going to get this one. I want to reduce the length here. I want to keep it 3 mm and height is fine. Okay, so and radius I want to reduce 1 mm. Okay, so or I want to give it as 0.5 and here I want to reduce again for 0.5. 0.5 and 0.5. This length means this one. That is 3, angle is 75 degree, depth is, that is height is 4 mm. Click on OK. Once I click OK, you can see that here how we are going to get the shape like this. You can see from the bottom also, whatever the U shape was there, whatever the U shape, right? So this is the U shape that's going to follow the path. Fine. That is called as curve stamping. I have one more option here, flange cutout. What is flange cutout? Yes, go to the option here again, flange cutout. We must have to select the close profile. Go to the option flange cutout. I am going to select, for example, this rectangle. Once I select it, can you see this here? At the bottom, we are going to get this extension that is called as flange. How much ever the flange you want, you can give. Say, for example, I want to keep it 6 mm. Click OK. Once I click OK, you can see that here how we are going to get the flange like this. Fine. Control Z. Next one more option we have with respect to sketch we are going to perform, that is called as lower. Fine. Preferably we have to select the rectangle for this one. Let's go for the option that is called as lower. Once I click on this, I have to select the rectangle. Once I click on this, asking for opening line, I have to select one edge as you open. You can see the preview from the side. Okay, I'm going to select this one. You can modify all the dimensions here. Just I'm going to increase the height. Height I want to keep it as 6 mm. Okay, for this one, once I click OK, you can see that here I'm going to get the opening like this, whichever the edge we selected. For example, you don't want downwards, you want upwards. Double click on the lower, just click on this arrow here, which is upward, right? I can modify the angle also. You don't want like a flat, you can see the angle, that is a taper. Click OK for this one. You can see the shape here, how we are going to get. This is called as lower option. Till here only we require the sketch. After this option, no need of sketch. If you want, you can create the point, just a point, so that you can create the operation exactly at the location. Otherwise, you can click randomly at the surface of the sheet metal. Let's go to the option here that is called as bridge option. Okay, no need of any sketch. If you want point, you can create the point. Go for this option, select, just click on this one. I'm going to get the bridge like this. You can see the shape here. If you want above or below, you can keep it however you want. I'm getting the option to modify the height. We are getting the option to modify the length here. If you want to rotate and all, we can do the modifications. Click OK. Once I click OK, I'm going to get something like this. This is what we call it as bridge option. Fine. Keep it in the isometric. Next, if you want, you can keep this, otherwise remove that. The next option we are going to get, that is called as, after the bridge, flange hole. Click on the flange hole. I am going to click here. You can see that flange hole. Directly we are going to get the hole. How much is the height total? You can see that here 6 mm, radius is 5 mm I want, or you can give it as, say for example 3 mm. Click on the preview. You can see that. Okay, and height, if you want, you can increase. One more thing I want to modify, that the radius. This radius, okay, this is the radius, and one more diameter if you want to modify, that is 10 mm. I want to keep it 10. This one I want to keep for 1 mm. Click on the preview, click OK. I am going to get like this. This is called as flange hole. One more option we have, that is called as circular stamp. Once I go to circular stamp, I am going to select this surface here. I am going to get just this shape only. That's it. Modify the dimension. OK for this. I am going to get the circular stamp like this. Fine. We do have one more option here, that is called as stiffening grip. Before that, one more option, dowel. Just we have to modify the diameter. So just specify where you want. I want here. You can see that with respect to diameter, automatically we are going to get the depth and all. Okay. So click OK. I'm going to get the shape like this. You can zoom in. You can see that here we are going to get the triangular pressing like this. Fine. Next we are going to get the option that is called as stiffening grip. What is stiffening grip means? For example, if you have wall on edge, for example, I'm going to select wall on edge. I want to keep it like this. I want to increase the length for around 60 mm. Okay for this one. Now, if you want to add the strength between these two, we are going to add here, that is called as stiffening grip. For the stiffening grip, what I'm going to do, rotate this from outside. From outside, just you have to specify the location. That's it. Once you specify the location, you can see that here how I'm going to get the stiffening grip. Modify the length how much ever you want. Modify the radius, modify the angle. Okay. Just click OK for this one. Once I click OK, I'm going to get the stiffening grip like this. That's it. Okay. So this is called as stiffening grip. This is how we are going to work completely on the stamping operations. But we do have one more option here, which is even more important. That is called as user stamp. In the user stamp, we can create whatever the kind of stamping we want, but we have to go to part design to create the punch shape. Okay, so I'm going to close this one. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to explain the option that is called as user stamp. Quickly, I'm going to close this one. Let's go to the option part design. Click on the option here, start mechanical part design. Okay, I'll keep the design as simple as possible. Fine. So I'm going to create the punch shape. Whatever the shape you want, you can create. I'll go to sketch. I'm going to select the plane. Fine. So let's go to the option here, rectangle. I want to draw it like this. This one I want to delete. Okay. And I'm going to create the profile here. I'm just trying to create some irregular shape. I want to keep it like this. That's it. Fine. Exit from the workbench. Go to the option here, pad. Okay. Go to the option mirror extend. I want to give it as around 50. Enter for this. This is some irregular shape of punch I have. So this body, you can see that here, this body, this is the punch. Now I want to create the sheet metal component. Fine. If you want to create the sheet metal component, directly from here, go to the option start, mechanical design, directly go to generative sheet metal design. Once you click on the generative sheet metal design, you can see that here all the parameters are deactivated, right? So we need to click on the sheet metal parameter, then we can work on all these options. But remember, we already have a punch here. You can see that here, this is the punch, part body is punch. Now I want to create the sheet metal that has a separate body, not inside this part body. For that, go to the option here, insert, we are going to get the option body. Here we get the option body. Once I click on this, we are going to get the separate body here. So this is the part body, that is a punch. Now I am going to create the sheet metal inside this. Now you can see the underline, that means this is activated. Now click on this option, sheet metal parameter. I want to keep it 1 mm is the thickness, 1 mm is the default bend radius. Okay for this one. Now whatever the operations we are going to do now, that is inside this part body. Inside this body 2. Part body is actually your punch. Fine. Now go to the option sketch. I'm going to select the plane. I want to draw the sketch. Say that is a sheet metal. Okay. So I'm going to start from the center. I want to keep it like this. Exit from the workbench. Go to the option wall. Okay, for this one, you can see that here I'm going to get something like this. Just move the cursor on the part body. We can check that this is the punch. Just move the cursor here. You can check that this is the sheet metal. These should be two separate part bodies. Fine. Now it's very simple. Go to the option here that is called as user stamp. Once you click on the user stamp, just click anywhere on the sheet. Just click anywhere on the sheet and here we get the option position on context should be check. Check that one and here we have to select the punch. What is the punch? You can select from here or you can select from the part body. Just click on this one. You can see that here and one more thing you can check the arrow which side is your actual punch, downward or upward. Downward, right? I want to select this. That's it. Click on OK. It is completed. It is asking faces to create the opening. Which face you want to remove? If you want to remove this side face, you can click on that. But I want to keep it like this only means you can keep it. But I want to remove that. And what is the bend radius? 2 mm is the bend radius. If you don't want any bend, keep it 0 or you can check this. No fillet. Okay. We are removing this side face. Click on the option OK. Once I click on OK, now we can see that here how we are going to get the shape like this. This is called as user defined stamping operation. That means we can create the shape of the punch like how we want and we are going to create the operation that is called as stamping, user stamping operation. Clear? So whatever the operations we have completed till now, walls, bendings and cutting and stamping, these complete options are with respect to generative sheet metal. Apart from that, if you want to try out these operations, you can go to say for example, if you want to create the point, you can create the point. Same like the same options what we tried in the part design. So go to the option line. If you want to create the line, try out the different methods of creating the line. For example, from this point to this point. Okay. So if you want infinite, click on the infinite. Okay. So I just want to click OK. We are going to get the line. Similarly, if you want to create the plane, click on the option plane here, offset method, select. You are going to get the plane from the surface, give the distance 50 mm. Okay. I am going to get the plane like this, right? Similarly, we are going to get the option for the mirror operation, pattern operation, transformation operation. Try out the same options. Okay. So go back to the part design, check out the options with respect to reference element and transformation features. Exactly same like what we tried in the part design. Fine. All this set of options are with respect to generative sheet metal design. Let's go for the one of the example of sheet metal component, how to design the sheet metal component by using the option what we studied now. Okay. Let's go to the option start mechanical design. Here we are going to get the generative sheet metal design. So what I'm going to design is I'm going to design kitchen sink. Okay. If you want, you can give the name here. Otherwise, just click OK for this. Okay. So let's go to the option sheet metal parameters. I'm going to select the sheet metal parameters asking for the thickness and the bend radius. What I want is, for example, I want to keep it 0.5 mm is the thickness as well as default radius also 0.5. That's it. Click on the option OK. Now we can see that here I'm going to get all the options. I can select whatever the operations I want I can do now. Let's go to the option sketch. I'm going to select the plane. I can draw the sketch like this only. For my convenience, I want to keep it as an isometric view. Now go to the option here rectangle. I just want to draw a rectangle. Right? From the center point, I want to keep it like this. Go to the option dimension. I'm going to add the dimension. How much is the major dimension? Say for example 200 mm. Enter. Fine. I required one more dimension. Double click on this 100 mm. Enter for this. That's it. Click on the option exit. Go to the option here wall. Sketch is already selected. Thickness is already defined as 0.5 millimeter. Click OK. I'm going to get the sheet like this. Fine. Now here at this particular location, okay, at this location, I want to push it down. I want to push it down. Let's go to the option. We are going to use the operation that is called as stamping operation. Fine. Go to the option here, sketch again, select the surface. Okay. Again, I'm keeping it in the isometric view. Now go to the option here, rectangle. Fine. I'm going to use the rectangle, first corner and second corner. I want to add the dimension for this from this edge to this line. I want to add the dimension. I want to keep it around, say for example, 5 mm. Similarly, all the sides I want to keep the same dimension. 5 mm. From this edge to this line, I want to keep it 5. Similarly, from here to here, I want to go for 5 mm, enter. I want to push it down, say for example around 45 millimeter. Okay, exit from the workbench, go to the option here, stamping operation. In that, the first option is surface stamp. Click on the option surface stamp, sketch is already selected. Can you see the height here? I want to keep it as 45. Click on the preview, you can see that here how I am going to get like this. But I want the faces as taper inside. Can you see the angle here 90? I just want to keep it 85 degree. So reduce it for 85, click OK now. Once I click on OK, I am going to get the shape like this. Fine. Let's go for the next operation. I am going to select this face, go to the option sketch. Okay. So again, I'll go to the option here, the ready-made profile, elongated hole. Let me start from this point, first point, second, and I want to keep it like this. Okay. Let me zoom in. I just want to modify this dimension. Double click on this. It is showing 4 millimeter. That means total is 8. Okay. I want to keep it as 3. Okay for this. Again, go to the option dimension. This line, I want to add the dimension of around 80 millimeter. 80, enter for this. Again, go to the option dimension. From this edge to this line, I want to keep the dimension of 8 millimeter, enter. Okay, one more dimension. We know that total height, that is the length, is 80. I want to start from this point to this line. I want to add the dimension, that is 40 millimeter. 40, enter for this. Fine. I want the same profile multiple times. I can do the copy option. Open this option here. The next one. Open this. Go to the option translate. Once you click on the translate, from where we are starting from this point. Okay. Now only we can create this particular translation or create one of the operation. Afterwards, we can do the pattern option also. Fine. Let's do the pattern. Now I just want to keep the single profile only. Click on the option exit. Now you can see that here, how does it looks like. Go to again the same option, surface stamp. Once I click on the surface stamp, the sketch is already selected, but still we cannot able to see the preview because we can see the angle here. Angle is showing 85. I just want to keep it 90 like how it was earlier. But I don't want a depth of 45. I just want 2 millimeter is the height, and here the radius also I want to keep it 1 and 1 millimeter. Okay for this one. Once I click OK, so I'm going to get the shape. But here I want in opposite direction. Open this, double click on the surface stamping, click on this arrow, click OK. I'm going to get the shape like this. Now what I want, I'm going to select this particular operation. Here we have an option that is called as rectangular pattern. In the rectangular pattern, already operation is selected. That is the feature that is called as surface stamping, right? Asking for the direction, I had to select this edge as a direction. So how many copies you want? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies. And I'm going to reduce the space. How much is the space you want? Say for example, 17 mm or 16 mm is better. I want to keep it 16. Okay for this. You can see that here how I'm going to get the shape like this. Fine. To water flow, I want to create the space here. Select this surface. Go to the option sketch. Okay. So go to the option circle. I want to start from here. I want to add the dimension. The diameter is 25. Again, go to the option here, constraint. Start from the edge to the point. I want to keep it in the center, 50, enter. Exit from the workbench. So go to the option here again, that is called as surface stamping. Okay. It's already selected. I just wanted 2 mm depth. That's it. Already 2 mm is there. Click on OK. I'm going to get the shape like this. Now again select the same surface. You can see that here again select the same surface. Go to the option sketch. Okay, I want to create the holes here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to draw a circle first. This circle and this outside edge must be concentric. Okay, so you have to select both. Select, hold Control and select this outline and this. Go to the option here that is called as concentricity. Click on OK. If you want to add the dimension for this, of course, I want to add the dimension. I'm going to double click on this. I want to keep it as 5, enter for this. Fine. I'm going to start from here. I want to draw one more circle. Okay. Just hold and keep it approximately like this. Select the circle. Here I'm going to get the option, rotate option. Go to the option rotate. So I have to start from the center point, this point as a reference. Okay. How many copies you want? 3, 4 copies I want. I want to keep it 4. 4 plus 1, totally 5. Just give the angle. How much ever the angle you want, you can give the angle. I want to keep it as 72 degree. I'll keep it as, for example, 72. I just want to keep it here. Click OK. I'm going to get the shape like this. Fine. Exit from the workbench. I want to remove the material that is called as cutout. Select the cutout. OK for this one. It's going to remove the material like this. I just want to perform one more last operation that is called as corner. Go to the option corner, zoom in. Okay, I am going to keep it like this. Let me zoom in here. I am going to select this. Okay, this edge, how much is the fillet I want? That is 5 mm. 5, click on the option preview. Similarly, let me zoom in. Okay, hold and I want to select this small edge. I am going to select this small edge here. Fine. Similarly, I want on remaining two edges also. I just want to zoom in here. Fine. Zoom in, hold control. I want to add. Similarly, rotate this. Okay. So rotate here. Let me zoom in, hold control. I want to add it. All the four edges, I want a corner of radius 5 mm. Click OK. Check it in the isometric view. You can see the shape here, how we are going to get the shape. And if you don't want to show these planes, what I'm going to do is select all these three planes, right click, hide or show. Hide or show, you can see that here how the component looks like. The last step, for your convenience, if you want to apply the material, we have an option, we can apply the material. Right click, we are going to get the option apply material. Click on this apply material, we have this icon apply material, click on that. Now we are going to get different metals, colors, whatever the patterns you want, you can select. I'm going to select the paint. I want to apply the material. For example, this one. Hold, drag it on the part body. That's it. Hold and drag it on the part body. Okay for this one. And if you want to see the proper color of the material what you applied, just go to the option here. We are going to get the option in the visual style from the bottom, third option, shading with material. Click on the shading with material. You can see that here how we are going to get the final component. Fine. This is one of the simple example I wanted to explain. Okay, how we are going to design the sheet metal component in CATIA. Let's continue from the next set of workbench that is called as surface design. Till now we have completed the 2D part, that is a sketcher, part designing or part modeling. Fine. Then we completed the assembly of the components. Then we completed the drafting or detailing. Then the sheet metal. Right. So now we are going to start from the next workbench that is called as surface modeling. Okay. So let's get inside the CATIA. We are starting with the sixth workbench that is called as surface design. Whenever you get inside the interface of CATIA, close the inside window. Close the inside window. Go to the option here start. Click on the option mechanical design. Here we are going to get the option wireframe and surface design. Especially for the complicated or irregular shapes, we are going to use this workbench to design the components. Let's go to the option wireframe and surface design. Okay, I'm going to click on this. Once you click, it is asking for the name of the part. I just want to keep it default. Click on the option OK. Once you click OK, now we are going to get inside the interface of surface design, wireframe and surface design. Okay, so here we are going to get the option surfaces, we are going to get operations, and we are going to get the wireframe. Fine. If you want these options from here, you can use it. Otherwise, if I go to insert, from here also we are going to get the same options. You can select the options from here also. Okay, let's start from the option one by one. So I'm going to create the component, and one more concept in the surface design is whenever we are creating the component, whenever we create whatever the component we create, okay, so there will be no thickness for that. It is just an imaginary surface what we are going to get. Once we complete the whole 3D component what I want to design, at last we are going to add the thickness for that. Fine. So whatever we are starting with the designing part, that is just a imaginary. Okay. But at last we must have to add the thickness. So we'll come to that one by one. Let's start from the options here. The first option we are going to start, that is called as extrude option. It's very simple. Click on the option here sketch. I am going to select the plane to draw the sketch. I'm going to select this plane, select it. I'm getting the option to draw the sketch here. Whatever the sketch you want, you can draw. You can draw the close profile, you can draw the open profile, anything would be fine. I'm going to draw the profile like this. This is the shape what I wanted. Exit from the workbench, click on the option here, exit workbench. Here I'm going to get the first option that is called as extrude. I'm going to select this extrude. Once I click on the extrude, it is asking for the profile here. I am going to select the profile. Once I click on the profile, I am going to get the limit 1 and limit 2. Okay, I can modify these dimensions, or we can modify the dimensions from here also. Or we have the option here, mirror extend. Once I click on the mirror extend with respect to first limit dimension, we are going to get the mirror extend. Okay, otherwise you can uncheck this one, you can do the modification, or manually we can hold and drag it like this. I'm going to get the extrusion like this. Click on the option OK. Once I click OK, I'm going to get the extrusion like this. Fine. So if I zoom in, there is no thickness for this one. Fine. It is just an imaginary surface. At last, we are going to add the thickness for this. Fine. So we'll come to that one by one. The first option, this is called as extrude. Control Z, isometric view, keep it on, fit all in. The next option we are going to get here, that is called as revolve operation. I want to perform the revolve operation here. Click on the option that is called as revolve. Once I click on the revolve asking for the profile, this is the profile. I am going to select the profile asking for the axis. Right click on this, you can select the axis here. Fine. For example, I want to select the Z axis. I am going to get the revolve operation. Fine. Angle 1 and angle 2. Okay. If you want to input the any particular value, you can input. Otherwise, you can keep it like however you want. This is what we wanted. Click on the option OK. Once I click OK, you can see that here how we are going to get the surface like this. This is called as revolve operation. The next option we have here, that is called a sphere. To create the sphere as well as to create the cylinder, we required point as a reference. Go to sketch, again create the point. Otherwise, in the wireframe also we are going to get the point. Otherwise, there is a line here. At the end, I am going to get the point. I can consider this also as a reference to create the sphere. So let's go to the option here that is called as sphere. I am going to click on the sphere. Once I click on this, I am going to select this point. Once I click on the center point, I am going to get the two options here. One is controlled kind of sphere, another one is a complete sphere. Once I go to control sphere, I am going to get the option to modify these four angles. If I go to complete sphere or the whole sphere, I am getting the option to modify only the radius. Okay, keep the radius 30. If you want to modify the angle, click on this one. I can modify the angle from here. Here just you have to modify the value. Otherwise, I am going to get the option here. We can hold and drag it like this. Fine. This is the parallel end angle. Just hold and drag it. Parallel start. Okay. Then we are going to get the meridian start angle. This is the meridian start. And here we are going to get the meridian end angle. Totally we are going to get four angles. Or if you want completely like a closed sphere, select it. This is completely hollow. Okay. Click on OK. I'm going to get the spherical surface like this. Fine. Control Z. I don't want this. Again, keep it isometric view. Fit all in. We are going to get the option here cylinder. Click on the option cylinder. Once I click on this asking for the point, I am going to select this point as a reference asking for the direction. I want X, Y, Z direction. For example, I want in Z direction. I am going to get the cylinder like this. Go to the option length 1 here. You can modify the length 1. If you want to modify the length 2, you can modify the length 2 like this. Fine. And of course, radius we can modify. Just give the numbers, whatever the number you want. Apart from that, if you want mirrored extend, you can go for this option. I'm going to get the mirrored extend. Fine. Now, if you don't want, uncheck this, click on the option preview. Okay. Now we are going to get the surface like this. This is what we wanted actually. Fine. This is how we are going to create the ready-made cylinder here. I have one more option that is called as offset. I want to create the offset of this surface. Go to the option that is called as offset. Once I click on the offset, I am going to click on this surface. Once I click on the surface asking for the offset distance, I can hold and drag it like this. We are going to get the concentric cylinder. If there is a flat surface, I am going to get the parallel. Because it's a cylindrical, I am going to get the concentric. Fine. So click on the option here, preview. Okay, for this one, I'm going to get the surface like this. This is called as offset option. Fine. Next, I don't want this. Select and delete this one. Fine. Let's go to the option here. The next option that is called as sweep option. In the sweep, we are going to get lots of different options to work on. Let me go for some base level how to work with this sweep. Let's go for the option one by one. Let's go for the simplest one, the first sweep option. Click on the sketch, select the plane. I am going to draw one of the sketch. For example, I want to draw a circle like this. Exit from the workbench, go to the option perpendicular plane, click on the option sketch. Fine. I want to draw the path. How you want to draw the path? For example, I want to go to spline, line, anything is fine. I'm going to draw the path perpendicular to the cross section. The circle is a cross section. Fine. Exit from the workbench. I'm going to get the setup like this. There is a circle and the path. Click on the option sweep. Once I click on the sweep, I am going to select the cross section and the path. That's it. Select the cross section and the path. Click on OK. I am going to get the surface like this. This is the one method of sweep. Totally, we are going to get lots of different methods in the sweep. I am just showing you some base options. Fine. This is the one method. Let me go for another method. For example, go to the option here, sketch. I am going to select the plane. I'm going to draw the line. For example, I'm going to draw the exact vertical line like this. Exit from the workbench. Select the same plane or other plane. Select the same plane or another plane. Click on the option sketch. I'm getting the option to create the profile. Another profile, the second profile. What I'm going to do, click on the option here, spline. I can draw the shape whatever you want. I'm going to draw it like this. Fine. One is a exactly normal kind of profile. Another one is completely irregular shape. Exit from the workbench, I'm going to get something like this. So go to the option sweep here. Actually, as I said, we have various methods here. If we are going to get totally 4 methods, in each method we are going to get the various methods like this. Let me go for the second one. Again, here also we are going to get the various methods. If you want, try out these options. I am just showing the example here. Fine. Now I am going to select this as a first curve. This is the guide curve and the second guide curve. What I'm going to get is this side I'm going to get the edge of the surface as straight. This side I'm going to get with respect to this profile. Okay, so click on the option preview. Once I click on the preview, it is extending from this side because of this 20 dimension. Give it as 0. This side is 0. This side is 0. Click on the preview. Once I click on the preview, I am going to get like this. Once I click OK, now we can see that here how I am going to get the shape like this. This side is a profile like this. This side is a straight edge. Fine. So let me delete this one. For example, I want to go for one more example of the sweep. I have to create the 3 profiles. Fine. Let's go to the option sketch, select the plane. I am going to draw one as an exactly straight line. I am going to draw the straight line like this. Fine. Exit from the workbench, select the perpendicular plane, center plane. Click on the sketch. You can draw any profile you want or any shape you want. I want to draw the shape like this. Exit from the workbench. Again I'm going to select the first plane which I selected for this line. Okay, select the plane, go to the option sketch. Here also you can create any shape or profile. I am going to create the profile like this. This is the shape I wanted. Exit from the workbench. You can see that here totally I am going to get the 3 profiles. Fine. Let's go to the option sweep. Let me go for one more last method. Fine. Here also we are going to get multiple methods. I am using 3 guide method. Once I click on the 3 guides, I have to select the 3 guidelines. First line, second line and third line. Click on the option preview. Okay, for this one, you can see the shape here, how we are going to get the shape like this. So depending on these 3 profiles, I am going to get the complete shape of the surface like this. This is the another method of using sweep option. Fine. Let's continue with the next option. The next option we have here, that is called as fill option. What I'm going to do, particularly for the fill, let me select this surface and delete the surface. I don't want this surface. Isometric view, fit all in. So here I'm going to get the option that is called as line. Okay, so I'm going to select this first point, hold control, second point. Okay, I'm going to get the line. Similarly, go to the option line, select this point, hold control. I'm going to select here. Okay, I'm going to get the close profile like this. Now, with respect to this close profile, I want to fill it with the surface. We are going to get the option here, fill option. Once I click on the fill, I'm going to select the first profile, second, third, and fourth. I'm going to select all of this. Click OK. Once I click OK, you can see that here how I'm going to get the surface like this. This is what we call it as fill surface or fill operation. Fine. Let's continue from the next option. The next option we have here, multi-section surface. This option is similar to the option what we tried before. Fine. In the part design, the same option we have here. Let's go for one simple example so that you'll get the idea. Same and similar like a part design. So I'll go to the option here, plane. Once I click on the plane, these options we already know that in the part design, right? Point, line and plane, right? I'm going to select the plane. I want to give the offset of around 100, enter for this. So go to the option here, isometric, fit all in, go to the option sketch. I am going to select the plane. Okay, so you can draw any sketch you want. You can draw a rectangle, circle, irregular shape. The number of vertices from one particular profile should be equal to the another profile. That is the only condition. I can go for anything. Let me go for a very simple example. Go to circle. I am drawing this as a first circle. Exit from the workbench. Go to top plane. I am going to go for sketch option. I am going to draw a smaller circle like this. Okay, this is the circle. Exit from the workbench. We have it two profiles like this. In between these two, I want to create the surface. The option is called as multi-section surface. Click on the option multi-section surface. I am going to select the first one and second one. Click on OK. I am going to get the surface like this. Same, just refer the part design section. There you get the same option how to use multi-section surface. Fine, we have an option to add the guidelines. Okay, we have different methods. Try out that. Go to part design and check it once. Let's continue from the next option. Here we are going to get the option that is called as blend option. Let me select this and delete this one. Click on OK. So I'm going to show you the very basic example so that you'll get the idea what is blend operation. Fine. So I'm going to select the sketch. I'm going to select one of the plane. I can draw any regular or irregular shape. Let me go for the option here, SP line. Why I'm using spline? Because it's a irregular smooth curve, right? Exit from the workbench. I'm going to get the shape like this. Select the same plane or another plane. I'm going to select the another plane. Click on the option sketch here. Again, I want to draw a simple sketch. For example, I am going to use the same SP line. First point, second point, third point like this. Exit from the workbench. You can see that here how it looks like. Again, select the same plane. Click on the option sketch. I want to draw the one more profile. I am going to draw the straight line like this. Fine. Exit from the workbench. I have totally 3 profiles. Like this, you can create multiple profiles you want. Fine. So let's go for the simplest example. Click on the option blend. Once I click on this, actually we can select the 2 direction curves. Okay. But as of now, I'm going to select only one. Select the first, hold control. Select the first, hold control and select the second one. That's it. Select 2. Click on the option preview. I'm going to get the surface like this. You can see that here how I'm going to get depending on the profiles. Whatever the profiles we created, depending on that, we are going to get the surface. Similarly, go to the same option. Select this, hold control, select. Click on the option OK. I'm going to get the surface like this. Fine, that's it. Simple. Click on the option blend. Select, hold control. I'm going to select this. Click on OK. Now you can see that here how we are going to get the surface like this. This is what we call it as blend option. We have multiple methods in that. Fine. So let's go for some of the projects. You'll get the idea how to use that blend operation. These are the set of options related to surfaces. Now let's go to the option operations option. Fine. Here we are going to get some of the options. Some options are exactly repeated to the part design. These options and all exactly repeated to the part design. Okay. Affinity, scaling, translate and all. Anyway, let's go to the option here in the operations. First, I want to work on 2 options quickly. Fine. The remaining 2 options, once we start doing the project, let's go for these 2. But as of now, I want to go to the option join and healing option. Fine. Let's go to the option join. What I'm going to do is select and delete this one. I'll go to sketch. I'm going to draw one of the profile. For example, I'm going to draw the line like this. First point and second point. This is the first profile. Fine. Exit from the workbench. Okay. I'm drawing the completely different sketch. That means completely second sketch on the same plane or different plane. I am going to select the same plane, click on the option sketch. This is the another sketch, first point and second point. You can see that here we have a two different sketches. Okay, and I am going to coincide these 2 points. Hold control, select this, go to the option geometrical constraint, coincide. Okay, for this, exit from the workbench. Because these two are two separate lines, we can see the black dot here. That means this is separate, this is separate. For example, if I am doing the sweep operation, if I use any cross section here, if I try to sweep it, this sweep will stop till here only. What I want to do is I want to do the join operation. Then I'm going to join these two lines. Then if I go to this circle, if I try to sweep, this sweep will pass till here and it will go till the last. So this two becomes like a single profile. The option is called as join option. It's very simple. Click on the option join. I am going to select the first profile. That's it. Select the first and the second. Once I select these two, you can see that here earlier it is like a black dot. Once I click OK, now it becomes like a white dot. Now these two are like a single entities. That option is called as join option. Fine. I have one more option here that is called as healing option. Let me control Z, control Z. Okay. No join option here. This is separate. This is separate. I want to edit this particular profile. Okay. You can double click on this or you can double click from here. What I am going to do is I am going to select this and delete this one. Select the geometrical constraint. You can delete that, or I just want to hold and drag and keep it aside. Now I want to add the dimension manually. From this point to this point, I want to keep the dimension 0.001 millimeter. Manually, I am adding the dimension of 0.001 millimeter. Exit from the workbench. So if I see it like that only, it is not visible. You can just zoom in completely, zoom in. Okay, just again zoom in, because manually we added the dimension, right? The gap is 0.001 millimeter. Now I am going to select this extrude option, select this particular line. Okay, so click on the option preview. Okay, done. Again, go to the same option, extrude, select this, click on OK. I am going to get two different surfaces now. Now, how much is the gap here? The gap is 0.001 millimeter. Now, the next option we have here, that is called as healing. What is healing means? I just want to join these two. So here we are going to get the option healing. Select the surface first and second. That's it. How much is the distance? 0.001 millimeter. Click on OK. Once I click OK for this one, you can see that here I'm going to get the joining like this. This option is called as healing operation. Fine. So go to the option fit all, isometric. I don't want any of this. Select and delete this one. Let's continue from the option. Hold and drag it. The next option we have, very important, split and trim option. Fine. Let's create a simple setup. Go to the option sketch. I am going to select the plane. Fine. Let me draw, for example, I want to go to the option here, rectangle or circle. Let me draw the circle, exit from the workbench. Okay. Go to the option extrude, make it should be mirror extend. Okay. Now select again the plane, go to the option sketch here. I am going to create some irregular shape. First point, second, okay. I want to keep it like this. Exit from the workbench, go to the option here extrude. So click OK. Now we can see that here how we are going to get the setup like this. The first option here we have, the option is called as split option. Once you click on the split, it is asking element to cut. Split means just we are cutting the element, okay? One particular surface we are cutting. It is asking element to cut. Which element you want to cut? I want to cut this particular surface. Once you click on this, here asking this surface is cutting fine. Which is the cutting element? That means with respect to what you want to cut this surface. I can select the sketch, I can select the plane, I can select the surface. I am going to select the surface. Once you click on this, you can see that here bottom portion is removing. We have an option here, other side, other side. Whichever the side you want, you can keep it below or above. However you want, you can keep. Click on OK. That means with respect to this irregular surface, we are cutting the cylinder. That is called as split option. We do have one more option here, Control Z. Let's go to the option that is called as trim option. Okay, once you click on the option trim here, once you go to trim, we have to select two surfaces, first surface and second surface. Here we don't get the arrow, but here we are going to get two options, other side and other side. So let me try the first one. Once you click on the other side, so just click on that whether you want above portion or below portion, whichever you want, you can keep it. Now similarly, I have one more option. You want to show inside or outside, inside portion or outside portion. You can keep it however you want. I want to keep the outside portion like this. Click OK. Once I click OK, you can see that here how we are going to get the shape. This option is called as trim option. Fine. These are the two very important options, split and trim option. Fine. I don't want this. Again, I'm going to select the entire thing and delete this one. Or what I can do is, let me delete this. Let me delete and we will create the simple setup. Fine. Click on OK. The next option we have here, that is called as boundary. Let me show this one. I'll go to the option here. Again, let me create some irregular surface. Okay. So go to the option. I just want to draw it like this. Exit from the workbench, go to the option extrude. Okay, I'm going to get the surface like this. Now here I'm going to get the option. The first option is boundary. Especially for the irregular shape like this, I want to extract the outline of the surface. We are going to use the option that is called as boundary. Once you click on the boundary, it's very simple. I'm going to just click on the surface. That's it. Once you click on the surface, I'm going to get the entire boundary like this. Or if you want particular edge, we can give the limit 1 and limit 2 so that we'll get only that much portion. But now I want to keep everything like complete profile. Once I click OK, now you can see the line at the outline here. On the edges, we are going to get the line. See, if I press Ctrl Z, you can see the outline is completely dark black. Okay, Ctrl Y, Ctrl Z, undo, redo, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Y, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Y. You can see the profile extracted on the outline. Now what I can do is I can go to the option now, just to give the example. I can go to extrude. I am going to select this outline. Okay, right click on this. I can select the Z axis. You can see that here how we are going to get the shape like this. Fine. So if you want to extract the boundary, we are going to use the option here that is called as boundary option. Fine. Inside this, we have one more option that is called as extract. I'll show that. Before that, what I'm going to do is I want to keep the isometric view here after this option that is called as boundary. So here, try out these options. Try out all these options exactly similar to the option what we tried in the part design. Let me give one example, whichever. I'll go to scaling. If you want to change the size of this, okay, select the surface. I have to select the point as a reference, this point as a reference. Okay, I'm going to click on the point. You have to select here. Okay, reference should be point. Remember, reference should be point. If you want to make it double, 3 times, 4 times, you can just modify the scale. Once I click OK, I'm going to get the surface like this. Fine. Like this, we have a similar options here. Try out once. Okay. But first, what I want to do is I want to use the option extrapolate. Once you click on the option extrapolate, I'm going to select the edge here. Once I click on the edge, here asking for this extrapolated, we have to select the surface. Okay, as a reference, I'm going to select this surface. I'm going to get the tangential surface like this. Modify the length how much ever you want. Okay, I'm going to get the surface. Again, go to the same option, extrapolate. I want to select this edge and the surface. You have to select the edge and surface. Okay for this. Again, go to the option, extrapolate. Select the edge and the surface. Okay for this. I'm going to get the extrapolate like this. Fine, clear? So these are the set of options. One more last option we have here, which is a bit important. That is called as extract option. Fine. So for that we required part design component, regular or irregular shape. From here only directly we can go to part design, no issues. I'm just going to design a simple 3D component. Fine. I'm going to select the plane. I want to draw like whatever you want. I'm going to draw it like a simple small circle like this. Okay. So keep it like this. Exit from the workbench. There should be a 3D. Okay. So this is the 3D component. Now go back to the option, same wireframe and surface design. Once you click on the wireframe and surface design, now I am going to get the option, open this, go to the option, extract. What is extract means? I want to extract the surface from the 3D model as a surface. Surface from the 3D model as a surface, go to the option extract. Once I select, I have to select the surface. Once I click on this, you can see that here how we are going to get the extraction of the surface. Okay, for this, you can see that here surface is extracted. Just to show you the actual surface body, go to this pad operation from the part design. Right click on this, we are going to get the option here that is called as hide or show. Once I click on the hide or show, you can see that here we are going to get the actual surface body which is extracted from the surface of 3D model. We already know about these options in the wireframe, right? Line, point and plane. We have one more option here that is called as projection. Let me select this and delete this one. Click OK. Keep it isometric. Fit all in. Okay, fit all in here. I am going to select the sketch plane. I am going to draw the sketch. For example, I am going to draw some irregular shape like this. Exit from the workbench. Go to the option extrude. Click OK. This is the setup what I have. Now go to the option sketch. I am going to select this plane. Select the plane. I am going to draw the sketch again like a circle, rectangle or whatever. I want to draw a circle like this. Exit from the workbench. Now you can see that here what I am going to get. This is the circle. This is the irregular surface. What I want is I want to make a projection of this circle on this surface. Select the circle. It's very simple. Select the circle. Go to the option projection. Once you click on the projection, just select the surface. That's it. Once you select the surface, click on OK. I am going to get the projection like this. The circle is projected on the irregular surface. The option is called as projection. Let's go for the next option. The next option is intersection. For example, I am going to extrude this circle, right? Extruded. Okay, for this one, you can see that easily we can identify how is the intersection between these two surfaces. Still, you want to check the profile of the intersection. So go to the option now, click on the option intersection, asking for the first element. This is the first element. This is the second element. That's it. Here in the intersection, we are going to get the intersection profile. Click on the option preview. We can see that here how it is showing the intersection. Okay, for this one, just to check the intersection between these two surfaces. Fine. So Control Z for this one. Okay, I just want to keep it like this. Next, if you want to try, go to the option circle here. I'm going to select the center, asking for the center, this point as a center. Asking for the support, you can select X, Y, Y, Z, Z, X, whichever the plane. I am selecting X, Y. You can see that here I'm going to get the circle. We have two options. This is the arc. Okay, I can modify the angle here. How much ever the angle you want, you can modify. Or if you go to circle, we are going to get the complete circle. That's it. Click OK. I'm going to get the circle like this. Similarly, if you want to create the SP line, spline, I just required the point. Just you need to select the points. Just you need to select the points here. Fine. Just keep on selecting the points. Okay, I'm going to select like this. Click OK. I'm going to get the shape like this. This is called as SP line. We do have one more option here. If you open this, we are going to get the option helix option. So what I'm going to do, I just want to go for isometric fit all. Click on the sketch. Fine, I'm going to select the plane. Now what we are doing, we are creating the helix. To create the helix, I'm going to select the plane. I just want one point as a reference. I'm going to select the point here. For my reference, I want to add the dimension. From the center to this point, I want to keep it around 15 mm. Enter for this. Similarly, from here to this point, I want to add the dimension of 25. Enter for this. This is the point we have. We require the point as a reference. Exit from the workbench. Now open this. Go to the option here that is called as helix option. Once I click on the helix, I am going to get the yellow box asking for starting point of helix, from where you want to start. We are starting from this point, which is the axis. Right click on this, X, Y, Z as axis. I'm going to select the Z axis. Now here I'm going to get the option, how much is the height you want. You can modify how much ever the height required for you, you can specify. Apart from that, we are going to get the option for the pitch, 1 mm, 2 mm, 3 mm. Whatever the pitch you want, you can specify the pitch clockwise or counterclockwise. Clockwise or counterclockwise. Starting angle is 0 degree. That means actual point is starting from this exact starting point. If you want to give some offset here, you can give the offset. Let me zoom in. You can see the offset. Whatever the angle of offset you want, you can keep it. I want to keep it 0 here directly. 0. Click on the preview. I am going to get the helix like this. We have an option of taper. I can give whatever the taper, how much ever the taper, whether you want inward or outward. If you want inward or outward, you can keep it however you want. Click on OK. I am going to get the helix like this. Fine. So these are the complete set of options in wireframe and surface designing. Okay. So let's go for some of the project examples so that you'll get the idea how we are going to create the 3D models, as well as once we create the 3D models, we are going to add the thickness for that. So I'll explain that how to do that. We have to go back to part design to add the thickness and all. Fine. We'll come to that later, but surface design or surface modeling is very much important, especially to create the irregular and complex shapes. So this is your wireframe and surface designing. Let's go for one of the example in wireframe and surface design. Okay, so let's go to the option start, click on the option mechanical design. Here we are going to get wireframe and surface design. Once I select the workbench asking for the name, keep the default name. Okay for this, that's it. Let's start. I'm going to select this sketch icon, select the plane. I want to draw a sketch. So let's go to the option here, centered rectangle. I'm going to start and keep it like this. I'm going to add the base dimensions for this one, the horizontal and the vertical dimension. The horizontal dimension is 150 millimeter and the vertical dimension is 75 millimeter. Enter. Okay. As well as there is a fillet in the corner. I just want to do the fillet now only. Go to the option this corner, first line and second line. I want to keep it like this. I'm going to select first and second, keep it here. First line and second line, keep it like this. Yes. I am going to select the first and second. I am going to keep it. How much is the radius? 25 millimeter for all the sides. 25. Enter. Okay. So give the dimension as 25 the radius. 25. Enter. Click on the option here exit. Okay. So go to the option extrude. Once I click on the extrude option, the extrusion is of around 25 millimeter. Keep it 25. Okay. That's it. And one more thing for your convenience, if you don't want to show this sketch, right click on this, you can go to hide or show. Fine. And one more thing, I just want to go for the visual style, go for the second option so that I can see with the edges. Click on the option shading with edge. I can check that with the edges. Fine. Next what I'm going to do, select this middle plane. Select the middle plane. Click on the option sketch here. Fine. I'm going to create the arc. So go to the option here. I'm going to select the arc. Open this. Go to the option here, arc. Okay. So let's start from the arc. I want to start approximately from here. First point, second point. I want to keep it like this. Fine. Now select this point and this point here. This should be coincide. So go to the option here. Click on this. I want to coincide. Click on OK. Now this side also I want to coincide. Select this point. Hold control. I want to select this corner point. If you are feeling difficulty to select, rotate, okay, properly, I can select this edge here, go to the option geometrical constraint. I want to coincide. Okay, click on OK for this one. Again, keep it as normal view like this. I want to add one more dimension. From this reference to this top, I want to give the distance of 5 millimeter. Enter. Exit from the workbench. Now you can go to the option here, extrude. I want to go to mirror extend and just increase the length so that it should cross the previous surface. Now click on OK. Now you can see that here how I am going to get like this. Now what I want is I want to remove this outside portion as well as I want to remove this below portion. For that we are going to use the option, open this. Here we are going to work on the option trim option. Go to the option trim. I am going to select the first surface and second surface. We have to select two surfaces. Here we get the operation inside or outside, above or below. Now you can see that here above or below, I want to keep the above portion, inside or outside. Which side you want to keep? I want to keep the inside. Once you click OK, that's it. Fine. If you don't want this line, right click on this, hide and show. Now we can see that here how we are going to get like this. Fine. Now what I am going to do is go to the option here, plane. I am going to create the plane from the center in the vertical direction for 25. Enter. Okay. At this location, new plane, go to the option sketch. I am going to create the complete outline. I am going to project it. You can draw that, otherwise you can project. Go to the option here, project 3D element. You can double click on this. I'm going to select this one. Or if you want to draw the profile here, you can draw the profile. Okay. So anything would be fine. I'll go to the option here, project. Okay. I'm going to select the edges. I'm going to click on the edges. Okay. So that we are going to get the proper projection like this. That's it. Exit from the workbench so that we are going to get the sketch on this plane. Select the perpendicular plane, go to the option sketch here, fine. Now I am going to draw the arc. So go to the option here, arc, first point, second point and third point. Now select this line and this point. This should be what? This should be coincide. Click on the option OK. There is a radius for this. I am going to select this arc. The radius is 2.5. 2.5 millimeter. Click on the option OK for this one. Okay. To make a proper horizontal alignment, I am going to select this edge, hold control. This point should be coincide. Click on the option coincide. OK for this one. Fine. That's it. Exit workbench. Once I click on the exit, you can see that here how we are going to get the profile. Go to the option here, sweep option. Okay. I'm going to select this arc and this path. Select both. Click on the option OK. You can see the shape here how I'm going to get like this. Fine. Now what I'm going to do, select this plane, click on the option sketch here. Fine. Now go to the option profile, that is a elongated hole. I'm going to draw the elongated hole. First point, second point and third point. I want to add the dimensions for this. This dimension is 42 millimeter. 42, enter. Because I want in the center from the reference to this point, I want to add the dimension of 21 millimeter. That is half. Enter for this. I have one more dimension. Here I am going to zoom in. This dimension is 2.5. 2.5. Enter for this. We have one more dimension. Go to dimension. From this reference to this reference line, this dimension is 42.5. Enter. Fine. I want the same profile. Three more copies I want. I am going to select this. Go to the option here that is called as translate. Once I click on the translate, how many copies? You can see the instances here. I am starting from this point. You can see that here how I am going to get this. Fine. So I want it exactly in the center, or if you want to add the dimension here, you can add it. I just want to move the cursor. I want to keep it exactly horizontal and aligned. I am going to get the 3 profile like this. If you want to add the dimensions and all, you can add it. Exit from the workbench. Now you can see that here with respect to these 3 sketches, I want to create the opening on this surface. So what I'm going to do, go to the option here, extrude option. I'll go to extrude. It is extruded here. Fine. Click OK. Now click on the option OK and close this one. That's it. You can see that here we are going to get the normal extrusion like this. Now open this. Go to the option, split option. Once I click on the split, which surface you want to split? This surface. Click on the surface. Now what is the cutting element? These surfaces are the cutting elements. You can see that inside here the material is removed from inside. Okay. Just click on OK. If you don't want this surface, select right click. You can go to hide and show. That's it. Keep it in the proper isometric view. Fit all in. Now if you don't want to show these edges and all, go to the option here, lines. Right click on this, hide and show. I don't want this plane also. Hide and show. I don't want these also. Right click, hide and show. Fine. Similarly, I don't want this sketch. Hide and show here. Similarly, this also I don't want. Right click, hide and show like this. For example, if you want to apply the material for this, for the appearance purpose, if you want to apply the material, we have an option here, apply material. So if you go to the option paint, whatever the material you want, you can select, just hold, drag it on the part body. That's it. Click on the option OK. Now work is completed. Fine. If you want to check it with the material, go to the option from the bottom, third option here, shading with material. Once I click on the shading with material, you can see that here how I am going to get the component like this. This is the one of the simple example how to create the 3D component in the surface modeling in the CATIA. Now for this object, there is no thickness actually, right? For this, I want to add the thickness. Before going to add the thickness, I want to go back. I am going to select here shading with edges. Fine. Now I want to go for the material thickness to add. So all these surfaces are like a separate. So what I'm going to do is I can go to the option here, healing. Once I click on the healing, I'm going to select the first surface and second surface and third surface. All the 3 surfaces I'm selecting. Okay. Or what I can do, I can select everything directly here. Fine. Select everything. Select everything. Go to the option that is called as healing. Click on the option OK. Once it is done, it is done. Okay. Now I want to add the thickness. If you want to add the thickness, mechanical design, go to the option part design. Once you back to part design, we have a small icon here. You can see that related to surface option. Okay, so just open this. Here we are going to get the option thick surface. Once I click on the thick surface where you want to add the thickness, asking for the object, this is the object. Fine. You can see that here we are getting the option to add the thickness. What I want is 0.2 mm or 0.1 mm inside, 0.1 mm outside. I want to add the thickness on both the directions. Click on the option preview. Once I click OK, you can see that here now we are going to get the component with the thickness of 0.2 millimeter. You can see the thickness now. The center what we have, that is your actual surface body, and the remaining inside is other thickness. You can see that here the thickness is inside and the thickness is outside. You can see the separate operation here. If I open that, we are going to get the option thick surface. Fine. So this is how we are going to add the thickness. Once the component is completed, once the designing of the surface modeling is completed, you must have to add the thickness to the surface model. Otherwise, the component is just imaginary. Okay. So again, if you don't want to show the edges, one option is go to material. You can apply the material for this. Otherwise, go to the same option, visual style. From the bottom, you can select the third option for material, shading with material, right? But I have one first option here, shading. Once you click on the shading, I'm going to get the smooth, we are going to get the smooth visual style of the particular 3D component. Okay, so this is how we are going to create the 3D component in wireframe and surface design in the CATIA. This is the end of complete CATIA course. Make sure you practice all the modules and use the free drawing book from 3dcatholic.com to improve your skills. If you found this particular course useful, don't forget to share with your friends. Next, we will be uploading full courses on SolidWorks, Cryoparametric, NXCAD, ANSYS as well as on the AutoCAD. So connect with us. If you have any questions, drop them in the comments. Thank you for watching. See you in the next course.